Start a blind date with a second married beauty. China, Mountain City, early summer. In an ordinary coffee shop, everything looks so normal. At this time, a man in his 30s walked in from outside. After coming in, he looked around. Then, his eyes fell on a woman sitting in a seat near the window. Gradually, a slightly satisfied and obscene smile appeared on his face. Yes, this woman is even more exciting than she looks in the photo. Although not stunningly beautiful, she is very attractive. More importantly, the surging waves in front of the woman are very consistent with his aesthetic taste. This man's name is Ma Zhengnan. He is over 30 years old. His parents both passed away in an accident several years ago. They left him an apartment in the old city, which was definitely a place where he could feed himself and his whole family. Seeing that Ma Zhengnan was already over 30 years old, his aunt Fong Liyuan was the first to get anxious. People often run around to arrange blind dates for him. But either Ma Zhengnan thinks the other person is not feminine enough or not pretty enough. Or maybe the other party looks down on Ma Zhengnan and thinks he is poor. In the past 2 years, Ma Zhengnan has experienced no less than 10 blind dates, but not once did the two parties hit it off. In Fong Liyuan's words, if it weren't for Ma Zhengnan's mother, she wouldn't want to take care of this thankless task. My nephew has no skills at all, yet he wants to find a beautiful wife. Isn't that just a daydream? In desperation, when I asked someone to introduce me to someone, the woman's conditions were much more relaxed. The woman in front of her belongs to this category. She is the daughter of a colleague of Fong Liyuan at work, named Zhang Xiaoqin. Divorced once, but looks good in all aspects. After Ma Zhengnan looked at the other person's photo, he nodded happily in agreement. As long as a woman is beautiful, whether she is getting married for the second time or not is not a big deal to Ma Zhengnan. After the two parties agreed to meet in this cafe today, the scene just now happened. After sorting out his thoughts, Ma Zhengnan slowly walked towards Zhang Xiaoqin's seat. Hello, you must be Zhang Xiaoqin. Are you Aunt Fong's nephew? Sit down. I ordered a coffee for myself, please help yourself. The other party didn't know whether he had seen Ma Zhengnan's photo. He took a quick look at him before speaking elegantly. After the two sat down face to face, Ma Zhengnan was even more satisfied with the woman in front of him. Although the other party is not a stunning beauty, she has a natural feminine charm. Ma Zhengnan is more satisfied with her than all his previous blind dates. I sighed in my heart. Fortunately, the other party is a divorced woman, otherwise I would have no chance at all. I called the waiter and ordered a cup of coffee. Then he smiled and said, Miss Shang, you are much more beautiful than you look in the photo. To be honest, I am very satisfied with you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqin just smiled faintly. Although she has been divorced once, her standards for choosing a partner have not lowered much. That is, her mother suddenly mentioned that her colleague has a nephew who is quite good. Not only does he have a house in the mountain city, he is also a writer. That's why Zhang Xiaoqin went to the coffee shop for a blind date today. Then he smiled faintly and said, I've been divorced once, you should have heard about it, right? Seeing Ma Zhengnan nodded, he continued, as for me, I'm not in a hurry. But if I meet the right one, I don't mind dating first. I heard from Aunt Fong that you are a great writer. Could you please tell me about your masterpieces? Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on his face. He is just an online writer, not a real writer, let alone a masterpiece. Then he scratched his head and said embarrassedly, my aunt was just joking. I just like to write some online articles to earn some pocket money, I can't be considered a great writer. After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Zhang Xiaoqin couldn't help but be stunned. The smile on his face also faded a lot. She doesn't usually read novels, so she thought the author must be very great. Looking at Ma Zhengnan's expression at this moment, it seemed to be very different from what he thought in his heart. Pick up the coffee, take a sip. Then he said calmly, we are all adults, so I will speak frankly. My absolute requirement for my future partner is that he or she must guarantee me a high quality of life. Can you tell me how much money I can make writing online articles per month? Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan's heart couldn't help but jump. The meaning of Zhang Xiaoqin's words was very clear. Could it be that today's efforts were in vain? But after finally meeting someone he really likes, Ma Zhengnan certainly doesn't want to give up easily. After organizing his words in his mind, he said, I write online articles just as a hobby, so the monthly revenue is only 5,000 or 6,000. But if I really get married and start a family, I will definitely find a stable and good job again. Combined with the income from my part-time online writing, it should be okay in this mountain city. As Zhang Xiaoqin listened, the smile on her face completely disappeared. The Ma Zhengnan in front of her was so different from what she had imagined. Not even as good as her ex-husband. Apart from owning a suite in the mountain city, it can be said that he has nothing else. Even the 5 or 6,000 yuan in royalties every month is far less than my own salary. As for the other party's promise of finding a good and stable job, to Feng Xiaoqin, it was all bullshit. In today's bad environment, it's not easy to find a good job. In a flash, she regretted coming to this blind date today. I was playing with my phone when I accidentally sent a WeChat message. Within 2 seconds, a phone call came in. Zhang Xiaoqin answered the phone, said a few words, and hung up before pretending to be apologetic towards Ma Zhengnan. Said, "Sorry, I have something urgent to do now." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoqin stood up and took out 20 yuan and placed it on the table. "This is the money for my coffee. Let's split it. Bye." After saying this, Zhang Xiaoqin didn't even look at Ma Zhengnan again and just left without looking back. In this situation, if Ma Zhengnan still doesn't know what's going on, then he'd be really stupid. Looking at Zhang Xiaoqin's twisting figure, I felt that she was so close yet so far away. One can imagine the disappointment and depression in Ma Zhengnan's heart. What is wrong with this world? Damn, are the requirements of remarried women so high nowadays? Although I am not tall, rich, or handsome, this is my first marriage after all. It all comes down to money. If I had endless money, no matter how beautiful a woman was, she would be willing to follow me. When I was thinking about it, there was a sudden ding. Finding a suitable host, system binding. Chapter 2 Love Experience Hall. The sudden noise in his head startled Ma Zhengnan. System? Am I hallucinating? But the voice in my head just now was too real. Could it be that I really am lucky? Just as Ma Zhengnan was lost in thought, a ding sound came from his mind again. Ding! The Beauty Intimate Cashback System has been successfully bound. From the beginning of binding this system, when the host spends money on beauties with a comprehensive score of 80 points or above, all purchases can be fully rebated. The amount of money spent is the same as the amount of money. When the consumer's favorability towards the host reaches 50 points or above, there will be a chance to receive a small gift package of varying amounts from the other party. All system cashback funds are absolutely safe and reliable, please feel free to use them. Suddenly, a series of mechanical and cold voices came into his mind, and Ma Zhengnan's face instantly became as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. This is definitely not an illusion. I am really lucky. As an online writer, although he has never written a system-based novel himself, he has read novels of this type. Ma Zhengnan never imagined that there really was a system in this world. Although this Beauty Intimate Cashback System is not as awesome as other systems, it does not give you countless billions of money to spend at the beginning. But for the poor loser Ma Zhengnan, it is definitely a dream come true. Just by spending as much as he wants on beautiful women and getting as much as he wants back, he can make a big comeback. Live the peak life that any man dreams of. Suddenly a transparent panel appeared in front of me. Host, Ma Zhengnan. Strategy beauty target, none. Total assets, 24,280.46 yuan. In his excitement, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard. Hiss, the pain between his thighs made him even more excited. I'm not dreaming, I'm really rich now. For a moment, Ma Zhengnan suppressed the immense joy in his heart. Only then did I finally control the urge to laugh out loud. The feeling of loss caused by the sudden departure of Zhang Xiaoqin, the blind date, had long since disappeared without a trace. After paying the bill promptly, I left the cafe in a happy mood. At the moment, Ma Zhengnan still wants to confirm the authenticity of the system's cashback. After a few casual walks on the street, suddenly, the system in my mind made a beep. A consumer cashback recipient with a qualified comprehensive score has been detected. Do you want to check? Can the system also detect automatically? This is too humane. In Ma Zhengnan's sight, two women in formal business attire walked towards him. From his attire, you can tell that he is a white-collar elite working in a nearby high-rise building. One of the women has an oval face and a ponytail, and her appearance and figure are indeed charming. In Ma Zhengnan's aesthetic taste, this woman is at least a bit prettier than his previous blind date, Zhang Xiaoqin. Without time to think about it, I silently said in my heart, check it out. Name, Wang Yuhan. Age, 28. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Overall appearance, 82 points. Purity, 97%. Personal status, married, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 0. Looking at the information displayed on the panel, Ma Zhengnan instantly lost the desire to strike up a conversation. Although he is not a gentleman, he doesn't have to be a thief. Of course, even if the other party is not married, Ma Zhengnan still doesn't know how to approach her. Standing there, watching the two women leave. Suddenly I thought of the Love Experience Center that has become very popular on the internet recently. That hourly expense of hundreds or even thousands of dollars was even complained about by Ma Zhengnan himself. If you have that kind of money, it's better to go to a foot massage parlor and find a beautiful woman to chat about life with her than to find a beautiful woman there to experience the feeling of love. But now with the beauty intimate cashback system, Ma Zhengnan doesn't think so. High consumption definitely has its advantages. You can also experience the feeling of having a real beautiful woman lick you. I took out my phone and started searching. I didn't expect there was a new one opened not far away. I just took a taxi and arrived at my destination in less than 10 minutes. On the first floor of a commercial building, there are 7 big pink words written on the outside, Iran Love Experience Hall. Ma Zhengnan was a little excited as it was his first time to visit such a new and novel place. As soon as I walked in, a good-looking woman came to greet me. Smiling, he said, "Hello, welcome to the Iran Love Experience Center. Sir, do you have an appointment online?" "No, can I see the real person first before choosing?" "Of course, no problem. We still have 7 beautiful young ladies in our store who are waiting for orders. How about I call them all out for you to choose from?" Hearing this, of course it was exactly what Ma Zhengnan wanted. He's a man over 30, single all year round, and he's not someone who hasn't been to brothels before. The Love Experience Center in front of us is actually a formal place. For Ma Zhengnan, there is nothing he can't let go of. His only concern now was whether these 7 young ladies had met the requirements of the system. Ding, 2 cashback strategy candidates with qualified comprehensive scores have been detected. Do you want to check? The sound in his head instantly made Ma Zhengnan alert. In his sight, 7 young women slowly walked out. Either they are tall or petite, and they all look pretty. If there is no system binding. If he closed his eyes and randomly chose any one of the 7 women in front of him to be his wife, he would definitely be very satisfied. After looking around, his eyes soon stopped on one of the women. Whether it's her pretty face or her curvy figure, in Ma Zhengnan's opinion, she's the best among the 7. If I'm not mistaken, this woman is one of the girls suggested by the system. At first, the woman at the front desk smiled and said, "Brother, these 7 young ladies are all high-quality employees carefully selected by our Iran Love Experience Center. Whether it's playing games, shopping, eating, or watching movies, they can make you feel the heartbeat of love and are definitely worth the money." Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan, just to be on the safe side, silently checked in his mind. Name, Zhou Xiaoyu. Age, 22. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Overall appearance, 81 points. Purity, 96%. Personal status, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 0. Then another person's profile popped up. Name, Zhang Menjing. Age, 21. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance, 85 points. Purity, 98%. Personal status, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 10 points. Chapter 3 The feeling of spending money on beautiful women. When I suddenly saw that this beautiful woman named Zhang Menjing's favorability score was 10. Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but say MMP in his heart. Damn, I didn't even say a word, why did you give yourself 10 points right from the start? I couldn't help but glance at the most beautiful girl again. No need to think, this person should be Zhang Menjing. Did I offend you? I got 10 points right from the start. I just stared at you a few more times, making you look down on me, but I still picked on you. As his mind turned, he looked at the beautiful girl and said calmly, "Let's choose her." Brother, you really have good taste. Zhang Menjing is still a college student. She only works part-time with us during holidays. After hearing the other party's name and confirming that the system prompt was correct, Ma Zhengnan interrupted the woman. Just make the bill. I want her to accompany me for dinner and shopping. How much is it per hour? Her charge is 380 yuan an hour, but we need to register your personal information first. After hearing my Zhangnan point her out, Zhang Menjiying's face showed obvious joy. Although she had no good feelings towards this older man who was wearing cheap clothes and had a slightly vulgar look in his eyes. But it didn't stop Zhang Menjiying from wanting to take the order. Most of the girls working here are part-time and do not have any basic salary. They come here to work part-time simply because they are attracted by the high returns and low risks. But if you want to get a high salary, you must place as many orders as possible. Not only can you get a high commission, but you can also enjoy playing games, dining, and watching movies with your guests for free. Sometimes when I meet generous guests, I will accept small gifts. My Zhangnan registered his information and suddenly said when paying, "Can I add her WeChat and transfer the money directly to her?" When the woman at the front desk heard this, her expression was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Zhang Menjiying. Ding, Zhang Menjiying's favorability too. My Zhangnan said MMP in his heart again. After all, I am a financial sponsor, but after making a small request to add V, the other party's favorability dropped by 2 points. But the more this happened, the more my Zhangnan wanted to see it. Under the power of his money, will this beautiful girl who doesn't like him still be as arrogant as before? Seeing that the other party actually wanted to add her WeChat, Zhang Menjiying felt disgusted, but in order to take this order, still nodded and smiled. Of course you can add me on WeChat now, but after the order time is up, I have the right to delete it. Hearing this, my Zhangnan smiled faintly and said, of course no problem. He just doesn't believe that there are girls who come to work in this place and are not materialistic. After the two added each other on WeChat, my Zhangnan couldn't wait to transfer 380 yuan. After seeing the amount, Zhang Menjiying felt even more disgusted, and the smile on her face also faded a lot. He is indeed a poor loser, he only took orders for an hour. Ding! Zhang Menjiying's favorability 5. Ignoring Zhang Menjiying's contempt, as she pressed the payment button, my Zhangnan received a payment of 380 yuan via WeChat in real time. The moment the cashback funds arrived, my Zhangnan couldn't help but feel excited. So cool! I'm really about to take off. Although at present, the system only returns as much as you spend. But for a poor loser like my Zhangnan, it was already incredibly enjoyable. Not to mention the strategy to capture the girl's favorability to 50 points. Not only will you have the opportunity to have the most intimate contact with beautiful women, but you will also have the opportunity to receive cash back. It is not difficult to imagine that with such a magical operation, it would be difficult for my Zhangnan not to take off. While the front desk lady and Zhang Menjiying were still feeling contempt, my Zhangnan spoke calmly. Sorry, I missed a zero. I wanted to order for 10 hours. Let me try again. Ignoring the surprised looks of Zhang Menjiying and the woman at the front desk, he calmly transferred another 3,800 yuan. Brother, the girls here only accept orders for a maximum of 5 hours, this. The woman at the front desk kindly reminded me. Zhou Zhangnan really didn't know there was such a rule. Maybe he was thinking about the girl's safety, but he didn't care. He smiled and said, that's fine. Let's just calculate it as 5 hours. The extra time will be considered as my reward to her. After hearing Zhou Jingnan's words, the woman at the front desk and Zhou Menjiying were both stunned. The original intention of this kind of love experience center was to give the poor losers a brand new experience. Real rich people have no shortage of beautiful women around them and would not bother to come to such places. This store has been in business for more than half a year, and this is the first time they have seen such a generous customer. The woman at the front desk couldn't help but ask cautiously, brother, you are not kidding. We don't have any other special services besides regular playtime. Hearing this, Zhou Zhangnan, who had just experienced the system's magical cashback and was still extremely excited. He immediately said proudly, don't worry, we are in a society ruled by law now. The extra money is purely for tips. I just want to find a beautiful woman to have dinner with and go shopping with. Ding! Zhang Menjiying's favorability plus 10. As soon as my Zhangnan said this, Zhang Menjiying's favorability increased by 10 points. It is not difficult to imagine that the charm of money is so great. My Zhangnan also felt a little bit elated inside. It feels really good to spend money on a beautiful woman for the first time. A few minutes later, my Zhangnan came out of the love experience hall. There is now a beautiful woman around him who is the envy of many men. Since she had accepted Ma Zhengnan's rather generous reward, Zhang Menjing maintained a very respectful attitude. She asked delicately, "Brother, what do you want me to call you in these 5 hours?" Is there such a request? Of course, as long as it's not too illegal. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan thought for a moment and said, "Then you can call me Brother Nan, is that okay?" "Of course, no problem. Where are we going now, Brother Nan?" "I'm hungry, let's go eat something first." Anyway, there is a cashback tool here, so Ma Zhengnan is not worried about consumption at all. As a poor guy, the best thing he had ever eaten in his life was a seafood buffet that cost 200 or 300 yuan. For Ma Zhengnan, the greatest enjoyment in life is nothing more than beautiful women and delicious food. Now that he has this opportunity, of course he wants to experience the real top-notch delicacy. Zhang Menjing was of course happy when she heard this. For part-time workers like them, dining with guests is always much more comfortable than shopping. He smiled and said, "Brother Nan, there's a good little restaurant nearby. It's economical and affordable. How about I take you there?" Chapter 4 Taking the Girl to Dinner. Looking at the pretty girl in front of him with a coquettish expression, Ma Zhengnan was speechless. Although the two of them were just acting, this girl has such great acting talent. If the system hadn't prompted that the other party's favorability was still negative, Ma Zhengnan would have thought that the other party had taken a fancy to him. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel happy. The loser mentality still hasn't been adjusted. With such a miraculous item as the system, your future life is destined to be full of romantic encounters. Why bother caring about the other person's feelings? No matter how beautiful she is, if money can't win her favor, just replace her with another one. It is not easy to find a three-legged toad, and it is even easier to find a two-legged beauty. Brother Nan, was what I just said funny? What are you laughing at? Seeing Ma Zhengnan's happy expression, Zhang Menjing couldn't help but ask with a smile. "Nothing, just thought of something fun. Come out with me to eat at any restaurant, come on, I'll take you to a top-notch meal." Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Zhang Menjing's eyes suddenly lit up. You know what, even though this guy in front of me doesn't look that good and his clothes are pretty ordinary. But the tone of his voice at this moment seemed quite pleasing. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 10. Ma Zhengnan had never expected that just by saying something arrogant, the girl in front of him would suddenly become so popular with him. Name, Zhang Menjing. Age, 21. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance, 85 points. Purity, 98%. Personal status, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, plus 3 points. After taking another look at Zhang Menjing's information, Ma Zhengnan already had the idea of conquering her. Although she is not a 100% pure girl, Ma Zhengnan doesn't care at all. Besides, it is rare and precious that such a beautiful girl has only been polluted a little bit. As he walked, he smiled and said, "How long have you been working here? The salary should be quite high." Brother Nan, I heard about it from a friend. I've only been here for less than a month. Normally I have to go to school, so I only come here on Sundays. I can earn a few hundred yuan every day just by eating and drinking with customers, which feels pretty good. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. Brother Nan, what do you do? You were so generous just now, I even suspected that you were some hidden tycoon. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan laughed and said, I'm just an unemployed vagrant, commonly known as a poor loser in the eyes of beauties like you. After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Zhang Menjing couldn't help but roll her eyes slightly. She said in a coquettish tone, Brother Nan, you are really humorous. Of course she didn't believe such nonsense. This poor loser was able to give me a 2,000 yuan tip right from the start, and now he wants to take me out for a big meal. However, seeing that Ma Zhengnan refused to tell the truth, Zhang Menjing did not ask any more questions. She thought, after the two of them finished their business today, there will be no relationship between us in the future, so why bother knowing what the other person does? Ma Zhengnan just smiled faintly when he saw the girl's eyes. I just told the truth. Before today, I was indeed just a poor loser. If the system hadn't arrived, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to communicate with this beautiful girl in front of me. 380 for an hour, and still treating the other person to dinner and a movie, isn't that pure stupidity? Not long after walking, Ma Zhengnan saw a very upscale restaurant. Let's go in and have something to eat. After saying that, he walked in first. Zhang Menjing saw this, took a look at the restaurant's style, and muttered in her heart. Humph, And you still call yourself a poor loser? I'm afraid ordinary people wouldn't have the confidence to walk into such a high-end restaurant. Then she hurried a few steps to catch up, and said delicately, Brother Nan, do you often come here to eat? Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan glanced at Zhang Menjing with a smile. I've already said I'm a poor loser. Do you think I'll have the chance to dine here often? Zhang Menjing laughed in her heart when she heard this. Do you think I'm blind? But she still had to pretend to be coquettish. Brother Nan, you really love to joke. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards a seat by the window. After the waiter handed over the menu, Ma Zhengnan flipped through it casually. This was also his first time in such a high-end restaurant. However, the price was not as expensive as he imagined, generally ranging from tens to hundreds of yuan. I just don't know if the system will give me cash back when I order food? Without thinking much, I ordered 7 or 8 of the most expensive dishes, which totaled about 2,000 yuan. Then handed the menu to Zhang Menjing. See what else you want to eat and order it yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing still felt a little touched. To put it bluntly, she was just a tool who was eating and drinking for free, and she didn't expect the other party to be so considerate. He quickly pushed his hand away and said modestly, Brother Nan, no need. I'm not picky about food. We can't finish all the food you ordered. Ding. Zhang Menjing's favorability +2. Hey, this can also add points? Seeing Zhang Menjing being humble and giving herself more points for favorability, Ma Zhengnan was immediately happy. He smiled and said, Okay, would you like some wine or something? Thank you, Brother Nan. Then give me a glass of orange juice. Ma Zhengnan didn't like drinking much either, so he also ordered a glass of orange juice for himself. Soon, plates of delicious food were served on the table. Ma Zhengnan was pointing at the most expensive spots. What about the fried king crab, the stir-fried lobster with green onions, the delicious double-headed abalone? They are basically the ceiling of seafood, coupled with the superb cooking skills of the chef. Just looking at the appearance can make people salivate. Eat it, don't be polite to me. As he spoke, Ma Zhengnan had already picked up his chopsticks. This was the first time in his life that he had enjoyed such delicious food, and he was too lazy to be polite with the girl in front of him. Zhang Menjing saw this and thought it was a rare opportunity to have such a delicious meal. He was just a little reserved for a moment, and then enjoyed the delicious meal in front of him without any hesitation. The two of them were eating and chatting, and Ma Zhengnan learned that the university the other person attended was quite close to where he lived. My heart couldn't help but become lively, which would facilitate the next step of communication between me and the other party. The meal lasted nearly an hour, and when it came time to pay the bill, Ma Zhengnan was still a little nervous. I don't know if the system will refund all the money? Ma Zhengnan was not disappointed. Almost at the same time as he scanned the code to pay, I received the same amount of cash on WeChat in real time. Chapter 5 The Taste of Freeloading. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Menjing burped softly. With a slightly embarrassed look on his face, he asked with a smile, Brother Nan, where are we going next? Of course we're going shopping. Otherwise, if I wanted to go to the hotel, you definitely wouldn't agree. With the system's protection, Ma Zhengnan became much bolder and made a light joke. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing rolled her eyes slightly. Brother Nan, you really love to joke around, so I'll go shopping with you. Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel happy when he didn't hear the system prompt that the other party's favorability points were deducted. If I were just an ordinary customer, it would be strange if the other party didn't get angry if I made such a joke. It seems that the power of money is really extraordinary. I haven't even used much strength yet. Let's go, there's a commercial pedestrian street nearby. Today is Sunday, and there are quite a few men and women strolling around the pedestrian street. Ma Zhengnan and Zhang Menjing had just arrived here when they attracted many men's casual glances. Of course, the focus is basically on Zhang Menjing. Even though Shancheng is famous for its many beauties, Zhang Menjing's figure and appearance are still quite good. I have to say, the price of 380 yuan an hour for a beautiful girl to accompany you is really not a joke. At least in Ma Zhengnan's current sight, he didn't find anyone who could compete with Zhang Menjing. Although the relationship between the two is just a simple money transaction. But looking at the envious eyes of other men, Ma Zhengnan still felt a little proud. After absorbing a lot of resentment, I stopped at a Huawei mobile phone store. He smiled and said, let's go in and take a look. Okay, Brother Nan. As a playmate, Zhang Menjing certainly had no objection and nodded in agreement obediently. She thought my Zheng Nan was going to buy a mobile phone, so she asked after entering, "Brother Nan, do you like the Huawei brand? I see that the one you have is also one." Well, it's not a matter of liking or disliking it, but if the price-performance ratio isn't too different, I'll definitely support domestically made products. Well, Brother Nan, I support you too. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan's face lit up. Are you supporting me with your iPhone in your hand? Hey, Nan brother, please stop laughing at me. This Apple phone was bought for me by my family 3 years ago when I was admitted to university. Next time I change my phone, it will definitely be a Huawei. Zhang Menjing pouted cutely before explaining. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled and pointed in the direction of the counter. No need to wait until next time, I'll buy one for you right now, and you can see which style you like. After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Zhang Menjing was stunned for a moment. What does the other party mean? Tipping and having yourself accompany me for a nice meal are both reasonable. But asking me to go shopping with him and buying him a mobile phone seems a bit hard to understand. Could it be that Brother Nan wants to turn his fake play into reality and wants me to be his girlfriend? For a moment, Zhang Menjing stood there in a daze, not knowing how to respond. To be honest, besides being generous and frank towards my Zhengnan, nothing else is pleasing to the eye. Why are you standing there? Don't worry, I won't ask anything of you. I just want to buy something for you. After hearing what my Zhengnan said, Zhang Menjing quickly waved her hands and said, Brother Nan, thank you for your kindness, but I can't accept something as valuable as a cell phone. He. How valuable can a cell phone be? It's fate that we're together today. Maybe you'll still think of me when you see this phone in the future, won't that be a wonderful thing? Seeing Zhang Menjing still wanting to refuse, Ma Zhengnan smiled directly at a young lady at the counter and said, Hello, take out your best phone so we can see it. The lady at the counter also heard the conversation between the two and probably guessed what was going on. The plain-looking man in front of him obviously wanted to spend a lot of money to pursue this little fairy. Although the other person didn't look like a wealthy person, the salesperson didn't care. He obediently took out a gorgeous red Huawei folding phone. This is the best-selling model in our store. Although the price is a bit high, the style and function are absolutely amazing. The color also matches this beautiful lady very well, why don't you take a look? When Ma Zhengnan got this foldable phone in his hand, he couldn't help but feel itchy. The Huawei phone I use costs less than 3,000 yuan. He also took a look at the price of this folding phone in front of him, and the price tag was 16,999 yuan. I have to say, it feels really different to hold such a high-end mobile phone in your hand. If conditions allowed, Ma Zhengnan would have wanted to buy himself a mobile phone like this. Before he knew it, he handed the Huawei foldable phone to Zhang Menjing. See if you like it? Holding this colorful and beautiful folding phone in her hand, Zhang Menjing was a little dazed for a moment. Could she honestly say she didn't like it? If Ma Zhengnan had just given her an ordinary Huawei phone worth 2 or 3,000, Zhang Menjing might have refused it cruelly. But this one in my hand is absolutely lethal. Compared with her old Apple phone, it's like heaven and earth. There is a classmate in her class who uses the same Huawei folding phone. I wonder how many people envy her. For a moment, Zhang Menjing was struggling fiercely in her heart. She wasn't naive enough to think that a man would give such an expensive gift. Just because I simply wanted to give something to myself. If that's really the case, then these two words simple are so valuable. But this guy in front of me doesn't look good and is a bit old. But the generosity of his moves really made me a little overwhelmed. Compared to my ex-boyfriend, he is so much more arrogant. Thinking of this, Zhang Menjing made up her mind. After all, the other party was willing and didn't make any demands. Maybe he just had too much money and had no place to spend it? With a complicated look in his eyes, he asked, Brother Nan, are you really going to give me such an expensive phone? Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan said happily, Of course it's true. Then, he turned to the lady at the counter and said proudly, Please place the order. I'll buy this phone. At the moment when Ma Zhengnan used his mobile phone to place an order. Ding. Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 10. Ding. Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 10. Zhang Menjing's favorability has continued to soar and has now reached plus 25. This level of favorability shows that in Zhang Menjing's heart, she already regards Ma Zhengnan as a recognized friend. Brother Nan, thank you. Feeling the magic brought by the power of money, Ma Zhengnan was also very happy. The feeling of getting something for free is really addictive. Chapter 6 Never be a dog. When the two were about to leave the store, Zhang Menjing suddenly seemed to remember something. I couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Nan, the Huawei phone you are using is an old model, right? Why don't you change it now? Hearing this, my Zhangnan felt itchy in his heart. Why don't I want to change? It's just that I don't have the conditions. But he smiled and said, this phone in my hand is quite memorable to me. I don't plan to change it unless it is absolutely necessary. Oh, I see. It must have been given to you by your ex-girlfriend. I didn't expect Brother Nan to be such a loyal person. Zhang Menjing smiled smartly. Hearing this, Ma Zhennan laughed and did not respond. It's a plus for a girl to think this way. Suddenly, Zhang Menjing had a brand new foldable colorful mobile phone in her hand, and she felt so happy. Besides the Huawei store, she asked delicately, Brother Nan, where should we go next? Ma Zhangnan glanced around the street and took a look at a well-known women's clothing store. Then he smiled faintly and said, let's go take a look in there. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing didn't know what to say. Going to a women's clothing store, isn't that clearly a sign that you want to buy clothes for yourself? Although she had a little affection for Ma Zhangnan at this time, she had not really decided to have an in-depth relationship with him. If she really accepted more gifts, she was afraid that she would really sink into depravity. Seeing the hesitation on Zhang Menjing's face, Ma Zhangnan smiled faintly and walked towards the store first. Seeing this, Zhang Menjing gently bit her tempting lips and took 2 quick steps to follow. Welcome to Kaishriiran Women's Clothing Store. As soon as I walked in, the girl in the store greeted me warmly. Brother Nan, what are you doing? Although she already guessed what Ma Zhangnan wanted to do, Zhang Menjing couldn't help but ask. Isn't it obvious? I bought clothes for you. Ma Zhangnan said directly and frankly. Brother Nan, you just gave me such an expensive phone, and now you're buying me clothes. This isn't very appropriate. Don't think too much, I just want to buy something for you. After hearing Ma Zhengnan's explanation that didn't sound like an explanation, Zhang Menjing didn't know how to respond. But I'm still a little excited. She had also heard of this brand of women's clothing store. Although it is not a top luxury product, it is quite famous in China, and any piece of it can easily cost thousands of yuan. Since Ma Zhangnan said so, she was too lazy to be polite anymore. Anyway, I have already accepted the mobile phone worth tens of thousands of dollars, so why bother about the value of these 2 clothes? Then she put on a well-behaved look and said delicately, Brother Nan, I'm really sorry for costing you money today. Thank you. You're welcome. Choose whatever you like and try it. Brother Nan, which one do you think looks good on me? Why don't you help me choose? That's it. Fine then. This was a welfare request from the beauty, so Ma Zhangnan certainly had no reason to refuse. After walking around, I pointed to a small black vest and a short skirt. He smiled meaningfully and said, if you try this. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing with a smile. She had just asked Ma Zhangnan to help her choose clothes and had guessed this would be the result. Of course I want to be pretentious at this time. The man's series of crazy actions today had already made Zhang Menjing feel a little strange. When a man spends money on a woman, as long as he is very generous and willing to do so, his charm will skyrocket invisibly. In addition, Ma Zhangnan looks pretty good, and before she knew it, Zhang Menjing started to feel like he was her girlfriend. After a while, Zhang Menjing, wearing a black vest and a plaid skirt, slowly walked out of the fitting room. The temperature in the mountain city in early summer was almost 30 degrees, but she did not feel any discomfort. She walked directly to Ma Zhangnan, her face slightly red as she asked, Brother Nan, does it look good? Zhang Menjing's every move at this moment made Ma Zhengnan's blood boil. Not only is it beautiful, it's simply too beautiful. Originally, Zhang Menjing wore a loose t-shirt and jeans today. Overall it is very conservative. At this time, she was wearing a cool black vest, which perfectly brought out her roundness. That beautifully curved groove line almost made Ma Zhangnan unable to extricate himself from his gaze. At this moment, please upload your own pictures. Under the plaid skirt, a pair of straight white and tender legs also made Ma Zhangnan feel his throat dry, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Seeing Ma Zhangnan like this, Zhang Menjing's face was a little shy, but she couldn't help but feel happy inside. Brother Nan, I feel like I can't wear this outfit out. Why don't you change into something else? Ma Zhangnan didn't need to say anything at all, the shopping guide beside him quickly said. Miss, this suit fits you perfectly. You can wear it out anytime, anywhere. If I had a figure as good as yours, I would definitely buy one and wear it out for a walk. Ma Zhengnan also returned to his normal expression at this time. I really can't blame him for his pig-like look just now, if it weren't for the binding system. I'm afraid he will never have the chance in this life to have a beauty of Zhang Menjing's level show him the erotic scene she just showed him. I have already made up my mind to completely capture the beauty in front of me. Then, he said with a proud smile, why bother with that? No need to change. I think the clothes here are all very nice. Why don't we just pick a few more sets? Hearing this, Zhang Menjing's heart inexplicably jumped twice. It was the first time she met a man who was willing to spend money on her casually. If Zhang Menjing said that she was not moved at all, she probably wouldn't believe it herself. But she still asked in a delicate voice, Brother Nan, is this okay? What's wrong with that? I just want to buy clothes for you. The more Ma Zhengnan said this, the more Zhang Menjing sank into despair. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 10. Hearing the system's favorable impression soar again, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel refreshed. Of course, it would be best if you could use money to gain the other person's favorability. But then again, in today's materialistic society, how many girls can resist the temptation of money? Half an hour later, under the envious gazes of several shopping guides in the store, Zhang Menjing, carrying 3 shopping bags, followed Ma Zhengnan out of the store in high spirits. Ma Zhengnan had no intention of helping to carry the bag. He had figured it out long ago. Although his system was a bit of a grudge. But I will never be a bootlicker again. No matter what kind of beauty you meet in the future, if you can't win her favor with money, you can only say that you are not destined to be with her. Chapter 7 Zhang Xiaoqin's surprise. A few sets of summer clothes don't feel heavy at all. Zhang Menjing was excited at this moment, without any dissatisfaction at all. She uses her weekends to work part-time as a fake girlfriend. I originally just wanted to earn some pocket money to improve my quality of life. Who would have thought that just a few days after entering the industry, I would meet a generous man like Ma Zhengnan? With her figure and looks, Zhang Menjing certainly has plenty of male admirers at school, including many from well-off families. But when it comes to spending money generously, he is far inferior to Ma Zhengnan in front of him. Unconsciously, her mentality is slowly changing. I even feel that having a boyfriend like Ma Zhengnan is not something unacceptable. Brother Nan, where are we going now? Do you like the bag? How about we go buy some more? Ma Zhengnan responded to Zhang Menjing with another sweet comment. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 5. The system directly answered the girl's answer first. There is no doubt that girls' desire for bags is probably even greater than their desire for clothes. Based on the arrogance of Ma Zhengnan's attack just now, Zhang Menjing didn't even have to think about it. She knew the bag the other party was talking about was definitely not a low-quality product worth 1 or 200 yuan. The girl's heart was pounding. She said coquettishly, Brother Nan, I'm sorry for making you spend so much money. I feel a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan was immediately happy. As I continued to make moves, the beautiful girl in front of me became more and more happy to accept the gifts. However, with the system in hand, he was not worried about the other party's greed at all. Of course, this must be done in a way that can increase the other party's favorability. Then, he said generously, what's the big deal? Let's just have fun today. I'll buy whatever you like. Well, Brother Nan, you are so nice. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 5. After his continuous and domineering moves, the girl's favorability towards Ma Zhengnan has reached 45 points. I have to say that Zhang Menjing is a little materialistic. But compared to many hypocritical white lotuses, it is still rare and precious. Thinking that he only needed 5 points of favorability to get a chance to get cash back from the girl, Ma Zhengnan felt even more happy. He smiled and said, let's go and see what brand of bags you like. Let's go in and browse. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing hesitated slightly. The free little hand took the initiative to hold Ma Zhengnan's arm. She whispered softly, Brother Nan, thank you. The girl's sudden gentle gesture made Ma Zhengnan feel as refreshed as if he had suddenly eaten an ice cream in the hottest days of summer. I could feel the light fragrance coming from Zhang Menjing, and accidentally touched her soft and fragrant. It made him feel elated. This was a scene he could never have imagined when he was a poor loser. The corners of my mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. I thought to myself, if this continues, will we be able to have a feast today? Under Zhang Menjing's guidance, the two were like a real couple. Slowly walked into a very upscale bag store. As soon as I stepped in, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! A consumer with a qualified comprehensive score has been detected. Do you want to check? This is the fourth time the system has prompted us since we arrived at the commercial pedestrian street. Since Ma Zhengnan had a beautiful woman by his side, he basically ignored her the first few times. It's impossible for him to have a beautiful woman by his side and then flirt with other beauties. But this time it's different, in Ma Zhengnan's sight. Zhang Xiaoqin was actually shopping for bags here with a woman. The other party also noticed Ma Zhengnan immediately, and his face was also full of surprise. I muttered to myself, what's wrong with this poor loser? He just went on a blind date with me this morning. This afternoon, a beautiful woman who was prettier than me appeared beside me. The intimate gesture of the two holding hands made Zhang Xiaoqin feel incomprehensible. The moment Ma Zhengnan saw Zhang Xiaoqin, he also felt that the world was so small. After taking a look around, I felt that Zhang Xiaoqin was probably the most beautiful person in this bag shop. I checked it silently in my mind, and sure enough, the object detected by the system was her. Name, Zhang Xiaoqin. Age, 29. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 52 kg. Overall appearance, 80 points. Purity, 95%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, plus 3 points. Ma Zhengnan didn't think anything of the other things, but he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaoqin had some good feelings towards him. This is actually quite normal. There were no conflicts between the two during their blind date this morning, so it can be considered a good breakup. As long as there is no ill feeling, there will basically be some degree of favorability. After the two looked at each other, Ma Zhengnan smiled and took the lead in greeting. Miss Zhang, what a coincidence! I didn't expect we could meet here. Well, it's a bit of a coincidence. Zhang Xiaoqin was still confused at this time and responded briefly. The two parties were not very familiar with each other. After saying hello, Ma Zhengnan took Zhang Menjing to walk around the store. After having the system, he no longer had any thoughts about this second married woman. Plus, with a more outstanding girl by his side, of course he wouldn't spend any more time on Zhang Xiaoqin. Seeing this, the woman who was shopping with Zhang Xiaoqin couldn't help but glance at the backs of Ma Zhengnan and Zhang Menjing. Xiaoqin, do you know them? Zhang Xiaoqin shook her head. It's not that we know each other, we only met once this morning. Hearing this, the woman asked in surprise, you're not saying he's the one you went on a blind date with, are you? Seeing Zhang Xiaoqin nodded. He couldn't help but whispered, Xiaoqin, this is too mysterious. Didn't you say he was a poor loser? How could there be such a beautiful woman around him? Ignoring her bestie's surprise, Zhang Xiaoqin was also puzzled. While casually looking at the bag, her attention was focused on Ma Zhengnan and Zhang Menjing. After Ma Zhengnan took a walk around, he felt relieved. Although this bag shop looks quite high-end, the prices are not too outrageous. Most of the prices on the labels are between several thousand yuan, and the most expensive is just over 10,000 yuan, which is completely within Ma Zhengnan's spending range. I saw Zhang Menjing's eyes lingering on a bag for a long time. He smiled and said, do you like this bag? After Zhang Menjing took Ma Zhengnan's arm, she finally came to terms with it. If she missed the chance to get a man who was willing to spend money on her, she might not be able to find the village again. Chapter 8 The Sweet Reward of Holding Hands. Hearing Zhang Menjing's straightforward answer, Ma Zhengnan became even more excited. This is completely a prelude for the girl to open up to herself and prepare for further and deeper communication. This is the charm of money. Just spending tens of thousands of yuan can make such a beautiful girl bow her head. You can imagine how wonderful the colorful life of that famous prince on the internet is every day. I took a quick look at the price, and it turns out the girl has pretty good taste. The bag she chose costs 11,999 yuan, which is basically the most expensive bag in this bag store. Of course, as long as the price doesn't exceed 24,000, Ma Zhengnan won't hesitate at all. I smiled at the saleswoman next to me and said, I bought this bag. Please help us pack it up. Hearing this, the salesperson was of course happy. Their salaries are a base salary plus commission, and they hope that the bags they sell are as expensive as possible. At the same time, I was envious of Zhang Menjing. Being beautiful is good. You don't even need to ask. Just one look from her will make men willingly buy such an expensive bag for her. But she still said sweetly, this beautiful lady has really good taste. This bag is the latest model in our store. It suits your temperament so well. Amidst the salesperson's compliments, Ma Zhengnan readily paid the bill. He didn't forget to ask the girl, Menjing, are there any others you like? How about choosing 2 more? Ding. Zhang Menjing's favorability +5. Ding. Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host has reached 50 points. The system automatically binds her to the number 1 female protagonist. From this moment on, the host will have a chance to receive a gift package from the number 1 female protagonist. The heavenly sound that suddenly came into his mind made Ma Zhengnan feel elated. Zhang Menjing wasn't too greedy. Although her heart was filled with sweetness, she still shook her head repeatedly. Brother Nan, no need, I'm still in school and I don't need so many bags. After hearing what Zhang Menjing said, Ma Zhengnan came to his senses and did not try to persuade her anymore. The score has already reached the standard, so now it's time to enjoy the results. I was so excited, and when I saw the girl had another shopping bag in her hand, I finally felt a little guilty. Menjing, let me help you carry 2 bags. Well, thank you, Brother Nan. Zhang Menjing was not polite either. Now that her favorability towards the man in front of her had reached 50 points, she became much more casual. After casually handing over 2 shopping bags, he naturally put his free hand around Ma Zhengnan's arm. Ding! A gift package from Zhang Menjing, the heroine of the number 1 strategy game, has arrived. Get 500 yuan in cash back. The cashback will be automatically deposited into the host's account. Almost at the same time, Ma Zhengnan received a message on his phone. Dear Huaxia Bank user, your bank card number ending in 0866 has received a transfer of 500 yuan. After confirming the information, Ma Zhengnan felt so happy. I can finally make some money myself. Holding hands with a beautiful woman will get 500 yuan in your account. Although it's far inferior to the $1 trillion rewards from those systems and novels. But apart from being ecstatic, Ma Zhengnan did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. What's the use of all those system rewards in novels? How can a fictional thing be compared with my real system? In a very comfortable mood, the two walked out of the bag store hand in hand. Zhang Xiaoqin, who had been secretly observing the two, was even more surprised when she saw them leave the store. I thought to myself, could this guy have been hiding something from me this morning? He bought a 12,000 yuan bag without even blinking an eye. As soon as he walked out of the store, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but sneeze. Zhang Menjing laughed and said, Brother Nan, is someone talking about you? Ha, I'm just a poor loser, who would talk about me? Hate it, Brother Nan, could you please stop joking like this? Listening to the girl's coquettish tone, Ma Zhengnan's heart almost melted. The arm rubbed the girl's soft spot twice intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that Zhang Menjing didn't react much, my heart couldn't help but feel a surge of heat. He smiled and said, Menjing, you must be a little tired after walking around for so long, why don't we find a place to rest? Hearing this, Zhang Menjing was stunned, and her face struggled for a moment. Then he whispered back, Brother Nan, I have to report back to the store later, and then go back to school. Although she had a certain degree of affection for the man in front of her. But after all, we just met, and I don't want to give my body to him so easily. After hearing what Zhang Menjing said, Ma Zhengnan was also stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, What are you thinking about? I mean, find a chair to sit down and take a rest. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. She said in a coquettish tone, Oh, Brother Nan, you are so annoying. You can't even speak clearly? I have to say, Zhang Menjing is able to work part-time at the Love Experience Hall. She knows how to control the mood when talking to men. This short sentence not only resolved his previous embarrassment, but also prevented Ma Zhengnan from feeling any dissatisfaction. Although I am a little disappointed that I can't enjoy the delicious feast from the beauty today. But Ma Zhengnan quickly adjusted his mentality. Judging from my performance today, and knowing how much the girl likes me, the beauty in front of me will come to me sooner or later. I checked the time and saw that there were still 2 hours left before the deadline for Zhang Menjing's order. He smiled and said, It's still early, why don't you go to the movies with me? Zhang Menjing nodded without even thinking about Ma Zhengnan's formal and reasonable request. Well, I'll listen to Brother Nan. I took out my phone and searched, and I didn't expect that there was a private cinema on this commercial pedestrian street. Ma Zhengnan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his mind became active again. This kind of private cinema is usually a small private room for 2 people, where you can freely use your imagination. Just thinking about it makes your heart burn with excitement. put the shopping bags behind the counter. Following the instructions in the mobile phone message, the two soon arrived at the door of the private cinema. Brother Nan, are you going to a private cinema? Zhang Menjing obviously knew what a private cinema was, and asked with a slightly red face. Well, do you have any objections? No. No opinion, I'll listen to Brother Nan. Seeing the girl's attitude, Ma Zhengnan was immediately happy. After spending less than 200 yuan, I casually bought a ticket for a popular movie. Led by the staff, the two quickly entered a private room for a couple's movie. Chapter 9 Continuous Sweet Blows. Ma Zhengnan took a look at the small private room in front of him, which was only a dozen square meters. Except for the main screen, the surrounding walls were covered with plastic flowers. The private room not only has a double bed, but also a set of sofas and even a rocking chair that can accommodate two people. I wish you two a pleasant viewing. After the staff member turned on the film on the screen, he left the room. And on the movie screen, a giant gorilla was already roaring. Ma Zhengnan lowered his voice a bit before holding Zhang Menjing's hand. With a mischievous smile on his face, he asked, Menjing, where should we sit and watch? Why don't you choose a seat? Hearing this, Zhang Menjing blushed and whispered, Brother Nan, just sit on the sofa. Okay, I'll listen to you. After they both sat on the sofa, Ma Zhengnan immediately hugged the girl in his arms. Zhang Menjing just struggled slightly symbolically, and then let Ma Zhengnan hug her. Ding! A small gift package has been dropped from the number 1 heroine Zhang Menjing. Receive a cash reward of 1,000 yuan. The cashback funds will be automatically deposited into the host's account. I have a beautiful woman in my arms, and there is an extra 1,000 yuan in my bank card. In this situation, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel happy. As for Godzilla and King Kong on the screen, he had no interest in watching them at all. My hands can't help but move a little bit. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the number 1 heroine Zhang Menjing, and you'll receive a 1,000 yuan cash reward. Ma Zhengnan was incredibly excited after receiving 2 small gift packages that fell from the sky in a row. I'm afraid even Prince Wang can't understand this kind of thing where you can not only enjoy yourself but also create opportunities to make money. While feeling excited, Ma Zhengnan glanced at the girl's tempting mouth. Just as she was about to confront him, Zhang Menjing dodged in a hurry. Nan brother, they said there might be cameras in places like this, could you please not do this? Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan's burning passion instantly subsided. Based on the intimate exchange between the two of them just now, he also realized that the girl was not unwilling to give him. Who knows if this kind of private cinema really has things like pinhole cameras? Forcefully suppressing the lust in his heart, Ma Zhengnan also became much more honest. The occasional taking advantage of me later did not attract any small gift packages from the system. He finally understood that these little gift packages that fell from the sky were just random and not available all the time. But Ma Zhengnan didn't have any dissatisfaction in his heart. He still understands that one should not be too greedy. The sweet and soft things he occasionally grasped made him feel very happy, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really huge. After watching this Hollywood movie, Zhang Menjing was hugged in his arms. There's almost tears in his eyes. I'm afraid neither of them can explain the plot of the movie. After leaving the private cinema, Zhang Menjing's blushing face had not yet recovered. She said coquettishly, Brother Nan, it's almost time. I have to go back to the store to hand over the order. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan took the girl's hand. She said softly, why don't you stop working part-time in that store? Ah, Brother Nan, why? I can earn a few thousand just working there for a few days a month. I feel pretty good. A few $1,000s, do you think I can't come up with such a small amount? Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Zhang Menjing certainly didn't understand. It seems that the man in front of me is planning to give me pocket money in the long term. Given the other party's boldness today, she certainly wouldn't doubt the truth of this statement. She nodded obediently and agreed, well, I'll listen to Brother Nan. Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan's heart was burning again. Said to the girl, Menjing, why don't we go to the hotel tonight? Hearing this, Zhang Menjing dodged for a moment with a flickering look in her eyes. Brother Nan, I have classes tomorrow and need to go back to school in the evening. Can you give me a few days? Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan sighed slightly in his heart. He also noticed that the other party still had a little hesitation and struggle, so he didn't force it. He smiled and said, it's okay, I'll take a taxi to take you home. Well, thank you, Brother Nan. After retrieving the items from the counter, Ma Zhengnan sent Zhang Menjing back to the Year in Love Experience Hall. Afterwards, seeing that it was getting late, I took a taxi back to my home. Lying on my bed, thinking about everything that happened today, I felt like I was in a dream. Yesterday I was a poor loser, but today I was hit by the legendary system. Thinking about the intimate contact with the beauty level girl today. A smile appeared involuntarily on the corner of Ma Zhengnan's mouth. In a moment of thought, a transparent panel appeared before my eyes. Host, Ma Zhengnan. Target, female number 1 Zhang Menjing. Total assets, 26,780.46 yuan. Thinking about how I used to work so hard to write for half a day, and only earned a few thousand yuan a month. And today, in just a few hours, I not only experienced the pleasure of conquering the best girl. And it's easy to make a lot of money. The more Ma Zhengnan thought about it, the more excited he became. He almost wanted to get up and burn 3 incense sticks for the system master. I'm really going to take off this time. Zhang Menjing returned to the Love Experience Hall and listened to Ma Zhengnan's words, directly stating that she would not come to work part-time in the future. After the boss tried to persuade me to stay but to no avail, he still paid me my salary without hesitation. After the girl returned to her rented room near the school, she put the bags in her hands on the bed. Looking at the brand new clothes, bags and mobile phones on the bed, I felt so happy. After hearing the noise, a small figure rushed out from the bathroom. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded, "Ying, have you made a fortune? Why did you buy so many things?" This girl's name is Ma Rongrong. She is Zhang Menjing's classmate and also her best friend. Although her appearance is far inferior to Zhang Menjing, she can still be considered as a little bird. The two of them were not used to living in the big dormitory in the school, so they discussed and decided to rent a small room together outside the school. At this moment, Ma Rongrong exclaimed in surprise while fiddling with the items on the bed. He exclaimed again, "Wow, a Huawei foldable phone, isn't this the one our classmate Zhou Yuan uses? And this bag is so beautiful, I'm afraid it's not cheap either. These clothes are so beautiful." Chapter 10 Ambiguous Message. Seeing her friend Ma Rongrong's startled expression, Zhang Menjing felt a little proud in her heart. He smiled and said, "Rongrong, didn't you go out to play?" Hearing this, Ma Rongrong curled her lips and said, "If you're not here, who will go out with me?" Then he changed the subject and asked exaggeratedly, "Menjing, where did you get the money to buy so many expensive items?" Zhang Menjing never thought of hiding anything from her best friend. Just a brief recap of what happened today. After hearing this, Ma Rongrong was shocked and couldn't help asking, "Ying, this brother Nan you're talking about is not a liar? He's so rich, and he has so many beautiful women around him, why would he need to go to a dating experience center to show off his presence?" Hearing this, Zhang Menjing stretched out her white and tender little finger and gently pressed Ma Rongrong's little head. Said, "What are you talking about? Do you think a scammer would buy me something worth tens of thousands of yuan right away?" After hearing what Zhang Menjing said, Ma Rongrong also felt that it made sense. An envious expression flashed across his face, and he sighed. "Menjing, sometimes I really envy you for being so beautiful. You can get such a good salary in any part-time job, and now you have met a man who is willing to spend so much money on you." "Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that I've already quit my part-time job at the Love Museum." Hearing this, Ma Rongrong was stunned for a moment. Surprised, he asked, "Why? Didn't you say you could earn a few $100s a day working there, and you could even get free food and drinks? How could you just quit like that?" Hearing this, Zhang Menjing showed a slightly shy expression. "It was Brother Nan who asked me not to work there anymore, and I agreed." After hearing what Zhang Menjing said, Ma Rongrong understood immediately. With a man who is so generous with his money, that part-time job at the Love House can really be said to be dispensable. As for matters between men and women, she didn't say much about her relationship with Zhang Menjing, so as not to hurt their feelings. But he still reminded her, "Menjing, if you really want to have a deep relationship with this brother Nan, you'd better find out his background first." "Yeah, I understand." Ma Zhengnan lay on the bed and fell asleep somehow. When the phone rang and woke him up, it was already dark outside. I picked up the phone and saw that it was my Aunt Fong Liyuan calling. Needless to say, he must be asking about the result of his blind date with Zhang Xiaoqin. After answering the phone, Fong Liyuan's first question was, "Zhangnan, how was your conversation with Miss Zhang today?" "Auntie, she thought I was poor and didn't like me." "Ah, I see. Her mother and I were talking about this at work today, and I didn't expect it to end like this." Aunt, it's okay. It just means we are not destined to be together. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Fong Liyuan spoke. Zhengnan, Auntie has to say something about you. I've met Miss Zhang before, and honestly, if she weren't divorced, I wouldn't have the courage to introduce you to her. Think about it yourself. You are already 31 years old and you don't find a stable job. How much money can you make by writing those few online articles every day? Can't you lower your sights a little? If it weren't for your mother, I wouldn't bother with this. If you continue like this, do you want to be single for the rest of your life? Listening to his aunt's nagging on the other end of the phone, Ma Zhengnan felt warm in his heart. Ma Zhengnan felt nothing but gratitude towards the person who was considered the closest to him in this world, and he didn't feel a single bit of dissatisfaction. Don't worry, Auntie. How could I be single? I'll find a beautiful girlfriend and show her to you someday. Smooth talker. I'll find someone suitable for you when I meet one. Come to my house and play when you have time. That's it, I'm done. After hanging up the phone, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but smile bitterly. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it seems that I have to find a beautiful woman for my aunt to see as soon as possible. I checked the time and it was already past 7 in the evening. I opened WeChat and saw that Zhang Menjing had sent me several messages. Brother Nan, I had a lot of fun today. Thank you for buying me so many gifts. Brother Nan, I've already quit my job at the Love House. Brother Nan, I've returned to school. Brother Nan, have you arrived home yet? Why didn't you reply to my message? After taking a casual look, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but smile. His ability to make money was truly extraordinary. Before today, he had never dared to imagine. A beautiful girl like Zhang Menjing would also rush to ask about my well-being. Then I immediately replied. Just saw your message. Just quit your job. I like obedient girls. Just after I sent it out, Zhang Menjing replied almost instantly. Hate it, I thought you ignored me, Nange. How could I ignore you, such a well-behaved and obedient girl? Do you want to go out for a midnight snack now? I'll pick you up from your school. No need, Brother Nan, I have to go to school tomorrow. I'll come find you when I have time. Seeing this message from the girl, Ma Zhengnan hesitated for a moment. I directly entered a transfer amount of 16,666 yuan and sent it. He doesn't bother to talk about feelings when he can buy something with money. Wow. Brother Nan, why are you giving me so much money? Since I asked you to quit your job, of course I'm giving you pocket money. After seeing this message, Zhang Menjing accepted it without hesitation. Brother Nan, thank you, I love you. Ding. Zhang Menjing's favorability +1. Upon receiving this ambiguous message, Zhang Menjing's favorability increased by another point. Although his favorability didn't surge as fast as it did during the day, Ma Zhengnan still felt a little happy. As long as the favorability is still increasing, it means that the girl is still very dependent on you. In the small public rental apartment, Ma Rongrong watched Zhang Menjing accept another large sum of money. It is absolutely impossible to say that I am not envious. With a slightly exaggerated expression, he smiled and said, Menjing, what can I do? I envy you so much. How could I not meet such a good man? You must seize the opportunity. After hearing what Ma Rongrong said, Zhang Menjing suddenly felt a little regretful for rejecting Ma Zhengnan's request for midnight snack. We are all adults, it's just about that trivial matter. I am not a pure and innocent girl anymore. If I really hold myself too tightly and miss such a good man, I'm afraid I won't even have a place to cry. Chapter 11 Beautiful Anchor Kushioyen. The content of Douyin Live Broadcast Reward is only a little bit in the first chapter, and there is nothing in the latter part. The girl accompanied him to eat supper, so Ma Zhengnan could only order a takeaway. I was bored, so I opened Douyin and saw a beautiful anchor I follow was broadcasting live. As soon as I clicked into the live broadcast room, a ding sound came from my mind. Ding. Qualified cashback recipient detected. Listening to the heavenly sounds coming from his mind, Ma Zhengnan's eyes suddenly lit up. Can you get cash back for your live broadcast rewards? According to the magical operation of my system, I can become a rich man in minutes. With my heart burning with excitement, I immediately clicked on the Douyin recharge entrance. With the idea of giving it a try first, I just recharged 100 yuan. On Douyin, Ma Zhengnan only has 6 followers. Except for Bai Bing, a food racing anchor who was very enviable, the other 5 are all beautiful anchors. Of course, Ma Zhengnan couldn't guarantee whether she was a real beauty or not. After all, today's beauty technology is simply invincible. The anchor in front of me is called Xialantu. Although she just joined Douyin live streaming not long ago. But with her superb looks and superb dancing skills, she attracted a large number of fans in just 2 or 3 months. The number of fans has now exceeded 50,000. Even someone like Ma Zhengnan, who doesn't follow others easily, couldn't help but click to follow. Maybe Little Blue Rabbit had just started broadcasting, so the number of visitors in the live broadcast room was only a few dozen. The girl is wearing a plaid t-shirt on her upper body and black casual pants on her lower body. It seems that she is going for a lively style today. At this moment, she said sweetly, "Welcome everyone to watch Little Blue Rabbit's live broadcast. Now I will perform a piece of the pretty dancer I just learned for everyone. If you like it, please add me as a fan, light up a lightboard, and pay more attention to me." As the music started, the Little Blue Rabbit moved her graceful body and slowly began to dance. I have to say, this pretty dancer looks really energetic, and occasionally there are small gifts. The number of people in the live broadcast room quickly soared tenfold, reaching hundreds. After watching with great interest for a while, Ma Zhengnan finally remembered why he came here today. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. He was no longer a poor loser. My fingers quickly clicked on the gift bar, and I first clicked on a pair of sunglasses worth 10 yuan, and gave it away directly. Almost at the same time, the mobile phone received a message about a 10 yuan cashback. In an instant, Ma Zhengnan was extremely excited. From now on, I can not only be the real big brother on the list of richest people. You will also have the opportunity to personally control various charming and beautiful young anchors. In this age where everything is about money, it is very common for a beautiful anchor to privately date a top guy. My heart was so excited that I directly added 24,000 to my Douyin account. With unlimited cashback, Ma Zhengnan certainly wouldn't give out any small gifts. A 3,000 yuan carnival was directly distributed. Brother Nan from the south gave the anchor Shaolan to a carnival. The girl who was dancing the pretty dancer stopped immediately when she saw this, and said with a surprised expression on her face, "Wow, thank you Brother Nan for giving me the carnival. I'm so happy. I haven't received such a valuable gift in a long time." There is nothing false in what Little Blue Rabbit said. As a small anchor who has just entered the industry for a short time, it is difficult for me to see even a Porsche that costs 600 yuan, let alone this carnival that costs 3,000 yuan. After Ma Zhengnan sent out a carnival, he immediately jumped to the top of the list. Listening to the girl's sweet words of gratitude, I felt really good. No wonder many people would rather eat steamed buns with pickles than save money to satisfy their vanity online. Little Blue Rabbit's real name is Kuxiuyan. While expressing her gratitude, she also checked Ma Zhengnan's profile. Seeing that the other party had just reached level 19, I was also stunned for a moment. It is obvious that the other party is not a real big brother, and he probably has never given gifts in any live broadcast room before. I don't know what the purpose was, but I gave myself such an expensive carnival right at the beginning of today. After Kuxiuyan couldn't figure it out, she was too lazy to think about it anymore and said to the screen in a sweet voice, "Brother Nan, thank you again for the carnival. Is there any dance you want to see? I can dance for you alone." After hearing what Kuxiuyan said, many water army who had never appeared. Suddenly they popped up. At Southern Brother Nan, let the girl dance to the train rock for us, it's so exciting. Yes, we want to watch Little Blue Rabbit's train rocking. Ma Zhengnan responded with another sparkling carnival and typed a few words and sent them out. Girls, feel free to do whatever you want. Just dance to a song you're good at. If you dance well, there will be a big reward. Ma Zhengnan's carnival gift once again surprised Kuxiuyan, but also made her even more confused. But she was too lazy to think too much. As long as the other party was not a minor, she had nothing to worry about. And if you're incredibly lucky and the other person is a hidden tycoon, you'd better seize the opportunity. While thinking about this, Kuxiuyan still expressed her gratitude excitedly. Wow, thank you Brother Nan for another carnival. Bunny will perform a red dust dance for you. After hearing what Kuxiuyan said, many netizens started to bubble up again. Bunny, we want to see you jump on the train and shake. Oh, looks like everyone doesn't need to prepare tissues tonight. Kuxiuyan ignored the various words on the screen and danced a very elegant mortal dance as the music slowly sounded. Ma Zhengnan was also busy, sending out 6 carnivals in a row. This made Kushoyen, who was dancing, a little uneasy. She was originally a dance teacher, but for various reasons she joined Douyin live streaming less than 3 months ago. During this period, a top-level boss who reached level 50 or above also visited. She topped the list in Kushoyen's live broadcast room for several consecutive days, and received nearly 20,000 yuan in tips in total. Later, after adding Kushoyen on WeChat privately, the first question is whether the two of them can meet in person. Of course, Kushoyen knew what the number one brother on the list meant, so she directly and politely refused. For such a small amount of money, they want me to be parachuted in. They are just asking for shit. It is conceivable that after Kushoyen refused, this big brother never visited Kushoyen's live broadcast room again. Later, when the live broadcast income shrank significantly, Kushoyen also understood. No matter how beautiful I am or how good I dance, without the support of top brothers, it is impossible to make big money in the live broadcast room. Even if the big brothers are rich, they didn't get it from the wind. Generally, they just want to get something in return after giving some sweet treats, otherwise there will be no follow-up. Chapter 12 Beauty Su Shuer. Ma Zhengnan's reward at this time was even more ferocious than that of the level 50 plus brother. 8 carnivals in just a few minutes, that's a solid 24,000 yuan. Kushoyen, who has not joined any guild, can get at least 12,000 in profit. Even if this number stops, it has already far exceeded her single-day income record. You know, apart from the tips from that level 50-something brother, Kushoyen's average daily income was only 200 or 300 yuan. It is not difficult to imagine how excited the girl is at this moment. Just when I was hesitating whether to stop dancing and say a few words of gratitude, Ma Zhengnan's carnival once again floated out 8 consecutive. This time, not only Kushoyen was excited, but the live broadcast room was also in an uproar. 1 or 2 carnivals will not cause much surprise to many well-informed netizens. But it is absolutely rare to have 16 carnivals in one go in an ordinary live broadcast room. Various barrages popped up. This is the first time I've seen someone watch so many carnivals in one go and watch the live stream for so long. I'm so envious of someone who makes 3,000 yuan a month. It turns out that there are really rich people in real life who don't treat money as money. It's over, this bitch is definitely interested in our rabbit. Thanks to the carnival, the number of people in the live broadcast room quickly exceeded 1,000. Kushoyen didn't know how many times she had said thank you. I guessed in my heart that this arrogant Nangu was probably interested in me. He won't suggest a private meeting, right? Should I refuse? As my mind was wandering, Ma Zhengnan's 8 carnivals from the 3rd round floated up again. Kushoyen, a new anchor, had never seen such a scene before and was so excited that she was incoherent. Thank you, Brother Nan. I am so happy tonight. Her answer was, of course, another round of Ma Zhengnan's carnival attack. Since his own money can be recycled, Ma Zhengnan feels no pressure at all when it comes to the carnival. He ignored the shocked comments in the comments, and ignored Kushoyen's extremely excited thanks. I brushed 10 rounds straight away, until my fingers felt a little weak, then I stopped. At this time, after rounds of carnivals, Kushoyen's live broadcast room had already reached the top of the popularity list. The number of people in the live broadcast room also reached thousands, including many beautiful young anchors who came to watch the rich. When they saw that Kushoyen did nothing but stood there and kept thanking them. But the carnival in the live broadcast room has never stopped, and you can imagine the envy in people's hearts. They also want to know how it feels to make money without doing anything. After playing 80 carnivals in a row, Ma Zhengnan directly typed out a barrage. Sister, do your best, see you again if we are lucky. Then, he exited the live broadcast room very quickly and efficiently. Whether the relationship can be renewed depends on whether the girl is sensible or not. Although Ma Zhengnan's money comes more easily than the wind, he will not give the other party any benefits without any sweetness. Nowadays, there are thousands of beauties on the internet. Putting aside the fake beauties who have been beautified. Even if there are only 1% truly beautiful women, it is still a huge number. Ma Zhengnan absolutely believed that with such a generous reward from him, there would be many beautiful women who would want to come to him. As I was thinking, I found that the other 4 beautiful anchors I followed were also broadcasting at the same time. I clicked in without any hesitation, and ended up entering 3 live broadcast rooms in a row, but the system didn't give any prompts. I feel very depressed. Damn, I have been watching the live broadcast for so long, but I didn't expect that I would make mistakes again and again. Even though the sisters still look so sexy and charming in the video, the system will never lie to me. Without any hesitation, he unfollowed the 3 female anchors. Then I entered the live broadcast room of the last female anchor I followed. Ding! Qualified cashback recipient detected. After hearing the system's prompt, Ma Zhengnan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His vision wasn't that bad after all. The female anchor's name is Su Shuer, and I don't know if she used her real name. She is also good at dancing. Since her live broadcast time is longer than Kuxiuyan, her number of fans has exceeded 100,000. Maybe she is going for the sexy style today, and her outfit is much more pleasing to the eye than Kuxiuyan. She was wearing a pink suspender top, with a magnificent wave in front and a very obvious outline. This shows that Amelia Su has a great figure. In terms of appearance, she and Kuxiuyan can be said to have their own merits. But before seeing them in person, Ma Zhengnan really couldn't tell who was prettier. Due to the huge amount of reward he just gave in Kuxiuyan's live broadcast room, Ma Zhengnan's level has been raised to level 43. This level of range is basically the anchor's favorite big brother level. Su Shuer was no exception, and said delicately, "Welcome Brother Nan from the south to my live broadcast room." Then, he started interacting with the comments. Ma Zhengnan didn't hesitate and immediately filled the magazine. Just when I was about to go for a round of carnival crit, the live broadcast room suddenly flashed. A little lowly-like female anchor popped up and wanted to connect with Su Shuer for a PK. On the screen, this lowly anchor looks and has a very amazing figure. However, Ma Zhengnan did not hear the system prompt, so he was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. The PK between the two anchors can be said to be their most profitable way, and Su Shuer certainly would not refuse. Winning or losing is completely unimportant to them, it's just a minor punishment. Perhaps because the two knew each other, the punishment was very light. The loser just has to draw a cute expression on his face. But Su Shuer still pretended to be pitiful. "My dear brothers and sisters, I just put on makeup on my face, you must help me." Under Su Shuer's guidance, the comments below popped up one after another. These were all words that reassured her and guaranteed her a win. Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly. Then he loosened his fingers on the carnival launcher and decided to wait and see. Since he had never given gifts before, he wouldn't stay for long for this kind of PK live broadcast. "Even if I occasionally have the interest to stay, the most I can do is cheer for the girl I like and give her support in my heart, without taking any substantial action." But things are different now. After being possessed by the system, it will be difficult for any anchor he wants to win to lose. Chapter 13 Dating a girl in the same city. As the two anchors performed their respective talents, Gift's health bar also rose rapidly. This little Lolita turned out to be a game anchor, and her contribution to Gifts in the live broadcast room was obviously stronger than Su Shuer's. In a short while, the health bar had already exceeded half of Su Shuer's. Ma Zhengnan watched for a while and found that most of the gifts in the live broadcast room were worth a few dollars or a few cents, which felt very boring. Under the control of his fingers, he immediately turned on his carnival mode. Brother Nan from the south gave anchor Su Shuer a carnival. With Ma Zhengnan's move, a simple carnival was enough to crush the opponent in an absolute manner. These small anchors usually PK, if there is no top big brother to support them. If you are lucky, you can receive gifts worth hundreds of yuan. If you are unlucky, it is not uncommon to receive only a few dozen yuan. Ma Zhengnan's carnival instantly made Su Shuer excited like a shot of chicken blood. "Thanks to my brother Nan for the carnival, I can finally stop painting my face." Before he could finish his words, carnivals appeared one after another. The long bloodline quickly crushed the opponent into small pieces. Su Shuer understood instantly that she was extremely lucky today, as a real top rich man came to the live broadcast room. She suppressed the excitement in her heart, said words of thanks, and twisted her graceful body vigorously. It's true that when Su Shuer dances in sexy clothes, it's really hard to control yourself. There is no doubt that under Ma Zhengnan's 8 carnival critical hits, Su Shuer won with absolute advantage. The little Lolita anchor on the opposite side was extremely envious, but she still said sweetly, "If I had known there was such a strong boss in Sister Shuer's live studio, I would have surrendered immediately." She was trying to see if her flattering words could attract the attention of the big brother in Su Shuer's live broadcast room. Obviously the girl is overthinking it. As long as the system doesn't prompt him, Ma Zhengnan won't waste a penny on her. After the PK ended, Su Shuer looked at her Soundwave income and was so excited that her heart was trembling. Ma Zhengnan has been live streaming on Douyin for almost a year, and this is the first time she has encountered such a real-life carnival. "I have made up my mind that I must keep this real big brother firmly in my hands." After taking a deep breath, she thanked him again in a delicate voice. Wow, I'm so happy today. This is the first time I've received so many carnival gifts. Thank you again, Brother Nan. I'm going to do a solo dance just for you. I hope you like it. In response to Su Shuer, of course, Mai Zhengnan launched another round of carnival attacks. The 3,000 yuan carnival, as if it was free, was going crazy in Su Shuer's live broadcast room. Just like Kuxiuyan's livestream just now, with the help of Mai Zhengnan's numerous carnivals, the number of viewers quickly reached thousands. A few netizens who had just come out of Kuxiuyan's live broadcast room couldn't help but be shocked again. Directly sent out various barrages. Isn't this the rich guy from Tutu's livestream room? Why is he in Shuer's room again, blasting the carnival? Of course, both girls are attracted to him. Just imagine hugging one on the left and the other on the right. That feeling is so wonderful just thinking about it. I just saw it too. He just spent 80 carnivals in the Tutu live broadcast room. He is definitely a real top-tier local tyrant. Alas! We losers really don't understand the world of the nouveau riche. How much money have they spent in such a short time? Did they just get their money from the wind? Su Shuer was trembling with excitement when she saw the messages in these comments. But she didn't think much about it. Just as the comments said, she didn't understand the world of the rich. 80 carnivals, how much would that cost? Judging from Brother Nan's attitude, he doesn't want to get 80 carnivals in my live broadcast room, does he? Thinking of this, Su Shuer's heart almost jumped out, and her twisting body became even more charming. With no financial pressure, Ma Zhengnan also gave out rewards for 10 rounds of the carnival. Sister, do your best, see you again if we are lucky. After typing this barrage, he left the live broadcast room very casually. Su Shuer was already so excited that her heart was trembling. The income from tonight's live broadcast was almost enough for her to make for several months. She pondered Mai Zhengnan's comment over and over again and soon understood it. After leaving Su Shuer's live broadcast room, Mai Zhengnan casually visited several live broadcast rooms of beautiful women, but the system did not give any prompts. It seems that it is not easy to meet girls with a score of more than 8 in the Douyin live broadcast room. Then I opened my private message, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of my mouth. Su Shuer and Xiao Lantu were indeed quite considerate and took the initiative to ask to add me as their WeChat friends. As for the other anchors' requests, they were simply ignored by Mai Zhengnan. After adding the two girls' WeChat, they both sent a message to each other in seconds. Open Kuxiuyan's message. Nangu, thank you so much for giving me so many carnivals. I don't know how to express it. Thank you so much. It's just a small amount of money, no need to thank me. Then I looked at Su Shuer's message again. Thank you so much, Brother Nan, for your great gift tonight. I saw your LP address is from Shancheng. Brother Nan, I'm from Shancheng too. Seeing that this girl was from the same city, Ma Zhengnan's eyes lit up and his interest immediately intensified. Really? Then it seems we are truly destined to be together. It's quite fate, Brother Nan. I live in the Yubei area. How about you? As for me, I live in Jiangbei Old Neighborhood. We're not far away. How about we make an appointment to hang out tomorrow? Mai Zhengnan didn't beat around the bush. After knowing that the other party was also a girl from Shancheng, he wanted to meet her offline directly. The main thing is that if this system wants to make money, it must be done from the girls. To put it bluntly, if he can't meet someone in person, no matter how beautiful the other person is, Ma Zhengnan won't be very interested. At the same time, in a residential building in Yubei district, Su Shuer looked at the invitation message on her phone, and a look of hesitation appeared on her pretty face. Chapter 14 Su Shuer's surprise. Su Shuer has been working in the live streaming industry for nearly a year, and has seen many requests from various big brothers. However, most of them just wanted to meet privately after giving a few thousand yuan, so Su Shuer certainly wouldn't indulge them. But today Mai Zhengnan's crazy way of rewarding is different. Don't let Su Shuer say that she has never experienced this. Among all the female anchors she knows, she has never heard of it. Such a wealthy man asked her to meet him privately, and she really didn't dare to refuse directly. After hesitating for a moment, I typed out a paragraph and sent it over. Brother Nan, that's fine. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow morning as a way of thanking you for your kindness today. After receiving Su Shuer's message, Ma Zhengnan's face suddenly lit up. Okay, I'll come to see you in Yubei district tomorrow. At the same time, in an ordinary residential building in Shashi, Nanhu province, Kushyoyan stared blankly at the WeChat interface. Ma Zhengnan's message was simply, from the inside out, it exudes a strong nouveau riche aura. More than 200,000 yuan sounded like 2 cents when he said it. And I didn't make any excessive demands at all. Kushyoyan felt relieved, but also inexplicably disappointed. I really can't figure out what the rich brother is thinking. The next day, Ma Zhengnan woke up early and rushed to the place they had agreed on. Outside the Starbucks in Yubei Center, Su Shuer stood there wearing a black casual sportswear, feeling a little uneasy. She had also heard a lot of rumors about a top-ranked guy dating a female anchor. These top guys on the list are generally described as being old and having a big belly. Su Shuer's only hope now is that this number one Nangu isn't too ugly. At least you have to be able to eat it. Just as I was daydreaming, a faint voice came over. Su Shuer. Su Shuer looked up and saw a man in his 30s, dressed in ordinary clothes, looking at her with a smile. You are Brother Nan? Su Shuer asked in surprise. Although my Zhengnan is not a particularly handsome guy, he is definitely not ugly. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, the system gave him immense confidence. It also made Su Shuer's eyes light up, and her favorability towards him instantly doubled. And when Ma Zhengnan saw Su Shuer, his eyes also lit up. Although she is not as sexy as in yesterday's video, she looks more youthful and lively. Name, Su Shuer. Age, 23. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kg. Overall appearance, 84 points. Purity, 98%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 35 points. After learning that the girl in front of him had a 35-point favorability rating for him right after they met, Ma Zhengnan's smile widened. This is definitely a very good start, and there is even a high probability that you can get some good deals today. With a smile on his face, he said, why, judging from your tone, do I look different from the top brother you imagined? Hearing this, Su Shuer quickly calmed down her surprise. He smiled and said, Brother Nan, you are indeed a little different. You are much more handsome than I thought. Ha, this is the first time I've heard a beautiful lady like you praise me for being handsome. It's really my honor. Hearing my Zhengnan say this, Su Shuer was also very happy. Brother Nan, I didn't expect we were from the same city. Thank you again for giving me so many carnivals yesterday. That's nothing, no need to thank me anymore. Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a meal? I'm so hungry I haven't even had breakfast yet. Hearing this, Su Shuer smiled and said, Brother Nan, you are really humorous. What flavor do you like? I'll arrange it for you. Whatever, I can't be picky about food when dining with a beautiful lady. I'll eat whatever you arrange. Ma Zhengnan also believed that the other party would never take him to eat at a roadside stall, and responded with a faint smile. Brother Nan, you really love to joke. There's a new Western restaurant opened on Shimen Street that tastes pretty good. How about I treat you to some Western food? Ma Zhengnan certainly had no objection and nodded with a smile. Okay, then shall we take a taxi there? He originally wanted to ask Su Shuer if she was driving, but when she heard that, she looked a little surprised. Brother Nan, didn't you drive? Ma Zhengnan wanted to drive, but his strength didn't allow it. Ever since his parents passed away, the money he earned from writing online articles was basically only enough for expenses, so how could he have money to buy a car? Even if you have a system now, you can forget about buying a car until you have gotten enough benefits from girls. Then he laughed and said, my only means of transportation is my 2 legs. I thought you drove. Brother Nan, you really love to joke around. I'm not driving today, so let's take a taxi. Of course Su Shuer would not believe that Ma Zhengnan could not afford a car. Including the tips given to another anchor in one night, he spent 480,000 yuan. Who would believe that such a person doesn't have a car? Of course Ma Zhengnan wouldn't explain these little things. Right now, he just wants to quickly raise the girl's favorability towards him to 50 points so that he can give her a few more sweet blows. 10 minutes later, in a luxurious Western restaurant on Shimen Street. Su Shuer earned over 100,000 yuan last night, and she wanted to leave a better impression on Ma Zhengnan. Of course I won tea skimp on a meal. Including a bottle of expensive red wine, the dishes ordered cost almost 10,000 yuan. After a while, delicious dishes such as premium foie gras, New Zealand steak, and Australian lobster were placed on the table in front of the two. Ma Jiangnan poured half a glass of red wine for each person and raised his glass, saying, "Come on, let's taste what this 6,000 yuan red wine tastes like." "Well, brother Nan, I'll offer you a toast." After taking a sip, Ma Jiangnan couldn't help but frown. "What the hell is this? I don't think it tastes as good as orange juice." Su Shuer almost laughed out the red wine in her mouth when she heard this. "Brother Nan, it turns out you don't like drinking red wine. I thought rich people like you loved this stuff the most. Actually, this is the first time I've ever drunk such expensive red wine. I feel like it doesn't taste as good as the cheaper ones. I really don't know why it's so expensive." Ma Jiangnan took another sip and placed the glass on the table. "Alas, I still can't get used to drinking. Let's eat something." Chapter 15. If you are happy, keep buying. The two of them were eating and chatting, and from Su Shuer's mouth, Ma Jiangnan also learned that the girl in front of him was a model. "In addition to live broadcasts, I also take on some commercial performances in fashion shows. No wonder her face and figure are so good. Brother Nan, I've been doing live broadcasts for so long, but this is the first time I've met a big brother like you in private." In order to make Ma Jiangnan believe that she was a relatively clean girl, Su Shuer still explained. Ma Jiangnan believed the girl's words without a doubt. After scanning the system, the other party's purity is 98%. For a beauty of this level of appearance, it is absolutely rare and precious. He picked up a piece of veal steak and put it into his mouth, nodding and smiling faintly. "I guess you've never met a big brother as generous as me before." Hearing this, Su Shuer's face turned slightly red. He nodded and admitted generously, "Well, I've been doing live broadcasts for so long, and this is the first time I've met someone as generous as Brother Nan." Then he asked curiously, "By the way, Brother Nan, what do you do?" "As for me, I don't have a proper job, but I have so much money that I can never spend it all." Hearing Ma Jiangnan's half-joking words, Su Shuer laughed. She believed 100% that there was no proper job. But Su Shuer didn't really believe that money could never be spent. When the two of them finished their meal and paid the bill, Ma Jiangnan didn't rush to pay. After all, he had plenty of opportunities to repay Su Shuer. After walking out of the restaurant, Ma Jiangnan was the first to say with a smile, "There is a Wanda Plaza nearby, why don't we go there for a walk?" Hearing this, Su Shuer hummed softly and nodded in agreement without any hesitation. She was able to come out and meet Ma Jiangnan today in order to gain the long-term support of the mysterious local tycoon. Ben has prepared for the worst. After seeing the real person, the worst-case scenario in my mind has turned into anticipation. Top-tier local tycoons like Ma Jiangnan are young, good-looking, and most importantly, extremely generous. He is totally an enhanced version of Prince Wang in real life. For a girl like Su Shuer, the attraction is instantly maximized. Not to mention going shopping in the mall, I'm afraid if Ma Jiangnan said going to a hotel now, the girl would not hesitate at all. Today is Monday, so the Wanda Plaza isn't that crowded. After the two took the sliding elevator to the third floor, Ma Jiangnan pointed to a Chanel brand bag store and said with a smile, "You just treated me to a meal, now it's my turn to return the favor. Let's go in and choose a bag." "Ah, Brother Nan, this is not good." Su Shuer's surprised expression had already shown that her words were insincere. "Ha, what's wrong with that? It's just a bag. Let's go in and take a look." After Ma Jiangnan finished speaking, he walked into the store first. Seeing this, Su Shuer took 2 quick steps, hesitated for a moment, and then directly put her little hand on Ma Jiangnan's arm. "Thank you, Brother Nan." Ding! Su Shuer's favorability +5. Feeling the girl's light fragrance, coupled with the system prompt coming from his mind, Ma Jiangnan immediately felt refreshed. Welcome to the Chanel brand bag store. As one of the most famous luxury brands in the world, the price is really hard to describe. Ma Jiangnan felt a little regretful after he came in. He didn't expect that a bag could be sold for so much. At a glance, the starting price is basically 10,000. There are even more that cost tens of thousands. If the girl chose one that cost more than 27,000, then I would have made a real mistake. But since he has already come in, it is impossible for Ma Jiangnan to turn around and leave again. The worst that can happen is that he can pay in 2 installments. "Shuer, see which bag you like." A beauty like Su Shuer certainly knows what the Chanel brand is like. The more I felt about this super generous man in front of me, the more I wanted to hold him tightly in my arms. Even if you can't capture the other person's heart, you must capture the other person's body. But she is a smart woman and knows that most men don't like greedy women. Her eyes weren't focused on the most expensive bag either. After choosing left and right, she pointed at a rose-red bag and said, "Brother Nan, this bag is pretty. I'll take this one." My Zhang Nan looked at the price, 21,999 yuan. I felt relieved and said with a smile, "Okay, as long as you like it." "Well, thank you, Brother Nan." Ding. Su Shuer's favorability +5. Hearing the response from the system, Ma Zhengnan's smile widened. Only 5 points left, and I can take advantage of the beauty again. After paying the bill quickly, the two walked out of the store hand in hand. Ma Zhengnan saw a Chanel cosmetics store next door, and his eyes lit up again. "Shuer, are you happy with the bag you bought?" "Well, I'm happy, Brother Nan, thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "There's a Chanel cosmetics store next door. Let's go in and pick out a set." "Ah, Brother Nan, I've made you spend so much money. This isn't good. It's all a piece of cake for me, just go in and take a look." After saying this, he pulled Su Shuer in without saying anything. As soon as he walked in, my Zhangnan was stunned. I saw a beautiful clerk at the counter looking at my Zhangnan with a dazed look. It turned out to be Zhang Xiaoqin, the blind date from yesterday. My Zhangnan was only slightly surprised it was just a coincidence for him. But Zhang Xiaoqin was a little too surprised. "What is going on? How come that poor loser I went on a blind date with yesterday has so many women prettier than me around him?" The two of them were so close at this moment that Zhang Xiaoqin herself didn't believe they were just ordinary friends. After all, the two knew each other. After a moment of hesitation, Ma Zhangnan was the first to laugh. "Miss Zhang, what a coincidence, you work here. You guys are doing this?" "Of course we came here to buy cosmetics. Since we are all acquaintances, why don't you recommend a set to Shuer?" After hearing what my Zhangnan said, Zhang Xiaoqin looked at the two of them with complicated eyes. After calming down his shock, he finally smiled like a professional salesperson. "Then I have to thank you for taking care of my business. I don't know what price range you want, so I can give you a choice. Around 20,000 yuan, it doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqin was shocked. Even for luxury brands like Chanel, 20,000 yuan is basically enough to reach the top level. Could it be that I really have made a mistake? Chapter 16 Capturing the Beauty Su Shuer. Of course, no matter how hard it was for Zhang Xiaoqin to understand, she could only keep it to herself. To put it bluntly, the relationship between the two is not even that of ordinary friends. I put together a set of 20,000 renminbi cosmetics with a very complicated mood. After watching my Zhangnan pay the bill without blinking an eye, I suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in my heart. Of course, my Zhangnan didn't care what Zhang Xiaoqin thought. After paying the bill, Su Shuer took my hand and walked out of the cosmetics store. "Shuer, do you like this little gift?" Hearing this, Su Shuer's graceful body involuntarily moved a little closer to my Zhangnan. "Yeah, I like it, Brother Nan, I'm sorry to have cost you money." Ding, Su Shuer's favorability +5. Ding. Su Shuer's favorability towards the host has reached 50 points. The system automatically binds her to the second female lead in the strategy. From this moment on, the host will have a chance to receive a small gift package from the second female lead in the strategy. Ding. A small gift package dropped from the second heroine of the strategy, Su Shuer, and a cash reward of 500 yuan. Suddenly, a series of heavenly sounds came into his mind, which immediately made Ma Zhengnan's blood boil. It's so cool to make money this easily. Brother Nan, that sister just now was quite pretty. Do you two have a story? Hearing Su Shuer's sudden question, my Zhangnan immediately laughed. You're talking about Miss Zhang. She's not as pretty as you, Shuer. Besides, she and I only met once. There's no such thing as a story. Hearing my Zhangnan praising her beauty, even though it was true, Su Shuer couldn't help but feel happy. Suddenly I saw a boutique men's clothing store not far away, and my mind suddenly moved. She said softly, Brother Nan, you bought me so many gifts, so I want to give you a gift too. How about I buy you a set of clothes? Upon hearing this, my Zhangnan was of course overjoyed. He was just worrying about the low quality of the cheap clothes he was wearing, and it was like someone gave him a pillow when he felt sleepy. Under the girl's operation, 10 minutes later, my Zhangnan looked brand new from head to toe. Although it's not a luxury brand, clothes that cost thousands of yuan are different from those that cost only 100 yuan. At least my Zhangnan felt much more comfortable wearing it. After walking out of the store, I saw my Zhengnan throw the old clothes he had just put on into the trash can without any hesitation. Amelia Sue didn't find it strange. She smiled and said, "Brother Nan, you look much more handsome now." "Really, Schwer? We've been walking around for so long, why don't we find a place to rest?" After the other party's favorability reached 50 points, Ma Zhengnan was too lazy to play games anymore and directly made an invitation. Hearing this, Su Schwer's face turned slightly red. Of course she understood what the man in front of her meant by taking a break. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded in response. "Well, I'll listen to Brother Nan." After hearing the girl's sweet response, Ma Zhengnan's heart became even hotter. After leaving Wanda Plaza, I didn't walk far before I saw a large, luxurious star-rated hotel. I took the girl's hand and walked straight in. I booked a super luxurious suite very smoothly. After entering the luxurious suite, Ma Zhengnan did not seem anxious. The girl in front of me looks more and more beautiful, and I can't help but smile. Seeing this, Amelia Sue blushed and smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Nan, what are you laughing at?" "Ha, nothing to laugh at, come here." After a simple hug, the system's response instantly came to mind. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the second-ranked goddess of strategy, Su Schwer, with a 2,000 yuan cash reward. My Zhengnan never imagined that one day making money would be so easy. As I thought about it, a curve appeared at the corner of my mouth. Su Schwer thought my Zhengnan was thinking about something beautiful, and said coquettishly, "Brother Nan, do I think I am beautiful?" "Ha, of course it's beautiful." Ding! A small gift package dropped from the second-ranked goddess of strategy, Su Schwer, with a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the second-ranked goddess of strategy, Su Schwer, with a cash reward of 5,000 yuan. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the second-ranked goddess of strategy, Su Schwer, with a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. After earning another 25,000 yuan in such a simple way, Ma Zhengnan instantly felt that he had reached the peak of his life. Half an hour later, Ma Zhengnan happily opened his dashboard information. Host, Ma Zhengnan. Strategy for beautiful women, female lead number 1, Zhang Menjing. Female lead number 2, Su Schwer. Total personal cash assets, 53,500 yuan. Looking at his balance that had doubled, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but smile. Compared to the hard work of typing in the past, making money is so easy now. "Brother Nan, what are you thinking about? Why are you so happy?" "Ha, of course I'm happy. Why wouldn't I be happy?" As he spoke, Ma Zhengnan reached out and gently pinched Su Schwer's face. Brother Nan, I hate it." Ding! Su Schwer's favorability +1. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the second guide heroine Su Schwer, and you'll receive a 1,000 yuan cash reward. With such a beautiful woman by his side, Ma Zhengnan will certainly not waste his time on hooking up with other girls for the time being. During this period, there were several small gift packages that dropped from the sky, but they were all cash rewards of 1,000 yuan. Chapter 17 Encountering a High School Crush. When he woke up the next day, Ma Zhengnan saw Su Schwer looking at him with her big watery eyes. He couldn't help but stretching himself and said happily, "Girl, you woke up quite early." "Well, Brother Nan, I woke up early, but since you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't call you." "Ha, are all little anchors like you so well behaved?" Hearing Ma Zhengnan ask this, the girl suddenly asked. "Brother Nan, you must have seen a lot of small anchors like me, right?" The girl's sudden question stunned Ma Zhengnan for a moment. "I have fantasized about this kind of scene a lot, but they are all in dreams. If the system hadn't suddenly appeared, how could I have had the chance to enjoy a beauty like Su Schwer in front of me?" But he responded with, "Why, do you have any objections?" No, Brother Nan, I'm just asking casually. I just hope that Brother Nan, you won't give me away, and just leave a little space for me in your heart." Su Schwer's reaction was also within Ma Zhengnan's expectations. To put it bluntly, the transaction between the two was just a money transaction. If I don't have enough money, a beauty like Su Schwer probably won't even look at me. And Amelia Sue is also very smart. I know that the possibility of a rich man like him and me having a relationship is very slim. It's rare to meet such a generous local tycoon. It's better to take advantage of your youth and beauty to get the best return from the other person. Ma Zhengnan is not the kind of person who would just pull up his pants and ignore you. He hugged the girl tighter with both hands. "Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I will not treat you unfairly." "Well, Brother Nan, you are so nice. A few hours later, with my Zhengnan watching her go, Su Shuer took a car and went back. According to my Zhengnan's idea, he wanted to spend another day with the girl. It's just that Su Shuer didn't come home last night, and her family has been calling to inquire. Thinking that they had a long time to go together, Ma Zhengnan did not force the girl to stay. After sending Su Shuer away, I opened the panel again to check the balance. 56,500 yuan. I can't tell you how great I feel. I can finally stop wasting my time typing away. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was already past 11 a.m. He muttered to himself, this comfortable time passed by so quickly. Without calling a taxi, I walked slowly to Yubei Jiangbin Road, intending to enjoy the beautiful scenery along the river. I just spent the whole day with the girl, so I need to relax a bit. I just took a few steps along the river. Ding! Qualified cashback recipients detected. Do you want to check? Along with the system's reaction, a surprised voice was heard. Ma Zhengnan. Lin Saixia, Lu Yusen, why are you two here? In front of Ma Zhengnan's left, two women were walking towards him with smiles on their faces. Both of them were Ma Zhengnan's high school classmates, and Lu Yusen was the school beauty of Jiangbei No. 9 middle school at the time. I don't know how many male classmates had a crush on her back then, and Ma Zhengnan was certainly no exception. After graduating from high school, I met him a few times at class reunions. Ma Zhengnan, who was very self-aware, of course did not dare to have any thoughts. Later I heard from others that Lu Yusen married a very handsome man from Sichuan province not long after graduating from university. I didn't expect to see him here today. As for the other one named Lin Saixia, she looks very ordinary. When I was in high school, I was an active person in my class. After approaching, Lin Saixia was the first to laugh and said, "Ha, Ma Zhengnan, it really is you. I'm really afraid I recognized the wrong person. We haven't seen each other for several years, right?" Ma Zhengnan had never expected that he would run into an old high school classmate when he just wanted to stroll along the river. He smiled and said, "It's been several years since we last met. Didn't you both marry and move to Sichuan? Are you going home to visit your relatives?" While speaking, he looked at Lu Yusen carefully. As expected, she was the secret crush of most boys in the school at that time. After so many years, Lu Yusen's appearance has not deteriorated much because of her marriage. White and tender skin, tall and majestic breasts. It makes her look mature and charming, very tempting. Anyway, Ma Zhengnan lost his mind for a moment. There is no doubt that the person the system prompted just now should be Lu Yusen. I silently thought about it and checked. Name, Lu Yusen. Age, 29. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance, 88 points. Purity, 99%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 20 points. No wonder I was a little distracted, this appearance score is really not low. 99% purity, the man Lu Yusen married was really cheap. Lin Saixia sighed in her heart. Said, "Old classmate, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, Lu Yusen and I have both divorced. They say marriage is the grave of love, and that's true. Only after getting married did I realize that daily necessities are much more important than love." Hearing Lin Saixia say this, Ma Zhengnan's eyes suddenly lit up. He doesn't care whether Lin Saixia is divorced or not, but if Lu Yusen is really divorced, then he can't be blamed for having such thoughts. As his mind turned, he looked at Lu Yusen and said with a smile, "What Lin Saixia said is true, you are divorced too. We've been divorced for almost half a year now, and it feels good to be alone." Lu Yusen didn't have any concerns and answered with a smile. Then he asked, "By the way, Ma Zhengnan, I haven't seen you for so many years. You should have gotten married a long time ago, right?" Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan immediately revealed a bitter smile. "I do want to get married, but I just can't find the right person." Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Lin Saixia burst out laughing. "Ma Zhengnan, aren't you asking too much? Let me tell you, when you're looking for a wife, don't look for one who's too beautiful. Unless you're incredibly rich, you'll most likely end up in divorce." Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan did not continue the conversation. Instead, he asked, "By the way, are you just strolling around casually, or do you have some serious business? Look, after Lu Yusen and I returned to Shancheng, we didn't have a formal job. I was planning to look for a suitable store on Jiangbin Road and open a milk tea shop together. I didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 18 Shisha Milk Tea Shop. Hearing Lin Saixia say this, Ma Zhangnan immediately laughed. Facing Lu Yusen, he smiled and said, "You too opened a milk tea shop, aren't you trying to use the name of your Shisha milk tea shop? It goes without saying that if you just stand there, business will surely be booming." Hearing this, Lu Yusen's fair face turned slightly red. "Ma Zhangnan, I saw you were quite honest in high school, but now you like to joke around." "Ha, there's nothing I can do. Honest men are not liked by girls. I can only change myself. You men are always good at talking. By the way, aren't you working? How do you have time to stroll by the river? Unemployed, what kind of job is that? I wanted to go to the riverside today to see if I could run into anyone, but I was actually lucky enough to run into my high school crush." With the system's protection, Ma Zhangnan became much bolder in speaking. He just jokingly told her about his secret crush on Lu Yusen in high school. After hearing what Ma Zhangnan said, Lin Saixia and Lu Yusen didn't think it was that strange. Back then at Zhongbei No. 9 Middle School, it had long been an open secret how popular Lu Yusen was among all the boys. "Ma Zhangnan, you have to work harder. Although Lu Yusen is divorced, there are many outstanding men around her who want to pursue her. Do you think you have a chance?" Lin Saixia made a joke without thinking it was too much of a big deal. Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan didn't flinch at all. He smiled faintly and said, "Opportunities are created by oneself. I don't think I'm worse than any other man." Hearing Ma Zhangnan speak so formally, Lu Yusen felt a little embarrassed. "Hey, don't make fun of me, you two. I think you two are quite suitable for each other. Otherwise, I will match you two up. Forget it, I just left the grave of marriage and have no plans to get married again in this life." Although she knew Lu Yusen was joking, Lin Saixia was afraid that Ma Zhangnan would have other ideas, so she blocked the road directly. Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Just kidding, even if there was no system, he would not have any thoughts about Lin Saixia. Not only does he look average, but he's also a second marriage. But for Lu Yusen, she has made up her mind to fulfill her high school dream. He smiled and said, "It's a rare opportunity for us to meet today, so let's not talk about those boring things about marriage. I'll treat you to a meal, please do me a favor." When Lin Saixia heard Ma Zhengnan's invitation to dinner, her eyes lit up. "Well, let's make this clear first. You can't just treat us to a few bucks at a street stall. We have to go to a restaurant, right? Lin Saixia, don't think I'm so stingy. You can choose any place in the mountain city. I can still afford to treat you to a meal." Hearing this, Lin Saixia and Lu Yusen were both slightly surprised. They also realized that Ma Zhengnan's words were not just impulsive, but he was really confident. Lin Saixia couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ma Zhangnan, I didn't realize you were doing so well. No wonder you can still hang out in the broad daylight. But since you're the one treating us to dinner, you should choose the place." Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan couldn't help but look at Lu Yusen again. "Lu Yusen, how about I treat you guys to some Western food?" "Yeah, I'm fine. That's fine with me. Okay, I just tried a newly opened Western restaurant on West Street with a friend yesterday. The food was pretty good. Let's go there." Afterwards, they hailed a taxi on the road and Ma Zhangnan took the two of them straight to the Western restaurant they had eaten at yesterday. Standing outside and looking at the overall decoration, Lu Yusen and Lin Saixia knew that the prices in this Western restaurant were definitely very high. When I thought about Ma Zhangnan saying that he had visited this store just yesterday, I was secretly amazed. Could it be that this guy has really become rich? I haven't heard anyone talking about him in the classmates group. After entering the store and finding a table and chair by the window, Ma Zhangnan smiled very gentlemanly and said, "Please come in, two beautiful ladies." After the three of them slowly sat down, they took the menu from the waiter, and Ma Zhangnan handed it to Lu Yusen first. "Order whatever you want, don't hesitate." But he secretly thought in his heart, "The person I want to invite the most is Lu Yusen, so I should be able to get a full cash back, right?" When Lu Yusen took the menu and looked at it, she was secretly amazed. The prices on the menu were much higher than she had imagined. Although she was beautiful, the man she eventually married came from an average family background besides his good looks. After getting married, my husband has no ambition to advance in his work. Lu Yusen's life these years can be said to be very dull. In the end, she couldn't stand the simple life anymore, so she chose to divorce and return to the mountain city. I originally thought that Ma Zhangnan would treat them to Western food today, and at most he would spend a few hundred yuan. But any dish in front of her costs hundreds of dollars, and some even cost thousands, so she was a little hesitant to buy it. Seeing Lu Yusen's hesitant look, Ma Zhangnan also saw. My fantasy goddess in high school may not have had a happy life these years. In the end, Lu Yusen only ordered 2 of the most common dishes, and then handed the menu to Lin Saixia. Obviously, Lin Saixia was also shocked by the price and didn't even dare to order. The dishes here are too expensive. Ma Zhangnan, why don't you order some? Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan took the menu casually. He smiled and said, although the dishes here are expensive, they are indeed delicious. Lu Yusen, you will know in a moment. While talking, his hands were not idle either, and he quickly ordered more than a dozen of the most expensive dishes. And also ordered a bottle of expensive red wine. After the waiter walked away with the menu, the 2 women's eyes changed again when they looked at Ma Zhangnan. Lin Saixia said with a complicated expression, Ma Zhangnan, it seems that you have really made a fortune. You ordered so many delicious meals without blinking an eye. Looks like I'll have to ask Boss Ma to take care of me from now on. Just now I was worried about what Ma Zhangnan would think of me, but now Lin Saixia can see it. Even if I want to take the initiative, the other party will most likely look down on me. I guess it's all thanks to Lu Yusen that I can have this big meal today. Hearing Lin Saixia say this, Ma Zhangnan responded with a smile. Although my last name is Ma, please don't call me Boss Ma. I don't deserve that. Hearing this, Lin Saixia suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, Ma Zhangnan, just now you said by the river that you were interested in our Lu Yusen, but are you serious? Before Ma Zhangnan could answer, Lu Yusen frowned slightly. Dissatisfied, he said, Lin Saixia, stop joking around. Chapter 19 Persuading the Goddess to Start Broadcasting. Seeing that Lu Yusen really didn't like this kind of joke, Lin Saixia didn't mention it again. The 3 of them casually chatted about interesting things that happened in high school. Soon, exquisite top-quality dishes were served on the table. Ma Zhangnan took the lead in pouring half a glass of red wine for everyone. He smiled and said, 2 old classmates, it is fate that we can meet again today. Let me toast to you 2 beautiful ladies. Thanks. I don't know if Lu Yusen and Lin Saixia can get used to drinking this kind of red wine. They all took a small sip and then put down their glasses. Seeing this, Ma Zhangnan pointed to the delicious food on the table. He smiled and said, don't be polite, just be yourself. Facing a table full of mouth-watering feast, the 2 women didn't hesitate and started to taste the food after picking up the cutlery in their hands. But maybe Lu Yusen is too beautiful. Even though she had never eaten such delicious food before, she still ate slowly and in a very ladylike manner. Lin Saixia was a little more exaggerated, swallowing with big mouthfuls. He also praised, it's so delicious, I have never eaten anything so delicious in my life. Thank you again, old classmate, for the hospitality. Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan ignored her and continued to focus on Lu Yusen. While swallowing slowly, he smiled at the goddess and said, Lu Yusen, how is it? Does it taste good to you? Ma Zhangnan, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I'm almost 30 years old, and this is the first time I've eaten such delicious food. Hearing Lu Yusen say this, Ma Zhangnan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The goddess in front of me must have chosen love and given up bread, which led to the situation today. But it is precisely because of this that I have the opportunity to realize my dream. In a joking tone, he said, you were the goddess of all the boys in our class. I didn't expect your life to be so unhappy. I feel a little sad when I hear this. So, if you want to have such a feast in the future, I can treat you any time. Although she knew Ma Zhangnan was joking, Lu Yusen couldn't help but blush slightly. Before he could say anything, Lin Saixia, who was swallowing heavily beside him, suddenly interrupted, old classmate, next time you invite Lu Yusen alone, don't forget me. Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan just smiled faintly. However, Lu Yusen glared at her and said, Lin Saixia, you took a joke from an old classmate seriously. Come on and eat, we still have to find a store after we finish eating. Seeing this, Ma Zhangnan also saw it. If I want to conquer the goddess in front of me and just spend money on her, it may be a bit difficult. Compared to Su Shuer and Zhang Menjing, Lu Yusen is definitely much more conservative when it comes to matters between men and women. Otherwise, it wouldn't maintain its current 99% purity. But the more this happened, the stronger Ma Zhangnan's possessiveness became. Just because she was the secret crush he had been fantasizing about for several years, he had to win Lu Yusen over. Suddenly, he asked, honestly, the milk tea shop market is already saturated, and it's probably going to be hard to do business. By the way, Lu Yusin, you are so beautiful, why don't you go to Douyin to do a live broadcast? I've seen a lot of young anchors who aren't as pretty as you, but they earn pretty well. If you start a live stream, I think it'll be better than opening a milk tea shop. Hearing this, Lu Yusin put down the cutlery in her hand and showed a bitter smile on her face. I actually worked in the anchor industry you mentioned for a while after my divorce. But it's not as easy to make money as you say. Besides my good looks, I can't sing, dance, or talk much. The people who give tips only give a little, and the money they earn is not even enough to cover their living expenses. That is why I wanted to find Lin Saixia to open a milk tea shop together. After hearing what Lu Yusin said, Lin Saixia also said, yes, the live broadcast industry is too competitive now. Look at those girls in the live streaming room, they either wear very revealing clothes or their mouths are as sweet as they can be, as if they want to hang themselves on the belt of the top brother on the list. Ignoring Lin Saixia's complaints, Ma Zhengnan looked at Lu Yusin and smiled. That doesn't make sense. With your figure and looks, even if you just sit there and don't say anything, there should be people giving you tips. So, go back and try another live stream today, and I'll come in to support you. I'm sure you'll get some popularity, and then you'll be worried about not having a satisfactory income. Hearing this, Lu Yusin showed a hesitant look on her face. He whispered back, you like watching live broadcasts and giving tips too? I'm a normal, unmarried man. I like to watch the girls in the live broadcast room and give them tips. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Hearing Ma Zhengnan's blunt words, Lu Yusin didn't know what to say. We'll talk about the live broadcast later. No, tell me your TikTok live streaming account now, and I'll add you as a friend so I can set up a live streaming reminder. If he wanted to put some effort into Lu Yusin right now, the tens of thousands of yuan on his card would definitely not be enough. Given the relationship between them, it's impossible for him to just buy things for her. Ma Zhengnan had no choice but to resort to the idea of giving rewards during live broadcasts. He didn't believe that under his endless carnival bombardment, the other party would not feel a ripple in his heart. Seeing that Lu Yusin was still a little hesitant, Lin Saixia beside her seemed very excited. He advised, just listen to Ma Zhengnan, it seems that our old classmate is really not short of money. I'll give you 2 carnivals in the live broadcast room, and maybe your popularity will really increase. When you really become a big anchor, wouldn't it be better for me to be your assistant? Lin Saixia became more and more excited as she spoke, and Lu Yusin couldn't help laughing. He laughed and said, Lin Saixia, stop daydreaming here. I don't have any talents, and I'm a big anchor. But after thinking about it in my mind just now, I feel that there is no harm in giving it a try. He nodded and smiled at Ma Zhengnan, then just search for my Douyin account Little Raindrop. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan opened Douyin and followed the other party very smoothly after searching. By the way, I also opened the WeChat high school classmates group, found Lu Yusin's profile picture directly, and clicked on the friend request. Nowadays, people usually eat while playing with their mobile phones. Lu Yusin was no exception. Just after she followed Ma Zhengnan on Douyin, she noticed a flashing message on WeChat. I clicked on it and without thinking, I clicked the agree button. Chapter 20 The 100% Pure Goddess appears. The meal lasted almost half an hour, and after Ma Zhengnan paid the bill, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if you hire one more person, the system will still refund you the full amount without any loss. Outside the restaurant, the 2 women thanked each other again and then parted ways. Looking at Ma Zhengnan's disappearing back, Lin Saixia couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Yusin, did you see the bill just now? Oh my god, the 3 of us spent nearly 20,000 yuan on a meal. What kind of business does our old classmate have to be so generous? Hearing this, Lu Yusin was also very shocked. When he was in high school, Ma Zhengnan's presence among his classmates was quite low. Average looks, average family, average studies. After being in the same class for 3 years, Lu Yusin and he had almost no interaction. But it was this unknown person who taught the 2 of them a vivid lesson many years later. In terms of achievements, there are a few students in the class who have started some small businesses and are now doing quite well. Sometimes during festivals, I would send a small red envelope with a small amount of money to my high school classmates to show off my current achievements. Even in that state, there are still people rushing to flatter him. Something like the boss is generous. Ma Zhengnan is one of those people who rarely speaks in the classmates group. Generally speaking, people like him are not doing well. I never thought that such a low-key person is actually the most successful in real life. For a moment, Lu Yusin's heart was filled with many sighs. Asked, Lin Saixia, do we still want to go to the store now? Hearing this, Lin Saixia couldn't help but laugh and said, "You asked me, I also wanted to ask you? I think my Zhangnan is rich now, and I'm afraid he really wants to take advantage of you. Lu Yusin, why don't you give him a chance and just become a rich wife, wouldn't that be better?" "Oh, stop joking. Do you think a rich man like him can find any girl? As a divorced woman, I still have self-awareness. Anyway, I can see that he's somewhat interested in you. You decide the right balance for yourself." Lin Saixia didn't try to persuade the students too much regarding their classmate relationship, and just gave a brief explanation. In the end, Lu Yusin was in no mood to visit the store anymore, so the two of them went back home. Lu Yusin's family conditions are pretty good. Both her parents are workers in state-owned enterprises. The neighborhood where I live is much more beautiful than my Zhengnan's old neighborhood. When she returned home, her retired mother, Xiong Being, was tending to the flowers and plants on the balcony. After seeing Lu Yusin come back, he couldn't help but ask, "Yusin, didn't you say you were going to look at stores with your friends today? Did you see anything suitable?" After Lu Yusin changed her shoes, she replied, "Mom, it's not that easy to find a suitable store. Let's talk about it later." Hearing Lu Yusin say this, Xiong Being walked in from the balcony. "You kid, you've been back for almost half a year. You should find something to do if you're idle like this every day. By the way, what have you thought about the matter your elder brother mentioned last time?" Hearing this, Lu Yusin pouted and said, "Mom, I've only been divorced for half a year, and I don't want to find another man for the time being. Besides, the man my eldest brother introduced me to has a son, so I don't want to be his stepmother." "Hey, Yusin, your father and I were absolutely against letting you marry in Guangzhou City. You see, we were right, didn't we? When looking for a man, you can't just look at his appearance. What's the use of a good-looking appearance? It can't make a living. The Xiaowu your elder brother introduced to me this time, although he doesn't look that good, he has good conditions. He became the vice president of your eldest brother's company when he was less than 40 years old. I heard that his annual salary is almost 1 million. You can't just look at people who are divorced and have children. You are also divorced, so don't set your expectations too high." Feng Being kept nagging, and Lu Yusin felt annoyed. "Mom, how could you say that about your own daughter? I don't need to say anything about this matter. I will never agree to it. Hey, I just want you to live a good life. It's up to you. I'm just giving you some advice. You should make your own decision on this matter. Mom, I know you're doing this for my own good, but you have to believe that even if I don't get married, I can still live a good life." After returning to her small room, Lu Yusin lay on the bed and felt an inexplicable irritation. Why is my life so unhappy? When she was in college, she was so beautiful that she was certainly pursued by rich second-generation men. But Lu Yusin finally chose a school idol who came from an ordinary family but looked quite handsome. I originally thought that I could find a man I love and marry him, and live a happy life. But the reality of life was a dull one, which taught her a vivid lesson. It would be fine if this man was ambitious, but he's almost 30 and all he does is play games on his phone all day. Most of the expenses for food, drink, and toileting at home still have to be covered by Lu Yusin's salary. A life of simple food and drink is fine for a short period of time, but she really can't hold on for a long time. Finally, I chose to end this marriage. It is conceivable that after she divorced and returned to her hometown in the mountain city, her parents, who had been strongly opposed to her marriage, felt very upset. Just when Lu Yusin was feeling annoyed, Ma Zhengnan came to a high-end gym. After several in-depth exchanges with Su Shuer, a top-notch beauty yesterday, I still feel that my body is a little bit overwhelmed. Thinking that I will definitely have in-depth exchanges with many top girls in the future. I have nothing to do, so I plan to go to the gym to exercise. I bought a one-day trial card at the entrance, and just as I walked in, the system's response rang in my mind. Ding! Cashback recipients with qualified comprehensive scores have been detected. Do you want to check? In Ma Zhengnan's site, a very hot girl with a hot body was leisurely walking on the treadmill. Although I can't see her face clearly, she has long dark green hair. The rose embroidered on her arm adds a bit of wildness to her. I silently thought about it and checked. Name, Lan Sinew. Age, 23. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Overall appearance, 89 points. Purity, 100%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 0 points. The moment he saw the information on the panel, the gleam in Ma Jingnan's eyes became even brighter. Chapter 21 failed to flirt with a beautiful woman. There is no doubt that the girl named Lan Xinyu in front of him is not inferior to Ma Jingnan's goddess Lu Yusen in terms of appearance and figure. More importantly, she is a genuine original. Ma Jingnan couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. His luck had clearly gotten incredibly good since he got the system. I met two of these top beauties today, whom I usually don't see for months. Not only did I meet my fantasy goddess from high school, but I also met an extremely authentic girl here. Could it be that my good character has exploded? Although Ma Jingnan doesn't take the virgin complex too seriously. But if he had a choice, he would certainly hope that all that was left for him were original goods. Although his heart was burning with passion, Ma Jingnan still didn't dare to approach the other party rashly. Whether it's the girl's dyed hair or the rose on her arm, it's clear at first glance that she is definitely not the gentle type. Without finding a suitable opportunity, he didn't want to embarrass himself so easily. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Jingnan also stepped onto the treadmill next to the girl. It was his first time operating this thing, and he fell down because he couldn't keep his balance. A coach quickly ran up and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Ma Jingnan got up covered in dust and dirt, and feeling Lan Xinyu's contemptuous gaze, he almost wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Damn, I ended up embarrassing myself. It's okay. I didn't pay attention to my center of gravity when I first started playing with this. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll figure it out on my own. After sending the gym coach away, Ma Jingnan glanced at the hot and sexy Lan Xinyu again. Seeing that the other party was not affected at all, he was moving leisurely on the treadmill. Ma Jingnan calmed down and finally adapted to the rhythm of the treadmill and started running. After a minute, I turned around and couldn't help but ask, "Beauty, do you often come here to exercise?" Lan Xinyu heard this and turned to glance at Ma Jingnan. A cold voice spat out, "Are you trying to hit on me? This isn't a flirtation, I just want to get to know you." Hearing this, the girl pressed the stop button on the treadmill and looked Ma Jingnan up and down. He laughed contemptuously and said, "It seems you are new here. Don't you find it strange that there are so many strong men in the gym? Why no one dares to come and talk to me?" Ma Jingnan had never thought of this. I couldn't help but blurt out, "Why is that?" Lan Xinyu smiled coldly and said, "With your small body, don't know why. If you don't want to get hurt, don't provoke me." After saying this, he got off the treadmill and left here. Seeing this, Ma Jingnan was confused and had no idea what to do with the girl. It's impossible to just run up to the girl and throw money at her. If you do that, there's a 99% chance that you'll get a beating. At this time, a muscular man came over and said quietly, "Brother, it seems you are new here. You are really brave. You even dared to approach Blue Rose." Hearing this, Ma Jingnan also became interested and asked curiously, "Brother, where does she come from? Is she that scary?" The muscular man heard this and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he whispered, "The 5th degree master at the Rofeng Taekwondo gym upstairs. With your small frame, she could easily take on several of them. More importantly, her eldest brother is the owner of the nearby Blue Flame boxing gym, and his punching bags are no pushovers. A while ago, in this gym, a gangster who was a martial artist tried to hit on Blue Rose, but her brother rushed over after hearing the news and knocked out several of his teeth." Hearing this, Ma Jingnan suddenly felt his teeth ache. Is it true that such a beautiful girl is not meant to be with me? After thanking the muscular man, Ma Jingnan gave up the idea of chatting up the tattooed girl again. I found a suitable fitness method and started practicing. Ding! Qualified cashback recipients detected. Do you want to check? Ma Jingnan, who was sweating profusely, heard the system prompt again in his mind. As soon as I looked straight ahead, a hot girl walked in with her waist twisted. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that the probability of meeting a beautiful woman in the gym is really high. I silently thought about it and checked. Name, Wu Feifei. Age, 26. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance, 84 points. Purity, 78%. Physical condition, there is a gynecological disease, poor safety. Favorability towards the host, 0. After seeing the girl's overall information, Ma Jingnan instantly lost all interest. With a purity of 78%, although she can't be considered a wild chicken, she is definitely a scumbag. Not to mention the security risks. After taking a quick glance and wiping the sweat off my body, I suddenly felt unmotivated. When I returned to my neighborhood later, I looked at the dilapidated facilities and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although I can spend money on girls at will, I still have to keep working hard if I want to live a luxurious life at any time. After returning to the room, I ordered a luxurious takeaway and then opened Douyin. Little Blue Rabbit is quite diligent and started broadcasting early. Now I am chatting casually with my friends in the barrage area. Although there is a smile on the face, there is great anticipation in the heart. The day before yesterday, under my Zhengnan's crazy carnival bombardment, the revenue on that day reached a record high of more than 120,000. Yesterday, the platform even attracted a wave of traffic specifically for her. The income has almost doubled compared to usual times, but it's only about 500 or 600 yuan. This sudden huge gap made Kushyoyin feel bad instantly. It's like a person who eats pickles and steamed buns every day, and suddenly one day he tastes delicacies from land and sea. When he was served pickled vegetable buns again, you can imagine how it tasted. I must miss the taste of delicacies from land and sea. My Zhengnan just clicked in, and Kushyoyin was instantly excited. He stood up and made a little star gesture. Welcome my brother Nan to my live broadcast room. My Zhengnan didn't bother to talk too much, so he just filled up the amount of 54,000 and sent out 18 carnivals. This kind of generous reward made Kushyoyin almost tremble with excitement. I haven't even started dancing yet, but brother Nana's carnival has already dominated the screen. Could it be that today is another day of unexpected wealth? When he was expressing his gratitude incoherently, Ma Zhengnan said nothing and simply left the live broadcast room, leaving the confused girl dumbfounded. Chapter 22 Pure and innocent girl Wen Ruyue. Although the two have established a private WeChat account, the girl seems to have no intention of parachuting in. Of course Ma Zhengnan couldn't feed her too much at once. After decisively exiting Kushyoyin's live broadcast room, I casually browsed other live broadcast rooms. As long as there is no system prompt, it will basically exit immediately. After browsing dozens of live streaming rooms, I finally heard a ding in my head. Ding! Detected a qualified reverse object. This female anchor's online name is Xiao Yueya. She looks pretty pure and pretty in the video. I don't know if he is a new anchor. There are not many people in the live broadcast room, only a few dozen or so. I was chatting with the commentators, and when I saw Ma Zhengnan, a level 40 guy, come in, he still welcomed her by saying, "Welcome brother Nan to my live broadcast room." Without saying anything, Ma Zhengnan directly clicked on a carnival and sent it out. The female anchor named Xiao Yueya was stunned for a moment, then stood up in surprise. Wow, thank you brother Nan for sending the carnival. This is the first time I've received such a valuable gift. Thank you so much, brother Nan. Ma Zhengnan looked at the girl's excited expression, smiled faintly and typed a comment. Girl, turn off all the beauty filters in the live broadcast room, there is also a carnival. After seeing Ma Zhengnan's comment, Xiao Yueya was obviously stunned again. But a smile appeared on his face immediately and he said, Brother Nan, I only turned on a little bit of beauty filter in my live broadcast room, I will turn it off immediately. After all, she has met the system's appearance requirements, so this female anchor is quite confident about her appearance. After hearing about the carnival, I immediately turned off all the beauty features. Although there weren't many people in the live broadcast room, the comments on the screen increased significantly after seeing the two people's actions. Why do I feel that the girl is more beautiful after turning off the beauty filter? Thanks to this rich guy named Nan Go, who let us know that Xiao Yueya is a real beauty. I will follow her immediately. Xiao Yueya glanced at the barrage and felt very happy. I didn't expect that after turning off the beauty filter, I instantly gained more than a dozen followers. Zhang Yan smiled and said, I'm a new anchor, thank you for your attention. Before he even finished speaking, Ma Zhengnan's live broadcast room was dominated by one carnival after another. At the beginning, Xiao Yueya was just surprised. After all, any carnival is worth her many days of live streaming income. But as the carnival special effects continued to appear one after another, the surprise on the girl's face turned into shock. Her real name is Wen Ruyue, a genuine Sichuan girl, and now she is a sophomore at Southwest University in the Mountain City. Due to various factors, the live broadcast has just started less than a month. Although she doesn't have any great talents, she is pretty and sweet-mouthed. By relying on fans' tips to do some small punishments, I can earn 100 or 200 yuan after a live broadcast. I didn't expect that the legendary rich man would visit me today. For a small anchor like Wenruyue, a carnival can make her excited for the whole night. After Ma Zhangnan finished a round of 18 carnivals, he was so excited that he didn't know how to express it. I'm so excited, brother Nan, why did you give me so many carnivals? Seeing the beautiful girl's extremely excited expression, it was impossible for Ma Zhangnan to feel unhappy. Another barrage of comments. You seem to have some light makeup on, right? Could you please wash it off with water? I want to see your natural look. After seeing Ma Zhennan's comment, Wenruyue was stunned again. But he immediately realized that this must be the legendary rich man who took a fancy to him. She had no reason to refuse. Brother Nan, wait a moment, I'll go to the bathroom to clean up. By the time Wenruyue went to clean her makeup, the comment section was already buzzing with comments. My assessment is that this southern guy is a real rich guy. With a flick of his hand, 54,000 is gone. I envy the rich people for being able to play like this in a live stream. I'll do the same when I win the jackpot. It's true, this kind of operation by the rich would make those anchors who rely on beauty filters to make a living cry. After a while, Wenruyue appeared in front of the screen with water droplets on her face. Needless to say, she was already pure and pretty, and now she looked even more eye-catching to Ma Zhangnan. I roughly guessed in my mind that the girl in front of me must be no less than 85 points in appearance. In a good mood, without saying anything, I immediately started a new round of 18 carnivals. With unlimited cashback, Ma Zhangnan, who doesn't have to worry about any funds at all, has no pressure at all when it comes to the carnival. After seeing Wenruyue's pure, beautiful and charming appearance, he immediately turned on the carnival crit mode. Including the initial rewards, I finished 5 rounds of 90 carnivals before I stopped. Wenruyue's heart was already in turmoil and surging. She was just a new anchor, how could she have seen such a scene before? I can't find any words to describe how shocked I am. Wenruyue didn't dare to imagine what the other party wanted to do by giving her so much money. She originally just wanted to start a livestream to earn some pocket money, and she never thought about hooking up with any wealthy man. But Ma Zhangnan's generous way of rewarding her today was completely overwhelmed for her. Just when I was daydreaming, I saw a barrage from the other party. Sister, do your best, see you again if we are lucky. Before he had the chance to say thank you, Ma Zhangnan had already walked out of the live broadcast room in a cool manner. For Ma Zhangnan, the best thing to do right now is to cast a wider net. As for how many fish he could catch, he really didn't care. After I got the sister intimate cashback system. Giving gifts to female anchors online can only be considered a small battlefield. The real main battlefield must still be placed in real life. After exiting the Little Crescent Moon live broadcast room, I saw Su Shuer also started a live broadcast at this time, and clicked in with a happy face. Of course, he wouldn't treat this sister, whom he had favored, unfairly. Welcome my brother Nine home. The moment Su Shuer saw Ma Zhangnan enter the live broadcast room, she was also very happy. The two had just had an intimate offline contact, and Su Shuer's welcome home also showed her home position. Chapter 23 The goddess is about to start broadcasting. Many loyal fans of Su Shuer's live broadcast room also recognized Ma Zhangnan's identity. The legendary real rich man, the big brother who spent 80 carnivals at once, has appeared. Wow, our Shuer family's top guy is here. Shuer, hurry up and join the mic for a fight. Let brother Nan help boost your popularity. After seeing these comments, Su Shuer smiled and asked in the live broadcast room, Brother Nan, do you want me to play PK with you on the microphone? Ma Zhangnan immediately typed a comment and sent it out. It's up to you. I'll start the carnival for you first. With the appearance of this comment, the carnival seemed to be free and it floated wildly in Su Shuer's live broadcast room. Seeing this, Su Shuer was of course very happy. Even though she had a close and in-depth conversation with Ma Zhangnan yesterday. But he also knew that their relationship could only be described as a monetary transaction at best. A super generous local tycoon like Ma Zhangnan, I don't know how many beautiful girls would want to pounce on him in real life. To be honest, after the two of them parted today, Su Shuer was really a little worried that the other party would pull up his pants and ignore her. The main reason for starting this live broadcast now is to see if Ma Zhangnan will give me some benefits. When I saw the carnival float up, I felt happy and relieved at the same time. As for competing with other anchors on the mic, forget it. There's no need to let others use your popularity. Thanks to my Nan Gu for the critical hit at the carnival. While I was excitedly thanking him, I couldn't help but think. Such a large amount of money has to be split with the platform. It would be better if Brother Nan just gave the money to me directly. Of course, she could only think about the current relationship between her and Ma Zhangnan in her heart. If you really make the other party think that you are too greedy, it will definitely be a loss. There is no doubt that under Ma Zhengnan's crazy carnival attack, the number of people in the live broadcast room is climbing steadily. It directly exceeded 10,000 people. There are also many small anchors mixed in, all of whom were attracted by the carnival. The feeling of watching Su Shuer being rewarded like crazy made my heart so envious that it turned purple. Compared to when Ruyue just now, Ma Zhangnan gave a full round of rewards. After throwing out 108 carnivals, my fingers are a little sore. Looking at the shocking comments all over the screen, Ma Zhangnan was completely satisfied with his status as a wealthy man. Without saying a word, he immediately exited the live broadcast room. I opened WeChat and replied to Su Shuer. Baby, enjoy the rewards tonight. You should also get off the air early and rest up to replenish your energy from yesterday. Su Shuer might have been busy increasing her popularity in the live broadcast room and did not see the message in time. Ma Zhangnan didn't care. After logging out of WeChat, he checked the private messages on Douyin. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Xiao Yueya finally couldn't stand the test of money and took the initiative to ask Ma Zhangnan to add her on WeChat for a private chat. Of course, this is just the first step. Whether the two parties can establish a better relationship depends on whether the girl can handle it. I just added her as a friend and she replied with a message in seconds. Brother Nan, you gave me so much reward today, I don't know how to thank you. It's nothing. I just want a girl for the gift. I just want you to be happy. Well, no matter what, I still want to thank you, Brother Nan. My name is Wen Ruyue, and I'm a sophomore at Southwest University. I saw your LP address also shows Shancheng. I didn't expect we live so close. Really? That's quite fate. I'll come to visit you at school if I get the chance. After Ma Zhangnan sent this message, the girl must have been thinking about how to reply. After waiting for a while, I got a reply. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal then. After seeing this message, Ma Zhangnan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, after meeting her and showing off my money muscles, it should be a sure thing to win this innocent girl over. At the same time, Lu Yusin received a call from Lin Saixia. Yusin, didn't Ma Zhangnan ask you to do a live broadcast today? Why haven't you started yet? Saixia, I feel a little embarrassed. You said we just had a big meal with Ma Zhangnan today, and then asked him to come to my live broadcast room to give me tips. Isn't it a bit? My Miss Yusin, judging from Ma Zhangnan's performance as a rich man today, he must have made a lot of money. What's the harm in letting him spend some money? Maybe he can actually make your live broadcast successful. Just start broadcasting right away, I'll go to the live studio and take a look. After hearing what Lin Saixia said, Lu Yusin finally made up her mind. She also knows that with her figure and appearance, as long as she can gain popularity, it should not be difficult for her to make a living through live streaming in the future. After hanging up the phone, I still put on some light makeup in front of the mirror in front of the dressing table. Then I opened my own TikTok account. She hesitated for a moment, bit her beautiful lips, and clicked the live broadcast button. Lu Yusin only has a pitiful number of fans, just over 1,000, accumulated from her few live broadcasts a while ago. Of course, most people pay attention to Lu Yusin because of her fair and tender skin, angelic face, and devilish figure. Obviously, she doesn't have a large fan base, so basically no one comes to watch her live broadcast. At the same time, in a high-end residential complex somewhere in the mountain city, Wu Bingkuan was bored and scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, a message came that the person he followed, Xiao Yudian, had started a live broadcast. His face lit up immediately, and he clicked in without any hesitation. Wu Bingkuan is the vice president of Lu Yusin's elder brother's company. After meeting Lu Yusin by chance, he was simply stunned by her beauty. After learning that the other party had just divorced, my heart suddenly became even more agitated. Compared to his ex-wife, Lu Yusin's appearance and figure are completely different. If he could sleep with such a beauty in his arms at night, he would even rather live 10 years less. After some sweet talk, Lu Yusin's elder brother Lu Tianming finally agreed to be the middleman. However, the two sides only had a brief meeting and nothing happened afterwards. Although Lu Yusin is also divorced, she still has her own pride. Not to mention that Wu Bingkuan is 10 years older than her, he also has a son. More importantly, his chubby appearance really does not conform to Lu Yusin's aesthetic standards. Even if the other party's financial conditions were good, Lu Yusin did not agree to continue the relationship. It was a rare opportunity for Wu Bingquan to meet such a stunning goddess, and it just so happened that both of them were divorced. He did not give up and called her every few days to ask about her well-being. If Lu Yusin hadn't been concerned about his elder brother's reputation, she would have blocked him long ago. Chapter 24 The Woman I Like. Since Wu Bingquan couldn't make an appointment with Lu Yusin, he had no way to show off his financial strength even if he wanted to. I was about to give up, but I didn't expect that the Lu Yusin Douyin account I followed today started a live broadcast. With my heart burning with passion, I rushed in impatiently. At this time, there were only a dozen or so visitors in the live broadcast room, besides Lin Saisha's small account. The other dozen or so people stopped because they happened to see such a beautiful woman. Lu Yusin had tried it a few times recently. I am a brand new anchor, and I am still slowly adjusting my status. If Lin Saisha hadn't initiated some interaction in the barrage area, she would probably have been even more embarrassed. While anxiously waiting for my Zhangnan to come online, someone online named Lonely Cigarette suddenly sent out 10 520 love gifts in a row. This kind of gift is not expensive, only 52 yuan each. However, it still caused Lu Yusin's face to be full of surprise. You know, she tried several live broadcasts some time ago, but her income was only a few dozen yuan. This time I listened to Ma Zhengnan's advice, and the show just started a short while ago. I received gifts worth 520 yuan, so my share was 260 yuan. While I was surprised, I immediately adjusted my mindset. In the live broadcast room, she smiled sweetly and said, "Wow, thank you Brother Cigarette for sending me 10 520 gifts." "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lonely Cigarette sent 10 520 love gifts in a row. Obviously, this Lonely Cigarette is Wu Bingquan. He also has the habit of giving small tips in the live broadcast room. It's rare to see a goddess doing a live broadcast. I plan to show off my muscles in the live broadcast room. Of course, his wealth is far from being that of a wealthy man. Instead of spending lavishly on the carnival right away, she chose economical and affordable 520 love gifts. Lu Yusin had no idea that Lonely Cigarette was actually Wu Bingquan. After seeing 10 more 520 small gifts, I was so happy. Could it be that I am really suitable for the anchor job? I had only been broadcasting for less than 10 minutes and I had already made a net profit of 520 yuan. At the same time, Ma Zhangnan, who had just finished chatting with Wen Ruyue. After returning to the Douyin interface, I saw Lu Yusin starting a live broadcast. With a faint smile on his face, he clicked in directly. I just happened to see Lonely Cigarette sending a series of 520 love messages. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Who the hell is this person? He gave me so many 520s. Does he want to steal my goddess from me? Without saying anything, he immediately started his own carnival storm. The moment my Zhangnan entered the live broadcast room, Lu Yusin knew that the main character of the night had arrived. Before I could even pretend to be polite, I was stunned by this crazy carnival. If there were only a few carnivals, Lu Yusin would think it was normal. After all, if you want to increase the popularity of your live broadcast room, carnival is definitely the best special effects magic weapon. But there are 18 carnivals right at the start, that has 54,000 yuan. Even though Lu Yusin was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by Ma Zhengnan's generous reward. Lin Saixia, who was among the tourists, was also very shocked. It would be easier for her to understand spending 20,000 yuan on a meal, after all, it was food that was eaten. But spending tens of thousands of gold in the live broadcast room is too crazy. How much wealth must this old classmate of mine have earned to be able to give him such a casual reward without regard for money? The person who was most unhappy at this moment would definitely be Wu Bingquan. I originally wanted to show off my financial strength in front of the goddess today. I just showed off a little bit, I haven't even announced my name yet. I was so overwhelmed by Ma Zhengnan's outrageous actions that I lost all my temper. Although he is financially strong, he still has parents and children to take care of. We are still far from being able to treat money like Ma Zhangnan. While I was furious, I also unknowingly started to hate Ma Zhangnan. Ma Zhangnan didn't care what Wu Bingquan thought. After enjoying the carnival, the frustration in my heart just now was finally released. And typed a barrage out. At Lonely Cigarette, Xiao Yudian is the woman I like, you'd better not have any ideas about her. Wu Bingquan was so angry that his face turned purple after seeing this comment. However, thanks to Ma Zhengnan's generous reward just now, he really didn't have the temper to confront him. Lu Yusin finally recovered from her shock and saw Ma Zhengnan's comment. For a moment, he forgot that he was live streaming, and said with a slightly red face, "My Zhengnan, stop talking nonsense. And why did you reward me with so many carnivals? This is such a waste." Thanks to the carnival, the live streaming room now has hundreds of people. After hearing what Lu Yusen said, I realized that the two of them actually knew each other privately. For a moment, the barrage of comments on the screen poured out. This guy must be seriously ill. Wouldn't it be better to spend that much money on gifts for girls in real life? Why waste it on the live stream? Isn't that cheapening the platform? Brother, they have money and can spend it however they want. You don't understand the world of the rich. You can figure out the rest of the truth on your own. You're underestimating Brother Nan. 18 carnivals are nothing. Let me predict for you, with a beautiful girl like the host, there are at least several more carnivals on the way. Obviously, the person who posted this comment must have seen my Zhengnan giving crazy rewards to other female anchors. Sure enough, when this barrage just appeared on the screen, a new round of carnival crit has begun again. It was a rare opportunity to show off his financial ability in front of the goddess, so how could my Zhengnan miss it? Amidst Lu Yusen's extremely shocked expression, the carnival in the live broadcast room never stopped. The rhythm of one carnival round lasted for 10 full rounds before stopping. Such a sensational scene, appearing in the live broadcast room of a new anchor, instantly pushed Lu Yusen to the top of the popularity list. The peak number of tourists even reached 20,000. Seeing that the originally deserted live broadcast room suddenly soared to the top of the popularity list, Lu Yusen's excitement can be imagined. Her mouth was dry and she was so shocked that she didn't even know what to say. My Zhengnan actually gave her 540,000 in tips in her live broadcast room. This exaggerated amount far exceeded Lu Yusen's expectations. She couldn't understand why the other party would waste time in the live broadcast room even if he really wanted to pursue her. When I think about the platform taking away 270,000 yuan, I feel an indescribable pain in my heart. Chapter 25 Dream Date Goddess. After nearly 20,000 people watched this crazy carnival crit in the live broadcast room, the barrage area was already exploding. Thanks to her super high looks, Lu Yusen's number of fans has exceeded 10,000. Wu Bingquan in front of the screen had a face full of bitterness. The only little pride he could show off had already been beaten to pieces by the bombardment of my Zhengnan carnival. Seeing that Lu Yusen can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in a live broadcast, his hope of winning her heart is basically zero. He didn't even have the nerve to reveal his name, and left the livestream in disgrace. Shaking his numb fingers, Ma Zhengnan also exited the live broadcast room very decisively. He finally figured it out. Spending lots of money in the livestream was just a bridge to connect with the girls. If you want to win the favor of girls, you basically have to do it in real life. I was sending gifts like crazy just now, my fingers are numb from tapping on the screen, and neither Su Shuer nor Lu Yusen's favorability has increased at all. The current relationship between him and Su Shuer was entirely built on money, and if he wanted to increase their favorability points in the future, he could only rely on falling in love with them over time. As for Lu Yusen, Ma Zhengnan was not in a hurry. After all, the 20-point favorability base was there, and sooner or later it would be his dish. Looking at the flashing message on WeChat, I opened it and took a look. Su Shuer sent back a message. Nangu, I just finished the live broadcast and saw your message. Thank you for your reward and concern. Brother, you should have a good rest tonight. Love you. Looking at Su Shuer's coquettish and ambiguous message, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This money is really a fun thing. This kind of top-notch girl who could only appear in dreams before will now care about me. At the same time, after seeing Ma Zhengnan exit the live broadcast room, I was so excited that I didn't feel like broadcasting live. After saying a few polite words to many netizens, he closed the live broadcast room, putting aside the 540,000 yuan reward from Ma Zhengnan. Because the number of people in the live broadcast room just now increased dramatically, the other small gifts today add up to several thousand. Looking at the 5.4 million sound wave reward data in the background. Excited, Lu Yusen couldn't wait to call Lin Saixia. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Saixia was even more excited than her. The voice came over, Yusen, tonight is really too crazy, is Ma Zhengnan opening a gold mine? Oh my god, 180 carnivals, 540,000 in rewards are just for you, I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. Listening to Lin Saixia's excited tone, Lu Yusen was also. After taking a deep breath, she said, Saixia, I didn't expect my Zhengnan to do such a crazy thing. What do you think he meant? Hearing this, Lin Saixia blurted out without thinking. No need to think about it, I saw it during the day, this guy must like you and want to pursue you. Yusin, you must not hesitate. Although there are many rich men these days, it is absolutely hard to find someone like my Zhangnan who is willing to spend money on a woman. I wonder how many beautiful girls are eyeing a tycoon like this who's so generous and domineering. Lu Yusin understood what Lin Saixia said, and her heart was already in turmoil. In a melancholy tone, she asked over the phone, Saixia, just as you said. A man as outstanding as him will definitely have no shortage of beautiful women around him. Although I have some looks, I am also somewhat self-aware. Do you think he would really marry a divorced woman? Hey, Lu Yusin, you've also been through the turmoil of marriage, why are you still so pessimistic? You have to put yourself in his shoes. If our old classmate was not so rich, would you be attracted to him with your beauty? If you ask me, as long as my Zhangnan is willing to spend money on you, it doesn't matter whether you marry him or not. After hearing what Lin Saixia said, Lin Yusin's heart became even more confused. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the impressive data in the background again. After hesitating for a moment, I opened WeChat and sent a message to my Zhangnan. My Zhangnan, what exactly do you mean by giving me such a crazy reward today? Not long after I sent it out, my Zhangnan replied. Lin Yusin, didn't you see the comment in my livestream? I'm telling the truth. Since you say that, I want to ask you seriously, my Zhangnan. We are all adults now. What do you really think of me? If you just want to play around, I'll return the money you tipped me tonight. After seeing this message, my Zhangnan read it over and over again. Lu Yusin, since you're so frank, I'll be frank. When I was in high school, I did have a crush on you for several years. I definitely really like you. If you're willing to be my woman, I'll take care of everything except marriage. Think about it yourself. If you really don't agree, that's fine. You don't have to return the reward money. It's what you deserve. It took several minutes for Lu Yusin to reply after sending this message. My Zhangnan, you mean you want me to be one of your women, right? You men are always looking at the bowl while having your cake and eating it too. However, your conditions are okay, so I'll reluctantly agree to them. However, the final outcome will depend on your performance. Anyway, as a second married woman, I'm not at a disadvantage. Lu Yusin also figured it out, just as Lin Saixia said. It is really difficult to find a man who is willing to spend money on you generously. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability plus 10. The sudden good impression and the message Lu Yusin sent back made my Zhangnan excited. After all, she was the goddess he had fantasized about when he was young. Compared to Su Shuer and Zhang Menjing, the desire to get the goddess in one's heart must have increased exponentially. Yusin, I'm so excited to see your reply. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. I want to see you right now. What should I do? It's too late now. It's not very convenient. You should go to bed early. Good night. Although Lu Yusin has figured it out, she certainly doesn't want to give her body away so easily. After receiving the reply, Ma Zhangnan was not angry. It was only a matter of time before he won the goddess over. After replying with a good night, I didn't feel like watching TikTok anymore and slowly fell asleep. In the dream, Lu Yusin showed a charming smile and undressed herself one by one. And Ma Zhengnan's face in his sleep also showed an indescribable smile. Chapter 26 Shopping with the Goddess. When he woke up the next day, thinking about his dream last night, Ma Zhangnan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. After washing up, he picked up his phone and looked at it. Su Shuer and Zhang Menjing, two girls with a favorability score of 50, each sent a message saying good morning. Ma Zhangnan glanced at it casually and didn't want to reply. As his money power becomes more and more powerful, there will definitely be more and more girls in the future, and he will not have the time to reply to every one of them. I checked the time, it was almost 9 in the morning. I picked up my phone and sent a message to Lu Yusin. Yusin, do you have time today? How about I go shopping with you? Yeah, okay. Lu Yusin agreed to Ma Zhengnan's request quite readily. After the two agreed on the time and place, Ma Zhengnan went out to have breakfast. At the rate he was making money from girls, he wouldn't feel bad about this little bit of money. At 10 o'clock in the morning, we arrived at the Jiangbei New Century Mall where we had agreed to meet. Lu Yusin, wearing an orange casual summer outfit, was already waiting there. However, what made my Jiangnan a little unhappy was that there was obviously a light bulb, Lin Saixia, next to Lu Yusen. My Jiangnan, we are old classmates after all. Why didn't you invite me to go shopping with Yusen? Before my Jiangnan expressed his dissatisfaction, Lin Saixia started talking. But he immediately changed the subject and asked with a slightly exaggerated expression. How much money have you made over the years? I was shocked by your crazy tips last night. Hearing this, my Jiangnan made a bitter face and asked first, Lin Saixia, why are you here? I was shocked by your behavior last night. I couldn't sleep this morning, so I went to look for Yusen. I happened to be there when you made the appointment with her. What's wrong? You don't think I'm a third wheel, do you? If you want to pursue Yusen, go ahead. I won't object. I said a few nice things to you last night, and you should thank me for that. After hearing what Lin Saixia said, my Jiangnan ignored her. He smiled at Lu Yusen and said, does your reply from last night still count? Facing my Jiangnan's face-to-face questioning, Lu Yusen still felt a little shy. The two of them went from being old classmates to suddenly becoming romantically involved. Even though she has been married before, for a girl with a purity of 99%, she is still a little bit restrained. Just blushed and nodded slightly. My Jiangnan, Yusen was the school belle of our number 9 middle school back then. If you want to pursue her, you can't be too perfunctory. You have to show your affection today. Lin Saixia saw this and said another sentence. However, these words touched my Jiangnan's heart. The girl's favorability towards me is only 30 points. If I want to reach 50 points, I'm afraid the only way in a short period of time is to buy, and buy. Then he laughed proudly and said, of course. Today at New Century Mall, anything Yusen likes will be paid for by me. Hearing my Jiangnan say this, Lin Saixia couldn't help but feel a sense of powerless envy. Beautiful women are good. Even if they are divorced, there are men willing to spend a lot of money on them. Lu Yusen didn't pretend to be hypocritical and say anything to refuse. After a dull marriage where I had to worry about the daily necessities of life, she has a very clear idea of her own positioning. It's rare to meet such an extremely generous man. Since I can't get everything from him, it's not too much to get some benefits from him. After the three entered the New Century Mall, the first thing that comes into view is a well-known gold jewelry store. Women are basically born to like this thing, and their desire to get it is no less than that of a handbag. My Jiangnan smiled and said, Yusen, this jewelry store is quite famous. Let's go in and see if there are any necklaces or earrings that you like. After hearing my Jiangnan's words, Lin Saixia was even more excited than Lu Yusen. Even if she couldn't get any bargains, she still wanted to satisfy her shopping urge today. Yusen, it's rare for Boss Ma to be so generous. Please don't hesitate to ask. I'll give you some advice. As he spoke, he took Lu Yusen's hand and walked in. Welcome. A salesgirl came over and said with a smile, what do you need? Just take a look. My Jiangnan pointed at Lu Yusen and said with a smile, choose a few platinum diamond necklaces and earrings for her. They must be of good quality. Price is not a problem. When the salesgirl heard this, her face lit up with joy, knowing that a big order had come. I took out several diamond necklaces at once. These are some of our latest hits, all made of 18K white gold, with a precious blue diamond at the center. Miss, you are naturally beautiful. These necklaces are very suitable for you. Why don't you try them on yourself and refer to them for reference? Hearing this, Lin Saixia was the first to speak excitedly. Wow, these necklaces are so beautiful, Yusen, let me help you. Hearing Lin Saixia say this, my Jiangnan immediately became unhappy. Lin Saixia, let me help Yusen put on the necklace. Hearing this, Lin Saixia curled her lips and said, alright, since you treated me to a big meal yesterday, I won't argue with you. Hearing what the two said, Lu Yusen blushed slightly and whispered, I'll do it myself. Ma Jiangnan was not willing to give up this opportunity for close contact, and picked up a necklace with a smile. Yusen, this necklace is not easy to put on by yourself, let me help you. After saying this, he came directly behind the girl. Looking at Lu Yusen's white and tender neck, I secretly praised her. To achieve such a high beauty score, every part of this beauty is so charming. When wearing the necklace, Ma Jiangnan touched Lu Yusen's neck intentionally or unintentionally with his hands. Ding! Lu Yusen's favorability +5. The sudden goodwill made Ma Jiangnan happy. I spent over $500,000 in her live broadcast room last night and the price didn't go up a cent. But in reality, just a light touch made the favorability score soar by 5 points. This woman's inner thoughts are really hard to figure out. She took a look at herself in the small mirror on the counter, and a look of joy was evident on her face. Wow, Yusin, this platinum diamond necklace really suits you, so beautiful. Lin Saixia, who was standing by, said with envy, her eyes shining. Ma Zhengnan also felt that after Lu Yusin put on this necklace, her fair collarbone looked even more pleasing to the eye. After gently taking off the necklace, I tried on several more in a row. Then he waved his hand and said, pack them all up, we want them all. Chapter 27 Double Happiness of the Goddess. Hearing Ma Zhengnan wanted to buy all the necklaces, Lu Yusin quickly said. No need to buy so much, I'll just pick one. I can't carry more anyway. Is a platinum diamond necklace too much? After hearing this, the shopping guide girl kept muttering in her heart. He looked at Ma Zhengnan again with an expectant look. She had just realized that the man in front of her really had that ability. It's okay, just pack them all up, I want them all. They're more charming when you change them up. The necklaces I just wore cost less than 30,000 yuan in total, which is well within Ma Zhengnan's spending range. Judging from Lu Yusin's expression when she tried them on just now, she must like every one of them. Just one simple sentence and the final word was decided. Although Lu Yusin didn't say anything, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. This shows that she quite likes Ma Zhengnan's slightly domineering approach. Seeing this, Lin Saixia couldn't find any other emotions except deep envy. Then, with the help of the salesgirl, I chose 2 more pairs of earrings, which cost only over 30,000 yuan in total. After Ma Zhengnan swiped the card easily, the 3 of them left the jewelry store. Boss Ma, which store are we going to next? Hearing Lin Saixia always calling him Boss Ma Zhengnan was too lazy to refute. He smiled and said, clothes, bags, cosmetics, whatever Yusin likes, I'll pay for it. I'm so envious. In my next life, I want to be reborn as a beautiful woman and find a man who is willing to spend money on me. After hearing Lin Saixia's complaint, Lu Yusin couldn't help but comfort her. Saixia, you're pretty. You don't need to wait for your next life. Maybe you'll find a man who's willing to spend money on you soon. Oh, I wish. After listening to the conversation between the 2 women, although Ma Zhengnan did not interrupt, he did not agree with it in his heart. Lin Saixia's looks are around 70 points at best, and she speaks carelessly. If she really wants to find a man who is willing to spend money on her, it might be harder than winning the lottery jackpot. 2 hours later, all 3 of them were carrying several shopping bags. Yusin, is there anything else you like? As long as it's sold in the mall, take whatever you want. Really, no need. I didn't even think about buying so much. Let's just find a place to sit. My feet are tired from walking. During the 2-hour shopping process, Lu Yusin and Lin Saixia once again witnessed Ma Zhengnan's extremely arrogant attitude towards spending money. Whether it's bags, cosmetics, or clothes, basically buy whatever is expensive. In just 2 hours of shopping, I spent almost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The way he didn't treat money as money at all was so blinding to the 2 women. But what puzzled Ma Zhengnan was that, besides increasing his favorability by 5 points at the jewelry store, when shopping in other stores, Lu Yusin did not gain any favorability towards herself. Could it be that I opened it the wrong way? Name, Lu Yusin. Age, 29. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance, 88 points. Purity, 99%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 35 points. After looking at Lu Yusin's panel information again, Ma Zhengnan couldn't figure it out. But he is not in a hurry. The 99% purity is there, and sooner or later it will be the food in his pot. He took out his phone and checked it, then said with a smile, since we're tired from walking, let's not go shopping anymore. There's a top-notch seafood restaurant on the top floor of this mall. Let's go have a feast. Of course, Lin Saixia was the most excited when she heard there was a seafood feast to eat. What are we waiting for? I'm already hungry. Take us there quickly. After learning about Ma Zhengnan's extraordinary strength, she was quite rude. Being able to have a big meal is the biggest gain of the day. Seeing Lu Yusin nodded, the 3 of them got on the special elevator together. We went to a restaurant called Haoji Seafood on the top floor and asked for a small private room. Ma Zhengnan casually glanced at the prices on the menu. After consulting the two women, I directly ordered 3 top-of-the-line luxury meal packages worth $2,888. The best seafood in the venue is unlimited. After eating a Western meal worth tens of thousands of dollars yesterday, I was surprised by the expensive seafood set meal. The two women also had considerable immunity and did not show any surprise. After enjoying a delicious seafood feast, Lin Saisha burped a little and asked with half-closed eyes, "Boss Ma, what are your plans for the afternoon?" "Lin Saisha, I've already treated you to dinner. For the sake of our old schoolmate relationship, why don't you leave first?" Ma Zhangnan said whatever was in his mind and said it directly and generously. Hearing this, Lin Saisha was not angry. They were all adults, so of course she knew what Ma Zhangnan was thinking. He glanced at Lu Yusin and asked with a half-smile, "Yusin, how about I withdraw first?" Lu Yusin, of course, also understood the meaning of Lin Saisha's expression. Blushing slightly, she whispered, "Okay, I'll find you when I have time." Hearing this, Lin Saisha stood up with a smile. "Okay, I won't bother you two anymore. Goodbye." After Lin Saisha left, Ma Zhangnan finally felt much better. He smiled and said, "How about we store the things at a counter first, and I'll take you to some fun place?" Lu Yusin didn't even hesitate and nodded in agreement. I received so many expensive gifts from Ma Zhangnan today, which is definitely different from giving gifts in the live broadcast room. Basically, I have made some kind of decision in my heart. It's good to find a man who treats you well and is willing to spend money while you are young and beautiful. As for the fun places that Ma Zhangnan mentioned, she didn't care at all. When they arrived at their destination, Lu Yusin couldn't help but open her eyes wide. I saw a sign with the huge words "Traveling through the Mountain City." "Zhangnan, the fun place you mentioned, are you here to play this game?" "Yeah, what else do you think?" Looking at Ma Zhengnan's half-smile, Lu Yusin blushed slightly. I explained awkwardly, I didn't think anything of it. I've seen this game in videos before. I didn't expect you to bring me here. Let's go buy tickets. This game is quite exciting." Although Ma Zhangnan also roughly guessed that even if he suggested to get a room immediately, Lu Yusin would most likely agree. But he still wanted to see if playing games with girls would increase their favorability. If I could really break through the 50-point mark in the game, wouldn't the next step be even more wonderful? Chapter 28 Conquering the School Beauty Goddess. An hour later, when the two walked out of the Game Experience Center, Ma Zhangnan's face was obviously depressed. Although Lu Yusin was shouting happily during the game, her favorability rating didn't increase at all. "Zhangnan, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that Ma Zhangnan was obviously unhappy, Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask. Nothing much, let's go, just wander around here." Hearing Lu Yusin's question, Ma Zhangnan also figured it out. Since you can't enjoy double happiness, you must make your dreams come true. After all, there was a beautiful woman in front of him, and he didn't want to be like Lu Xiaohui. As he spoke, he directly took Lu Yusin's hand. Ma Zhengnan's small action caused Lu Yusin's delicate body to tremble noticeably. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability +1. Ha! The sudden increase in favorability made Ma Zhengnan's eyes light up. He seemed to have found the trick. With a pulling motion, he pulled Lu Yusin into his arms. There are too many people here, please let me go." Lu Yusin struggled out of Ma Zhengnan's arms, blushing and speaking shyly in a low voice. Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan looked up and looked around. Sure enough, many men around looked over here intentionally or unintentionally. Occasionally, he would show extreme envy, and I'm afraid he would want to replace himself. As a school beauty goddess, Lu Yusin's figure and appearance are beyond words. The seductive charm that emanates from the inside out is so tempting that most men would be unable to control themselves just by looking at it. I can't even imagine how fragrant it would be if I kissed a girl. Seeing these envious eyes, Ma Zhangnan couldn't help but feel a little proud. Once upon a time, I was just like these losers. When you see another man on the street hugging a beautiful woman, your mood probably won't be much better. Looking at the person he once fantasized about, Ma Zhengnan's lips curled up slightly. "Come on, I'll take you to a really fun place." At the entrance of a famous 5-star hotel, Ma Zhangnan took Lu Yusin's hand and stopped. She said softly, "Stay here today and don't go back." Lu Yusin, who had been mentally prepared, lowered her head and blushed as she hummed softly. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability +1. Under the warm hospitality of a beautiful front desk girl, Ma Zhangnan spent 46,880 yuan and booked the hotel's only presidential suite. Anyway, he can get a full cashback if he takes the girl to check into a room, as long as it does not exceed 56,000, so my Jiangnan doesn't feel any pressure at all. Ding! A qualified consumer cashback recipient has been detected. Do you want to check? In Ma Jingnan's site, a gorgeous girl in a hotel uniform walked over with a smile. Hello, dear guests. I'm Li Tingting, the lobby manager of the Will Hotel. Welcome to our presidential suite. In the next day, we will provide you with the best service. This is my business card. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. As she spoke, Li Tingting stretched out her fair and tender little hand and handed over a business card. The moment my Jiangnan reached out to take it, he silently said in his heart, check. Name, Li Tingting. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance, 86 points. Purity, 97%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 10 points. My Jiangnan wasn't surprised at all to see a beauty of this level appear in a 5-star hotel. However, when I saw that the other party's favorability reached 10 points right from the start, I was also happy. Another top-notch girl worth conquering. Apparently, after booking the hotel's only presidential suite, he has a unique aura of money that can attract girls. He picked up the business card, glanced at it casually, smiled faintly, and put it in his pocket. Come with me, both of you. There's a dedicated elevator to the top-floor presidential suite. I'll take you up. Lu Yusin had never seen such top-level treatment before. I have never even stayed in a 5-star hotel in my life, let alone the legendary presidential suite. When I think about the scene that's about to happen, I feel both excited and a little nervous. Ma Jiangnan didn't think much about it, he just hugged Lu Yusin and followed. After a while, the three of them arrived outside the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. After Li Tingting opened the door herself, he smiled enthusiastically and said, I won't bother you two anymore. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. As the hotel lobby manager, she had already guessed what the two were here for. I was secretly curious. The man in front of me was very ordinary. It can be said that he has nothing to do with the rich people in Li Tingting's mind. But such an unassuming man. Not only is there a woman by his side who is no less beautiful than himself, but he also booked the hotel's only presidential suite. Could it be that rich people nowadays like to keep a low profile? After Li Tingting left with a little bit of doubt, Ma Jiangnan then took Lu Yusin's hand and entered the room. This hall is so beautiful. After casually walking around the room, Ma Jiangnan finally walked up to Lu Yusin and gently lifted her cheek with one hand. With a dazed look in his eyes, he said, Yusin, you are so beautiful. Even if I had already guessed what would happen next. Lu Yusin still felt extremely shy about the intimate behavior of the man in front of her, and gently closed her eyes. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host +3. Ma Jiangnan's childhood dream finally came true. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability +15. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host has reached 50 points. The system automatically binds her to the third female lead. From now on, the host will have a chance to receive a small gift package from the third female lead. Chapter 29 Special Rewards. Following the reminder of the third female protagonist Lu Yusin in his mind, Ma Jiangnan was surprised and delighted. Ding! A small gift package dropped from number 3 strategy goddess Lu Yusin, with a 20,000 yuan cash reward. Ding! A small gift package dropped from number 3 strategy goddess Lu Yusin, with a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding! A small gift package dropped from number 3 strategy goddess Lu Yusin, with a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding! A small gift package dropped from number 3 strategy goddess Lu Yusin, with a cash reward of 5,000 yuan. The continuous shower of small gift bags made my Jiangnan feel like he was taking off instantly. This money is so easy to make. Ding! A special gift package has dropped from the sky. The host receives a special reward, Physical Fitness X3. With this special sweet gift package suddenly coming to his mind, my Jiangnan instantly felt his physical strength increased several times. After a slight pause on his face, the surprise in his heart instantly reached its peak. He didn't expect that the reward of the small gift package that fell from the sky would not only give him cash back, but also special rewards. This kind of miraculous power to transform the body cannot be bought with any amount of money. As he thought about it, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but smile. Afterwards, the system once again rewarded a small gift package worth 10,000 yuan. Not counting the special rewards, today I not only won the goddess heart, but also made a huge profit of 55,000 yuan in cash. Host, Ma Zhengnan. Target, female lead Zhang Menjing, female lead Su Shuer, female lead Lu Yusen. Total cash assets, 111,485 yuan. Before he knew it, Ma Zhengnan's total cash assets had exceeded 110,000. Excited in her heart, she said with an indescribable smile on her face, "Yusen, you are so beautiful now." Hate it, don't say that. Ding. Lu Yusen's favorability towards the host +1. Ha ha ha, okay. The girl's unconventional behavior made Ma Zhengnan laugh a little. You are not allowed to laugh. Ouch, why did you bite me? Looking at the shallow teeth marks on his arm, Ma Zhengnan asked with both anger and amusement. Humph, who asked you to laugh at me? Looking at Lu Yusen acting coquettishly towards him, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. If the system had not chosen him, he probably wouldn't even dare to imagine such a scene in his dreams. When it was almost dark, Ma Zhengnan, who had a good sleep, slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the girl Lu Yusen beside him, she was still snoring softly. Ma Zhengnan didn't wake her up and put on a new pair of pajamas prepared by the hotel. After getting up quietly, I walked to the living room and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the lights of the entire city. For a moment, I felt extremely proud. Now I can stand on the top and overlook the whole city. Brother Nan, what are you looking at? Turning around, I saw Lu Yusen wearing a sexy silver white silk nightgown, and she had come to my side without me noticing. You're awake, why don't you sleep a little longer? Brother Nan, I can't sleep. What time is it now? Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan pointed to the huge clock on the wall. He smiled and said, "It's almost 7 o'clock now. Are you hungry? Why don't we go downstairs to eat something?" When Ma Zhengnan asked this question, Lu Yusen suddenly felt her stomach growling. She nodded slightly, "Then I'll go change my clothes first." And then walked towards the master bedroom. Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan followed in with a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, Lu Yusen hesitated to speak, and finally pretended not to see it. Before leaving, Lu Yusen called home and said that she would stay at a friend's house tonight and would not go back. Ma Zhengnan didn't ask much about Lu Yusen's family, nor did he want to ask. After obtaining this system, he was destined to go further and further down the path of being a scumbag. It is definitely impossible to make any promise to any woman, even if she is the goddess you once fantasized about. The scene of meeting his mother-in-law will probably never happen to him. When the two arrived at the restaurant on the second floor, there weren't many people dining there, so they just found a quiet seat. After they both sat down, Ma Zhengnan handed over the menu. He smiled and said, "Yusen, order whatever you like." After the two of them had this kind of relationship, Lu Yusen was no longer so polite. After randomly ordering a few dishes that looked good, he handed the menu back to Ma Zhengnan. After adding a few dishes, Ma Zhengnan casually asked, "Would you like a bottle of wine?" Lu Yusen shook her head after hearing this. "No, to be honest, that stuff is quite unpalatable." I think it's hard to drink either. I'll order you some juice." "Yes, thank you." After a short while, the exquisite dishes were served on the table. The dishes made in a 5-star hotel are undoubtedly delicious and tasty. The two of them were chatting while eating. Lu Yusen suddenly asked, "Brother Nan, what does your family do?" "My parents died in an accident many years ago. My current situation is that if I eat enough, the whole family will not be hungry." Ma Zhengnan did not hide anything and told us about his basic situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusen's face showed a look of surprise. Then he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Brother Nan." "It's okay, you don't have to apologize, Yusen, just rest assured. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you want to live a high-quality life, I can satisfy you." "Well, Brother Nan, I understand." Ding. Lu Yusen's favorability towards the host +2. Chapter 30 Passionate Night. Name, Lu Yusen. Age, 29. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance, 88 points. Purity, 98%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 53 points. Looking at the 98% purity on the panel, Ma Zhengnan's face flashed an indescribable smile. Brother Nan, what are you laughing at again? Lu Yusin asked in a coquettish tone when she saw this. I was thinking when we first met by the river yesterday, you definitely couldn't have imagined that we would end up like this today. Hearing this, Lu Yusin's face turned slightly red again. With a dazed look in his eyes, he said, if I had known this would be the outcome, I would have just made peace with you back in class. Hearing Lu Yusin say this, Ma Zhengnan immediately laughed. In the final analysis, the fact that I was able to fulfill my dream and win the goddess so quickly was entirely due to my financial ability. If he were still the poor loser he was before, even if we met again after many years. The most Lu Yusin had with her was a nod and a greeting. However, Ma Zhengnan was still very happy that the goddess could say this. After a comfortable dinner, the two returned to the presidential suite again. On the big sofa in the living room, Ma Zhengnan didn't deliberately avoid Lu Yusin and replied to several girls' messages openly. Su Shuer, Brother Nan, why didn't you reply to my several messages today? I miss you a little bit. Hee, I have something important to do today. I'll come and play with you in a couple of days. Zhang Menjing, Brother Nan, you haven't replied to several of my messages yet. How about you pick me up from school after class tomorrow? Seeing this message from Zhang Menjing, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that the girl is more anxious than me. Replied, I'm too busy and don't have time to check messages often. Let's make a deal. I'll pick you up when the time comes and transfer 20,000 yuan in pocket money to you. Please accept it. Zhang Menjing replied almost immediately after receiving the message. Ah. Brother Nan, thank you. I'll give you a surprise on Friday night. Then I will wait for your surprise. Yeah, I love you. Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly and opened Kushoyan's message again. Brother Nan, it's raining heavily here today, and the weather is a bit chilly. How's it over there? Seeing Kushoyan's WeChat message, Ma Zhengnan smiled coldly in his heart. Just choose to ignore it. This girl must have felt a chill because she saw that she didn't enter the live broadcast room to give rewards. Wen Ruyue, Brother Nan, what should I do? My mind is full of the reward scenes from last night's live broadcast. I have no mood to attend class. Looking at the beauty next to him, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly and also chose not to reply. Brother Nan, I didn't realize you're usually quite busy. Can you handle this? Although Lu Yusin had already guessed this situation, she still felt a little unhappy in her heart. There was a hint of meaning in the tone of his words. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan laughed. He put the phone aside, pulled the girl into his arms, and pinched her little face. Then he said gently, Yusin, you are not angry, you are definitely more important to me than them. A simple action, coupled with sweet words whispered in your ears. Instantly, the slightest bit of unhappiness in Lu Yusin's heart disappeared. Brother Nan, I'm not angry. Thank you for being so nice to me. After saying this, I suddenly remembered something. Lying sideways in Ma Zhengnan's arms, he looked up and asked, by the way, should I still do a live broadcast tonight? Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but pinch Lu Yusin's little face again. He laughed and said, from now on, the live broadcast can only be watched by me. I can't bear to let other men have any ideas about you. Well, I'll listen to Brother Nan. Lu Yusin started live streaming just to earn some pocket money to improve her quality of life in the future. Since Ma Zhengnan said so, she of course knew what was more important and agreed obediently. Seeing the goddess who was once high and mighty now being so well behaved and obedient in front of him, Ma Zhengnan felt an inexplicable sour feeling in his heart. Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host +1. Another passionate night. Ding. A small gift package dropped from number 3 strategy goddess Lu Yusin, with a 20,000 yuan cash reward. The next day, the two of them slept until 10 in the morning. When Lu Yusin got up, she saw Ma Zhengnan with a half smile on his face and couldn't help but glare at him. Brother Nan, aren't you going to get up yet? How about you help me get dressed? That's a nice thought. After yesterday's intimacy, the two of them started bickering quite casually. Just like a real couple. After Ma Zhengnan put on his clothes, Lu Yusin suddenly seemed to have discovered something. My eyes lit up instantly. Hey, Brother Nan, why do I suddenly feel like you've changed completely? Hearing Lu Yusin's exclamation, Ma Zhengnan seemed very calm. Needless to say, it must be the change in temperament brought about by the system improving his overall physical fitness. He smiled faintly and said, then tell me, what has changed about me? Hearing this, Lu Yusin tiptoed around Ma Zhengnan. With a slightly puzzled expression, he said, I can't really tell what's changed, but I feel much more comfortable than yesterday. Maybe it's because I fulfilled my high school dream last night that my demeanor has suddenly improved. If that is the case, then I really have to thank you. Ma Zhengnan made a half-seriously and half-joking joke. Hearing this, Lu Yusen no longer worried about it. She just thought it was a different feeling after she suddenly had an intimate relationship with him. After a slight hesitation, he said in a low voice, a little embarrassed, Brother Nan, I want to stay here for another night. Chapter 31 Going to the university campus to pick up girls. Lu Yusen's pleasant request was, of course, exactly what Ma Zhengnan wanted. With a meaningful smile on his face, he said, I couldn't ask for more. Then he took out Li Tingting's business card, called her, and directly explained that he needed to renew the room for 2 more days. Of course, the hotel is what we want. Although there is only one presidential suite, due to its high price, the probability of it being booked out is extremely low. As the hotel lobby manager, Li Tingting personally took the 2 of them to handle the renewal process. Mr. Ma, thank you for choosing our hotel. We will provide you with luxury cars, private butlers, and other thoughtful services around the clock for the next 2 days. If you have any needs, please feel free to contact me. Okay, let's eat something first, and you can prepare a car in an hour. Okay, Mr. Ma, I wish you 2 a pleasant meal. It has to be said that Li Tingting can become the lobby manager of a 5-star hotel. In addition to his extraordinary appearance and temperament, his tone of voice is also very pleasant to listen to. While dining in the restaurant, Lu Yusen asked meaningfully, Brother Nan, Manager Li is really beautiful. I wonder if she's married. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan instantly understood what Lu Yusen was thinking, but he didn't respond. Instead, he smiled faintly and asked, Yusen, have you decided where to go for fun? Hearing Ma Zhengnan change the subject so quickly, Lu Yusen's eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, Yu replied, Brother Nan, I have no objection, you decide. During the day, the 2 of them had a great time at the Mountain City Underwater World and Happy Valley Game City. After 4 p.m., the 2 of them boarded the hotel's luxury car. I went to the New Century Mall yesterday, took out all my belongings and brought them back to the hotel. When the neon lights of the city light up, the passionate night has just begun. Ding! Lu Yusen's favorability towards the host +2. Ding! A small gift package dropped from goddess number 3, Lu Yusen, with a cashback of 10,000 yuan. Ding! A small gift package dropped from goddess number 3, Lu Yusen, earning 20,000 yuan in cashback. After another wonderful evening. Before he knew it, Ma Zhengnan's total personal cash assets had exceeded 160,000. After getting up the next day, Lu Yusen tidied herself up and kissed Ma Zhengnan on the face. Then she said delicately, Brother Nan, thank you for letting me enjoy the treatment of the presidential suite. Now I should go back. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan did not try to persuade him to stay. Although he has a little special feeling for Lu Yusen, it can basically be ignored. Plus, there's a school beauty waiting for him today, which is exactly what he wants. Okay, I'll ask the hotel to arrange a car to take you back. Hearing this, Lu Yusen pouted, Brother Nan, don't you know how to ask me to stay? Do you men like to eat in the bowl and look at the pot? When Ma Zhengnan heard this, he immediately hugged Lu Yusen into his arms and kneaded her twice. With a wicked smile, he said, why don't you stay here? I've cancelled all the other girls' dates. Lu Yusen is quite clear about her own positioning, but she doesn't want to do something stupid like throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. She said coquettishly, Brother Nan, I was just joking. It's getting late. Send me down now. Seeing the fantasy goddess of his youth being so well behaved and obedient in front of him, Ma Zhengnan certainly felt comfortable. He smiled and said, Yusen, tell me your bank card number and I'll transfer some pocket money to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusen's face showed obvious surprise. But he still said, Brother Nan, this is not good. You have already given me so much money in the live broadcast room. Looking at the girl's expression, Ma Zhengnan laughed. Hurry up and tell me your card number, or I really won't transfer it. Oh, Brother Nan, you're so annoying. If you really want to give it to me, I'll take it away so that other vixens don't get it for free. They originally came for Ma Zhengnan's money, so how could Lu Yusen really want to refuse? After I reported my card number, I received a bank message on my phone shortly afterwards. A full 150,000 yuan was deposited into my account. Although she had already guessed that Ma Zhengnan wouldn't be stingy, the amount still surprised Lu Yusen. I was just about to give you a kiss to express my gratitude. The phone dinged again, and another 150,000 yuan transfer was received. For a moment, Lu Yusin's heart was beating non-stop. She threw herself directly into Ma Zhengnan's arms and said coquettishly, "Brother Nan, you are so nice." The sudden and domineering move of the man in front of her completely made her fall into despair. When I think about how I first married and moved to Sichuan, I went through hard times for several years. Since she was the one who filed for the divorce, she didn't get a penny of benefit from the man's family. And now, after just a few days of meeting Ma Zhengnan, the benefits he has gained can be said to be completely beyond Lu Yusin's imagination. The more I think about it, the more precious the man in front of me feels. Ding. Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host +3. Ding. A small gift package dropped from number 3 strategy goddess Lu Yusin, with a 30,000 cash reward. Being with a beautiful girl like this and having small gift packages falling from the sky anytime and anywhere made Ma Zhengnan not know how to describe his feelings. After happily sending Lu Yusin away, he prepared to deal with Zhang Menjing's affairs. At around 4 p.m., outside the gate of Shancheng University, Ma Zhengnan got out of a taxi. Although he was born and raised in the mountain city, this was his first time visiting this prestigious school. After taking a quick look around, I noticed quite a few luxury cars on the road in front of the campus. He smiled faintly and didn't care too much. At the rate he's making money now, it shouldn't be difficult for him to buy a luxury car. After a few minutes, all kinds of students came out. Zhang Menjing still looks very dazzling in the crowd. After Ma Zhengnan waved at her, Maisie rushed over excitedly. Chapter 32 Waiting for you, the heroine. Zhang Menjing didn't care about the surprised looks from others and threw herself into Ma Zhengnan's arms. Brother Nan. After Ma Zhengnan gave her 2 allowances of 20,000 yuan each, Zhang Menjing had already figured it out. The man in front of me is so generous even in a private cinema. If we really have a real relationship, I will definitely not treat myself badly. Zhang Menjing can work part-time as a lady in the Love Experience Center. In essence, she has basically no resistance to the temptation of money. To put it bluntly, she is a gold digger. Compared with those bootlickers on university campuses, Ma Zhengnan's actions are real and visible. If she really could find such a domineering boyfriend, Zhang Menjing would be absolutely willing to do it. Looking at the delicate girl in his arms and the envious eyes of the men around him, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel a little proud. After releasing the girl, I looked at her. Then he said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you to a good place." Zhang Menjing nodded slightly, and suddenly asked with a puzzled look. "Brother Nan, why do I feel different from the last time I saw you?" After hearing what the girl said, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but laugh. After the system transformed my body, not only did my strength and agility become several times stronger. That kind of ethereal temperament and aura also emanated from the inside out? He replied with a faint smile, "Have you become more handsome and manly?" "I can't really say, but I feel like you're even more attractive, Nan Gu." "Little girl, you have such a sweet mouth." "Brother Nan, everything I said is true." The two talked as they walked and soon left the school gate. Seeing Ma Zhengnan standing by the road, ready to stop a car, Zhang Menjing couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Brother Nan, didn't you drive here yourself?" "No, it's much more convenient to take a taxi." "Do you have any objection?" No, I'm just asking." Even though she said this, Zhang Menjing was secretly puzzled. Brother Nan spends money without blinking an eye. "But why did you choose such a cheap means of transportation as taxis both times you met me?" Although she couldn't figure it out, Zhang Menjing didn't dare to ask more questions. After the two got into the taxi, Ma Zhengnan said calmly, "Master, will hotel." When the driver heard this, as an experienced driver, he immediately understood. "Damn, we are going to war." When I saw Zhang Menjing's appearance clearly, I felt even more envious. While you are struggling to earn some hard-earned money, others are enjoying the peak of their lives. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Ma Zhengnan doesn't care what the taxi driver thinks. In the back seat, my hands and feet started to get restless. "Little brother, I know you young people are hot-tempered, but the Will Hotel is almost here, so don't be so anxious." The driver couldn't bear to watch it anymore and couldn't help but give a reminder. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan immediately withdrew his hand from the girl. I smiled awkwardly on my face, but in my heart I was yelling MMP. He never thought that the driver had a problem of peeping. Zhang Menjing's face flushed, and she glared at Ma Zhengnan charmingly. After arriving at the hotel, the girl looked at the 5 big golden stars in front of her and was secretly excited. Brother Nan, I've never stayed in a 5-star hotel before. Looking at the girl's surprised expression, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly. That's nothing. Let's go. The hotel's best presidential suite has already been booked and is waiting for you. Ah, really? Brother Nan, thank you for being so thoughtful. As they spoke, Zhang Menjing took the initiative to put her arm around Ma Zhengnan's arm. As soon as the two of them walked into the hotel, they saw Li Tingting walking towards them. Although there was a look of great surprise in his eyes, he quickly adjusted himself. He smiled enthusiastically and said, Mr. Ma, there's going to be a small concert at our hotel's Dream Bar tonight, and there's going to be a famous singer there. If you're interested, I can arrange it for you. The concert. Let me think about it. I really want to call you then. Okay, Mr. Ma, I won't bother you anymore. When Li Tingting turned around, she looked at Zhang Menjing again. I was secretly shocked in my heart. Are all rich people so good at having fun? Brother Nan, that hotel staff member just now was so pretty. Why did she look a little weird to me? In the elevator, Zhang Menjing couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan gently pinched the girl's cheek. He said with a smile, she probably saw how beautiful you are, so she looked at you that way. Hearing Ma Zhengnan praising her beauty, Zhang Menjing was very happy. Brother Nan, are we going to the concert at the bar tonight? Sure, go if you want to. Ma Zhengnan actually also wanted to experience what a small concert was like. While chatting and laughing, the two of them came to the presidential suite. Wow, this room is so big and beautiful. Zhang Menjing's expression now is basically the same as when Lu Yusin first came in. There was nothing but surprise on his face. Although Zhang Menjing's beauty score is a little lower than Lu Yusin's. But what is undoubted is that both of them are top beauties. The graceful figure with protruding front and curved back is also pleasing to Ma Zhengnan's eyes. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the #1 strategy goddess Zhang Menjing, and you'll receive a 5,000 yuan cash reward. After taking a casual look, he saw a small gift package falling from the sky, which made Ma Zhengnan look forward to it. Brother Nan, how much is this presidential suite per day? It's not as expensive as you think, just tens of thousands of dollars. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's heroic answer, Zhang Menjing couldn't help but feel excited. With a dazed look in his eyes, he asked, Brother Nan, how come you are so rich? Ha, do you like money? How about we play a little quiz game? Hearing this, Zhang Menjing, with a dazed look in her eyes, was stunned for a moment. What does it mean? It's already this late, and you still want to play games? Chapter 33 Taking the girl to the concert. Although Zhang Menjing didn't understand what Ma Zhengnan was thinking, she had to pretend to be innocent. She asked coquettishly, Brother Nan, what game do you want to play? Let's play a quiz game. I'll ask you questions and you'll answer them. If you answer incorrectly, there's no reward or penalty. If you answer correctly, I'll give you 10,000 yuan in cash. The more satisfying the answer is to me, the higher the reward will be. After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Zhang Menjing's face was obviously filled with joy. Only a fool would not want such a good thing. The eyes that had been moved just now also slowly returned to normal. Seeing the girl's expression, Ma Zhengnan laughed again. It seems that you have no objection, then I will start asking. If I had to ask you to choose one of these 3 fruits, apples, bananas, and grapes, what would you choose? Hearing this, the girl was immediately stunned. You can choose between apple, banana, or grape? What the hell is this question? Why not let yourself choose the money and the banknotes? I couldn't help but ask coquettishly, Brother Nan, there is no logic in your question. Can you give me some clues? This question is actually quite simple. I'll give you a hint. You need to consider this problem from a different perspective. Change the angle? Zhang Menjing racked her brains for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. His face flushed and he whispered, it shouldn't be grapes and apples. After hearing Zhang Menjing's answer, Ma Zhengnan was immediately happy. He smiled and said, I told you it was easy. Congratulations on getting the first question right. As he spoke, he took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to Zhang Menjing on the spot. Ah, Brother Nan, you really give rewards. Of course. If your answer satisfies me, the prize money will be even higher. Do you still want to play? Zhang Menjing happily clicked the payment button and smiled brightly. I'm not stupid, Brother Nan, just ask. Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan showed an indescribable smile on his face. He asked, "Are you mentally prepared?" After connecting the dots with the first question, how could Zhang Menjing not know what Ma Zhangnan was up to? Her face flushed slightly and she nodded gently. Zhang Menjing's shy attitude towards answering the questions instantly made Ma Zhangnan's hormones surge. He took a deep breath and then smiled wickedly. "Yes, I'm very satisfied with this answer. Tell me your bank card number. WeChat can't transfer that much money." After hearing what Ma Zhangnan said, Zhang Menjing set out her bank card number with a shy yet happy look on her face. After a while, I received a message on my mobile phone saying that my bank card had received a cash transfer of 50,000 yuan. I was so excited that I almost jumped up. This money is so easy to make. For a moment, he excitedly said, "Brother Nan, you give so many rewards." Seeing the girl's excited expression, Ma Zhangnan was also quite satisfied. To put it bluntly, he likes girls who worship money like this. He smiled and said, "The main reason is that I am very satisfied with your answer just now. Do you still want to play this game?" "Of course, Brother Nan, just ask." "One last question, can't you think of it yourself?" Hearing this, Zhang Menjing was stunned for a moment, and then showed a look of hesitation. Of course she knew what Ma Zhangnan was up to. However, as a school beauty, Zhang Menjing still has her own little pride. After hesitating for a long time, he whispered, "Brother Nan, I'm sorry." Hearing Zhang Menjing's answer, Ma Zhangnan just smiled faintly. Although he was a little disappointed, he also respected the girl's choice. "It's okay, but this answer is wrong for me, so there's no reward." Although Ma Zhangnan didn't look strange, Zhang Menjing was still a little worried. "Brother Nan, you won't be angry, right? I can do anything else." "I'm not angry, come here." Ding. Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host +5. Ding. A small gift package has dropped from the number 1 heroine Zhang Menjing, with a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding. A small gift package has dropped from the number 1 heroine Zhang Menjing, with a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Ding. A small gift package has dropped from the number 1 heroine Zhang Menjing, with a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. After a series of sweet surprises, Ma Zhangnan once again won a cash reward of 40,000 yuan. The cash account balance has exceeded 230,000. He now sees it. The cash rewards of this little gift package that falls from the sky are completely random in amount, and special rewards are hard to come by. After lying in bed for a while, it was getting dark. Zhang Menjing suddenly said, "Brother Nan, I want to go downstairs and see the concert at the bar. Will you accompany me?" Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan had no objection. Li Dao said, "It seems that you are still quite energetic, great. Well, thank you, Brother Nan." Then, Ma Zhangnan picked up his phone and called Li Tingting. "Manager Li, when does the concert at the bar start? Please save 2 good seats for me." "Mr. Ma, it's about to start in half an hour. How about I come up and take you there now?" "Okay, thank you for your help." Not long after I hung up the phone, there was a knock on the door. When Li Tingting came in, the two of them had already put on their clothes and there was nothing unusual about them. Ma Zhangnan was the first to laugh and said, "Manager Li, thank you for your help." "Please don't say that, Mr. Ma. You are our hotel's most precious guest. It is my honor to serve you." While Li Tingting was talking, she scanned the room intentionally or unintentionally. I guessed in my heart that the beautiful woman at the beginning should have left the hotel. Then he made a gesture of invitation, "Mr. Ma, I will take you there now." Seeing this, Zhang Menjing also reached out and took Ma Zhannan's arm. "Brother Nan, let's go." On the way to the bar, I saw the graceful figure in front of me. Ma Zhangnan suddenly asked, "Manager Li, how many years have you worked in this hotel?" Li Tingting paused for a moment after hearing this, then replied with a smile, "I came to this hotel after graduating from university, and it's been over 3 years now." "You're really amazing. You've become the lobby manager in just a few years. Your annual salary must be very high." "Mr. Ma, you're joking. Although my position looks glamorous, the pay isn't as good as you think." Hearing Li Tingting say this, Zhang Menjing suddenly interrupted, "In such a luxurious hotel, the annual salary of a manager must be at least hundreds of thousands." Hearing this, Li Tingting smiled bitterly and said, "How is that possible? My current salary is only a little over 10,000 yuan. It's really not as good as you think." Chapter 34 The Temptation of the Ace of Spades. After hearing what Li Tingting said, Ma Zhangnan didn't have any feelings. Anyway, the beauty in front of him is also one of his targets. The more dissatisfied the girl is with her current treatment, the easier it will be for him to win her over. But Zhang Menjing was not very calm. She and Ma Zhangnan have known each other for less than a week, but the benefits she has received are probably equivalent to Li Tingting's annual salary. Both are beauties, but Zhang Menjing doesn't think she's any better than Li Tingting. The more I think about it, the more I realize how precious the man next to me is. Unconsciously, my body got closer. The Will Hotel has a total of 38 floors, and the Dream Bar is located on the 36th floor, making it a veritable sky bar. When Ma Zhangnan and the other two arrived, the huge bar was already filled with quite a few customers. Apparently many people came for the small concert tonight. As soon as I entered the bar, a series of reminders of eligible consumers came to my mind. Obviously, those who can spend money here have good female companions. There are several girls whose appearance scores are even higher than Zhang Menjing and Li Tingting. But there are men around. Although Ma Zhangnan had no intention of chatting up any girls, he couldn't help but curse in his heart, MMP. So many good cabbages were eaten by pigs. As the lobby manager of Will Hotel, Li Tingting still has some privileges. After a quiet conversation with a man in charge of the bar, he took Ma Zhangnan and Zhang Menjing to a high-level VLP booth. He smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, this seat is okay. If you need anything to drink, just call the waiter. I won't accompany you." Seeing Li Tingting was about to leave, Ma Zhangnan hurriedly said, "No, Manager Li, why don't you stay and have a couple of drinks with us?" Hearing this, Li Tingting showed a hesitant look on her face. This is not good. What's wrong with that? You can even tell me about the concert. Well, if the lady next to you doesn't mind, then that's fine. Li Tingting had actually already finished get off work at this time, so she could arrange her time however she wanted. Plus, she was still a little curious about Ma Zhangnan. He was wearing ordinary clothes and didn't have any famous watches. His cell phone was a very cheap domestic product. But he is just an ordinary man who doesn't look like a rich man at all. Not only did he spend a ton of money to book the hotel's only presidential suite. Within 2 days, two beauties who were no less beautiful than herself appeared around him. Li Tingting definitely wouldn't believe that the other party was just trying to be rich for the sake of beauty. With so much money to rent a presidential suite, you can find any girl you want in a high-end nightclub. When Zhang Menjing saw that Li Tingting was really planning to sit down, she couldn't help but feel upset. However, with her current relationship with Ma Zhangnan, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum on the spot. Judging from the question and answer game Ma Zhangnan asked her to do just now, Zhang Menjing has figured it out. My position in this man's heart is probably only slightly better than a sex buddy. If Ma Zhangnan hadn't been so generous, Zhang Menjing would have walked away in anger. After figuring out her own position, the girl also figured it out. Since there is no relationship to talk about, then just make money from Ma Zhangnan honestly. Ma Zhangnan didn't care what the two girls thought, and smiled faintly. Manager Li is joking, no one will mind. After the three of them were seated, Ma Zhangnan took the list on the table and took a look. The most conspicuous row says something like Supreme Dragon Set Meal, worth 66,000 yuan. After counting carefully, I couldn't help but be shocked. He smiled faintly and said, "Your bar is really not cheap. What kind of wine is Supreme Dragon? Why have I never heard of it? Mr. Ma, I seldom come here, so I don't really understand." Li Tingting was also shocked by the price. After saying this apologetically, he waved over a bartender. Pointing at the Supreme Dragon on the list, he asked, "What kind of wine is this, and why is it so expensive?" Manager Li, this is a top-quality Ace of Spades set meal imported from abroad. The price in our bar is a bit higher. Ma Zhangnan had heard of the name Ace of Spades. It should be a top-tier champagne. He smiled faintly at the waiter and said, "No need for introductions, just give our table a set meal with the Ace of Spades." Hearing this, the waiter was surprised and happy. In a bar, you can usually get commission for large orders worth tens of thousands of dollars. He can at least get a commission of several hundred yuan from this order. "Okay, sir, I'll prepare it for you right away." Li Tingting's heart couldn't help but tremble. This was also the first time she witnessed Ma Zhangnan's arrogance. She spoke in a slightly charming voice, "Mr. Ma, I'm really lucky today. I've never tasted such expensive wine in my life." "Ha, you're so polite." Zhang Menjing watched the two of them flirting with each other, and her heart was filled with anxiety. She pouted and asked, "Manager Li, when does the concert start?" The time set above is 7:30 p.m., so it should start soon. By the way, you all must have heard of Hi AMU, he is quite popular online, and he is going to perform live tonight too. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing's originally depressed look suddenly brightened. Hi AMU is coming too. I like many of his songs. I didn't expect to see him in person here. Although Ma Zhengnan had also heard of Hi AMU's name, there was not much reaction on his face. Seeing this, Li Tingting smiled and asked, Mr. Ma, don't you like listening to his songs? Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly. It's okay. The main thing is that I'm never a fan of celebrities. The only people I can truly admire are great scientists and soldiers who defend our country. After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, the two girls were stunned for a moment. This is going too far. However, as the hotel lobby manager, Li Tingting's communication skills are definitely impeccable. He was the first to smooth things over and said with a smile, Mr. Ma, you have reached such a lofty state of mind. I really want to toast you later. Seeing that all the good things Li Tingting said were good, Zhang Menjing pouted and could only feel sullen in her heart. After a while, the bar waiter brought the Supreme Dragon set meal to the table. In addition to spade champagne, there are also many kinds of high-end fruit and snacks. Excuse me, sir. Would you like to swipe your card or scan the QR code? Swipe the card. Just as I swiped my card, a burst of music started playing. Chapter 35 Conflict in the Bar. As the music started, a sexy girl slowly walked up from behind the stage. There was a burst of whistles and screams in the bar. Mr. Ma, this is Tang Xiaozhou. He's been quite popular online lately. Don't you know him? Seeing Ma Zhengnan's indifferent expression, Li Tingting couldn't help but ask. I have some impression of it, but I haven't paid much attention to it. Is the small concert you mentioned just inviting a few internet celebrities to sing? After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Li Tingting was stunned for a moment. Well, internet celebrities are actually quite popular, and their appearance fees aren't too high, so this is probably the best choice for a bar to create a good atmosphere. Zhang Menjing seemed a little excited. Brother Nan, I think Tang Xiaozhou has a nice voice and is pretty. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan just smiled faintly. Although the internet celebrity girl on the stage looked sexy and beautiful, the system did not prompt him at all, so he was too lazy to pay attention to her. After pouring half a cup for each of them, he smiled and said, let's listen to music and drink, and try the taste of this spade champagne. Although this thing is extremely expensive, it is just that to Ma Zhengnan. After tasting it, Li Tingting and Zhang Menjing showed very intoxicated expressions on their faces. After Tang Xiaozhou sang two songs, several internet celebrity singers sang their famous works. Among them, Hi AMU received the loudest welcome when he appeared. Zhang Menjing even walked out of the booth and shook hands with Hi AMU at the edge of the stage. After returning to the booth, he excitedly said, Brother Nan, I am so happy today. Ma Zhengnan understands the girl's feelings of chasing stars up close. He smiled faintly and said, what's the point of this little scene? If you perform well, I'll take you to the Hong Kong Red Square concert to watch King Lu perform live. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing became even more excited. He leaned over and kissed Ma Zhengnan on the cheek. Brother Nan, you must keep your word. After seeing this scene, Li Tingting's eyes flickered non-stop, and I don't know what she was thinking. The music on stage lasted just over an hour, and when it was over, just as Li Tingting was about to stand up and say goodbye, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked over. He said with a smile, Managerly, you are here too. As he spoke, he looked at Ma Zhengnan and Zhang Menjing calmly. Li Tingting was obviously not very fond of the middle-aged man in front of her. He replied calmly, Mr. Lu. Managerly, I just happened to be at your bar with a friend today to discuss something. Why don't you come over and have a drink with us? Hearing this, Li Tingting frowned slightly, but still forced a smile and politely refused. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I came here to play with my friends today, so it's not very convenient. When the middle-aged man heard this, an expression of obvious displeasure appeared on his face. Glancing at Ma Zhengnan and Zhang Menjing again. With a forced smile, he said, Managerly, I've asked you out many times before. Are you really not going to give me this face? From the few words between the two, Ma Zhengnan could tell. The middle-aged man in front of her was not a good person either. He must be planning to take advantage of Li Tingting. After a slight hesitation, he stood up and said, This is Mr. Lu, right? Managerly already said it's inconvenient, so please don't make things difficult for this young lady. Hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced at Ma Zhengnan coldly. Kid, it's none of your business. You don't look like a good person. What? Do you want to imitate others and hug them left and right? Be careful not to eat yourself to death. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Ma Zhengnan's attire did not look like that of a rich man at all. The tone of his speech was quite impolite. Originally, Ma Zhengnan didn't want to cause trouble, but he didn't expect the other party to take advantage of him. If you say you are still the poor loser you used to be, you can just put up with it, there is nothing wrong with that. But now I am also a chosen one by the system, how can I bear this? The anger suddenly came out. Pointing at the middle-aged man, he angrily said, I just want to hug people left and right, what's it to you? Fatty, with that big belly of yours, you don't even look in the mirror, you're just a piece of shit, and you still have the nerve to tease a little girl. Ma Zhengnan's sudden outburst, coupled with the meaning of his words, stunned Li Tingting and Zhang Menjing who were standing beside him. While the two girls were still trying to figure out what the first half of the sentence meant, the middle-aged man suddenly became furious. This poor loser in front of him actually dared to mock him like this. This is intolerable. Fuck you, you little bastard, you're looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Ma Zhengnan. Ma Zhengnan, who had already prepared for the other party to get angry, easily dodged the punch by taking a step back. He casually picked up the wine bottle on the table and smashed it directly at the middle-aged man's head. With a bang, the man's head was hit hard by the wine bottle. As Zhang Menjing and Li Tingting screamed at the same time. The middle-aged man's companions also gathered around him immediately. Holding a bottle of wine in his hand, he glared at Ma Zhengnan, looking like he was ready to beat him up at any moment. Mr. Liu, are you okay? Fuck, he dared to hit me with a wine bottle, kill him for me. The middle-aged man named Mr. Liu wiped the blood from his forehead and said with fierce eyes. Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan just smiled coldly, without showing any fear. After the body was transformed by the system, strength and agility also increased exponentially. Although the men in front of me have fierce eyes, they are just like the kind of drunkards who look good but are useless. If a fight really comes to a head, Ma Zhengnan will have nothing to be afraid of. Just as the situation was about to get out of hand, several security guards wearing black vests rushed over in time. Everyone stop. Seeing this, Li Tingting, who had been frightened for a long time, finally calmed down. After whispering a few words to a bar manager, he walked up to the middle-aged man. He said apologetically, Boss Liu, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of my friend. How about we just let this matter go? Hearing this, the middle-aged man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Pointing at the blood on his forehead, he angrily said, I am at least your hotel business partner. I came to your bar to spend money, and got hit on the head with a bottle, and you, a little bitch, actually told me to just let it go. Why? Chapter 36 So ruthless. Being called a little bitch by a middle-aged man, Li Tingting felt very aggrieved, and tears almost fell. The middle-aged man in front of him was named Lu Quan, and he was the seafood supplier of the Will Hotel. Relying on his few bucks, he has been planning to take advantage of her for a long time. But Li Tingting already knew that Lu Quan was a family man, and he also had a big belly. She had no intention of being the other person's mistress at all. Lu Quan had tried to ask her out many times but failed, so he didn't dare to have any excessive thoughts. After all, Li Tingting was the lobby manager, and he, a seafood seller, had no way to trip her up. I didn't expect to meet her by chance in the bar today. Because of Ma Zhengnan, the quarrel between the two sides became difficult to resolve. Although Li Tingting was angry and aggrieved. However, as the hotel's lobby manager, she could only force a smile and say, Mr. Liu, I'm so sorry. We will definitely cover the medical expenses. Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man angrily said, Who do you think Lu Quan, am I short of money for medical expenses? I tell you, make that little jerk kneel down right now, or I'll hit him back with a bottle. As he spoke, he looked at Ma Zhengnan with fierce eyes. Although Li Tingting was the hotel lobby manager, she was only 25 years old and had never seen such a scene before. I could only look to the bar manager for help. The bar staff saw this, and a man with a scarred face came out. With a forced smile, he said, Boss Liu, we're having an event at our bar today. It's inappropriate for you to cause trouble like this. I think it's best for both of you to have a good talk. This scarred man looks like a tough guy. Lu Quan didn't dare to sound so fierce anymore. But he still snorted coldly and said, I don't care. I can't let this wound on my head go to waste. Hearing this, the scarred man couldn't help but look at Ma Jiangnan. He asked calmly, "Sir, please discuss with Mr. Lu how to solve this problem. If nothing works, I can only call the police." Ma Jiangnan smiled coldly after hearing Scarface's words. "Then call the police. The fat guy attacked me first, so I attacked him in self-defense. This bar should have surveillance cameras anyway. The worst that can happen is that I'll just have to pay for the medical expenses." When Lu Quan heard Ma Jiangnan dare to call him a fat guy, his eyes almost spit fire. But he really didn't want to call the police, just as Ma Jiangnan said. As long as there are surveillance cameras, it is clear that he was the first to start the fight. If we call the police, it might even be turned into a case of mutual assault. If I really end up in jail, it would be so embarrassing. He wiped the blood off his head again, looked at Ma Jiangnan with a fierce look in his eyes and said, "Kid, you think you can just call the police and be done with it? You're lucky today, but this isn't over yet, so be careful." After saying this, he glared at Li Tingting fiercely. Obviously, he also hated Li Tingting because of this incident. When the scarred man heard Lu Quan's words, he immediately understood what he meant. As a bartender, he certainly hopes to make things small and avoid big issues. He said calmly, "Since neither of you wants to make a big deal out of this, I won't call the police. I welcome you to taste the wine here, but please don't cause trouble in the bar anymore." After this incident, no one was in the mood to stay here anymore. Lu Quan gave Ma Jiangnan and his companions a cold look, then left the bar with his companions. Of course, Ma Jiangnan and the other two were not in the mood to taste wine. Especially Zhang Menjing, she almost peed herself in fear at the scene just now. "Nan, brother Nan, let's go back too. Mr. Ma, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Mr. Lu isn't someone who's willing to suffer any loss. You'd better be careful." Seeing this, Li Tingting said something with a worried look on her face. "Manager Li, this incident today won't cause you any trouble, right?" I guess. I guess not." After hearing Ma Jiangnan ask this, Li Tingting was actually a little worried about her condition. As the lobby manager of the hotel, she had a conflict with a guest in her own hotel bar. No matter what the reason was, the consequences are hard to predict. After both parties parted with their own thoughts, Ma Jiangnan took Zhang Menjing to the restaurant for a late-night snack before returning to the presidential suite. Seeing the girl still looking frightened, I couldn't help but whisper a word of comfort. "Menjing, don't worry about anything. Even if that fat guy wants to cause trouble, he's going to cause trouble for me." Hearing this, Zhang Menjing was stunned for a moment. Then he whispered, "Brother Nan, I'm definitely not worried about myself, I'm worried about you. You were too impulsive today. It's obvious that Mr. Lu isn't a good person. Brother Nan, you really need to be more careful from now on." Hearing Zhang Menjing say this, Ma Jiangnan felt very depressed. He had never intended to cause any trouble. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a rich man and pick up girls and make money? Now there's a potential threat out of nowhere. But Ma Jiangnan also knew that some things could not be avoided just because he wanted to. Like today's incident, although Li Tingting has no essential relationship with him, if he really does nothing, he would probably look down on himself. I thought so in my heart, but my face showed a nonchalant expression. Looking at Zhang Menjing, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, that fat guy is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Didn't you see how he instantly cowered in front of Scarface in the bar? If he dares to cause trouble for me, he will only bring trouble upon himself." Of course, Ma Jiangnan has considerable confidence in saying this. After the physical constitution was transformed by the system, both strength and agility increased several times. It's no problem to deal with a few ordinary people. After hearing Ma Jiangnan's words, Zhang Menjing recalled the scene just now. He murmured, "Brother Nan, you look so gentle, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless in a fight." "Ha, are you scared? Don't be afraid, a gentleman like Brother Nan will definitely not bully a woman." Ding! A small gift package dropped from number 1 female lead Zhang Menjing, earning 10,000 yuan in cashback. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host +2. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the number 1 female lead, Zhang Menjing, and you'll receive a cashback of 20,000 yuan. Up to now, Ma Jiangnan's total cash assets have exceeded 260,000. Chapter 37 Zhang Menjing's massage technique. After a man put on pajamas and came to the living room, Ma Jiangnan turned on the computer provided in the presidential suite. The sudden incident in the bar tonight made him think of finding 2 bodyguards. Of course, given Ma Zhengnan's current situation, he definitely needs a female bodyguard who is good looking enough to be hired for free. I searched the web for information about bodyguard companies. After comprehensive comparison, I consulted a top bodyguard company called Shenzhou Tiden. After paying a 1,000 yuan consultation fee, I added the person in charge on WeChat and started chatting casually. I'm looking for 2 female bodyguards, but they must be top-notch beauties with both good looks and figures. Does your company have such talent? Are you sure you want a bodyguard? Of course, I don't mean anything else. I just like beautiful things, so I don't mind if the price is a little higher. Sir, our Shenzhou Tiden is considered one of the top bodyguard companies in China. We currently have 136 female bodyguards, and there should be quite a few with excellent looks and figures. I'm just not sure if they meet your standards for top-tier beauties. Can I see their makeup-free photos now? Okay, but please don't spread this photo around, or we'll hold you accountable. Don't worry, I'll delete it after reading it. Picture. After Ma Zhengnan looked at the pictures of several girls without makeup, his eyes were full of disappointment. Although the female bodyguards sent by the other party are relatively pretty, they are obviously not top beauties. Even without the system prompt, based on Ma Zhengnan's vision, he knew that these girls would definitely not meet the standard of 80 points. Is there nothing prettier? I don't mind if the price is several times higher. Sir, we're really helpless. Forgive me for reminding you that being a bodyguard is physically demanding. Do you think a truly top-notch beauty would be a bodyguard? Looking at the message sent by the other party, Ma Zhengnan suddenly fell silent. It seems that his idea of finding a beautiful girl for free in the bodyguard company has basically failed. After deleting all the WeChat messages, I contacted 2 well-known bodyguard companies for consultation. The result was even worse than Shenzhou Special Shield, so Ma Zhengnan completely gave up. I went back to bed and slept till dawn. The next morning, when the girl went to take a bath, Ma Zhengnan took out his cell phone and called Li Tingting. On the phone, Li Tingting's voice was obviously a little lost. Mr. Ma, what's going on so early? Your tone is not normal. What's wrong? Are you implicated by what happened at the bar last night? Li Tingting was silent for a moment on the phone before she said, it wasn't a big deal. I just got scolded by the boss and had 10 days' salary docked. Mr. Ma, what do you want to talk to me about? Hearing Li Tingting say this, Ma Zhengnan immediately felt happy. Your boss is really heartless. What happened last night had nothing to do with you. Why did you get punished? By the way, I want to renew my presidential suite for another 5 days. How about this? I'll transfer the money directly to you and you can help me with the process. Li Tingting on the other end of the phone was stunned when she heard this. After a while, he said, Mr. Ma, this isn't very good. How about I come to your room and handle it myself? Managerly, if you say that, then I can only change hotels. Okay then. I'll send you my bank card number. You want to renew your stay for 5 days, right? The total is 234,400 yuan. After hanging up the phone, Li Tingting sent her card number a short while later. Ma Zhengnan's mouth curled up slightly, and he directly transferred 250,000 yuan to this card number. Ma Zhengnan breathed a sigh of relief when the cashback funds were returned instantly. He was a little worried that the system would not recognize this cheating behavior. Then I can only embarrass myself once and let Li Tingting pay it back to me. As expected, Li Tingting called back soon. Mr. Ma, how come you transferred 250,000 to me, more than 10,000 more? Managerly, it was because of me that you were punished last night. The extra money is my compensation. Mr. Ma, that won't do. To be honest, I should thank you for standing up for me last night. How can I take your money? Then consider it a tip. Don't refuse it. This little money means nothing to me. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's resolute tone, Li Tingting was silent for a while again. The girl's gentle voice came from the phone. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Ding. Li Tingting's favorability towards the host plus 10. After hanging up the phone, Ma Zhengnan's mouth curled up unconsciously. This girl is really nice. Zhang Menjing came out of the bathroom wearing a sexy bathrobe and saw Ma Zhengnan's expression. She said coquettishly, Brother Nan, what are you thinking about? You are so happy. Come over. Brother Nan, you. What are you thinking about? I asked you to come over and massage my shoulders. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing blushed and gave Ma Zhengnan a look. She said in a coquettish tone, "Brother Nan, you just like to bully me, I hate it." While acting like a spoiled child, she took the initiative to come to the bed. "Brother Nan, turn over so I can massage your shoulders." Ma Jiangnan was very obedient and turned over directly. "It's not convenient for me to pinch you while you're standing like this, just sit on me." "Ah, Brother Nan, aren't you afraid that I will crush you?" "Ha, you're so skinny and you want to crush me? Come on and sit on me." Um. Brother Nan, how's the strength?" "Just right, very comfortable." In order to get the benefits, Zhang Menjing is very dedicated. A pair of white and tender hands pinched Ma Jinan's shoulders left and right. I have to say that although she has not learned professional massage, but the girl's unique way of pinching her shoulders really made Ma Jiangnan feel a different kind of feeling. Chapter 38 Dating Su Shuer again. "Brother Nan, do you want me to massage your back?" Listening to the girl's delicate question, Ma Jiangnan turned his head and said jokingly, "Okay, your technique is so good, why don't you just be my masseur?" "Okay, but you have to pay me a high salary." "Huh, what a high salary do you want, little devil?" Very high." Just as Ma Jiangnan was enjoying the relaxation brought by the girl's massage, the phone rang. It was Li Tingting who called, and there was obvious surprise in her voice. "Mr. Ma, I have already arranged your 5-day extension." While enjoying the girl's massage technique, Ma Jiangnan lazily replied, "Really? Thank you. You're so polite. I should be the one thanking you. Perhaps it's because of this incident that the higher-ups have informed me that the punishment has been rescinded." Hearing Li Tingting say this, Ma Jiangnan was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "It seems that Mr. Lu doesn't have much influence on your hotel." "Mr. Ma, you're joking. Compared to you, our distinguished guest, the boss must know what's more important." What Li Tingting said was indeed correct. There were at least dozens of seafood wholesale businesses like Lu Quan in the entire mountain city. The relationship between the hotel and him is not on an equal footing at all, it is completely dispensable. But Ma Jiangnan is different. The hotel's presidential suite is vacant most of the time. As long as Ma Jiangnan stays in the hotel for one day, he can make tens of thousands of yuan in net profit. Regarding what happened at the bar last night, the hotel's punishment was understandable. But this morning, after Li Tingting personally extended Ma Jiangnan's stay in the presidential suite for another 5 days, the hotel immediately changed its strategy. The punishment for Li Tingting was also cancelled. After hanging up the phone with the other party, Zhang Menjing, who was massaging Ma Jiangnan's back, she couldn't help but bite her beautiful lips slightly. "Brother Nan, why did Manager Li call you so early in the morning?" Hearing this, Ma Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Are you still jealous after yesterday? Brother Nan, you're so annoying. I'm hungry. Take me downstairs for breakfast." "Okay, I'm a little hungry too, so let's change clothes." After having a big meal with my girlfriend at the restaurant, I asked Zhang Menjing for her opinion. Soon the two of them arrived at a large shopping mall nearby. "Brother Nan, my skin has been a little dry lately. Can you buy me a set of cosmetics?" After her dream of marrying into a wealthy family was shattered, Zhang Menjing completely let go of her mentality. She directly showed her gold digger side, hugged Ma Jiangnan's arm and acted coquettishly. Of course Ma Jiangnan wouldn't treat her unfairly, it was free anyway. Just waving his hand, he generously lets the girl buy whatever she likes. Seeing Ma Jiangnan being so generous, Zhang Menjing's heart almost melted. Compared to those spare tires and bootlickers on the university campus, the man in front of me was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more extravagant when it came to spending money. The only regret she has is her current identity change. In the past, she was a goddess high above everyone else on campus, and only other licking dogs could lick her. But from now on, when she is around Ma Jiangnan, she will probably just be a bootlicker. However, after buying more than 100,000 yuan worth of luxury goods at the mall, Zhang Menjing's regret gradually disappeared. Just lick the dog. Who made Brother Nan so powerful in making money? After returning to the hotel, Zhang Menjing's favorability rating unexpectedly increased by another 5 points. Name, Zhang Menjing. Age, 21. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance, 85 points. Purity, 97%. Personal status, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 60 points. Brother Nan, thank you for giving me so many gifts today. I'm so happy. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the number 1 heroine Zhang Menjing, and you'll receive a 30,000 yuan cashback. Zhang Menjing is also a smart person who knows how to advance and retreat in order to maintain her freshness. The next morning, he took the initiative to say that he wanted to go back to school. Ma Zhengnan didn't treat the girl badly. He waved his hand again and transferred 200,000 yuan to her card. Zhang Menjing was surprised and delighted by the sudden generosity. She was so grateful that she left the hotel for a long time. As soon as he sent Zhang Menjing away, Ma Zhengnan sent a WeChat message to Su Shuer. I'm at the Yubei Weir Hotel. Do you want to come over? Ma Zhengnan and several other women have been communicating with each other for the past 2 days. In several messages, Su Shuer revealed that she missed Ma Zhengnan very much, but she did not receive a positive response. Plus, since Ma Zhengnan wasn't around in the livestream, Su Shuer was even more depressed. These past 2 days, she wasn't in the mood even when her bestie asked her out shopping. While I was daydreaming in my room, I received a message from Ma Zhengnan. I quickly replied. Brother Nan, I'll be right there. Wait for me. After reading this message, Ma Zhengnan's lips curled up unconsciously, and he felt very refreshed. An hour later, outside the hotel gate, Su Shuer, dressed very sexy, got out of her QQ car. In order to make Ma Zhengnan's eyes light up, she also took great pains. She specially chose a sexy tea-colored cool outfit to perfectly show off her outstanding features. She walked to Ma Zhengnan in 2 or 3 steps and said delicately, Brother Nan. Looking at the sexy and beautiful girl in front of him, Ma Zhengnan was also in a good mood. Compared to Zhang Menjing, Su Shuer is taller. Her pair of long, straight, white legs made passers-by unable to take their eyes off her. Ma Zhengnan pointed at her dark green QQ car and said with a smile, Did you drive here by yourself using the navigation? Well, after I received Brother Nan's message, I couldn't wait to rush over. So good, let's go. Chapter 39 Taking a girl to buy a luxury car. This wasn't their first date, so there weren't as many twists and turns as at the beginning. Led by Ma Zhengnan, the girl quickly arrived at the top-floor presidential suite. Like Lu Yusin and Zhang Menjing, Su Shuer couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement after entering the presidential suite. Wow, Nange, this room is so beautiful. This is my first time seeing a presidential suite. Can you let me do a live broadcast here tonight? Ma Zhengnan has a stunning beauty by his side these days. Facing the sexy and beautiful Amelia Su, he seemed very calm. Sitting on the sofa, he smiled faintly and said, Do you want to wear this outfit for a live broadcast? Otherwise, dance for me right now. Hearing this, Su Shuer, who was still amazed, couldn't help biting her lips. She said shyly, Brother Nan, are you going to dance now? I'm a little embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? If the dance is good, I'll give you a tip right away, so as not to let the platform get away with it. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Su Shuer's eyes suddenly lit up. Judging from the generosity of the man in front of me, the benefits will definitely be huge. She has been trying so hard to please Ma Zhengnan these days, it's definitely not for the sake of romance. To put it bluntly, the ultimate goal is not money. Then he asked shyly, Brother Nan, what kind of dance do you want to see me do? Last time in your livestream, I saw a lot of people talking about a train shake. How about you give me a performance? Is it the train rocking? Then I'll turn on the music on my phone, otherwise I really can't get that feeling. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled and made a casual gesture like a girl. After a while, the dynamic music rhythm sounded. Under Ma Zhengnan's fiery gaze, Su Shuer was still a little bit reluctant to let go at the beginning. But after a few small dance moves, the girl gradually relaxed her mind. It's just like being in a live broadcast room. It's all for life. No shame. Accompanied by the pleasant rhythm of the music, Su Shuer's cool suspender summer dress could hardly hide the beautiful scenery. In such a situation, Ma Zhengnan is not Lu Xiaohui. He smiled at Amelia Su and waved, Come here. The girl couldn't help but say coquettishly, Nan, Brother Nan, don't you want to watch me dance? Then, seeing Ma Zhengnan's unquestionable gaze, he hummed softly. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the second heroine of the strategy guide, Su Shuer, and received a cashback of 20,000 yuan. Ding! Su Shuer's favorability towards the host +2. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the second female lead, Su Shuer, and you received a cashback of 10,000 yuan. Half an hour later, Su Shuer spoke tenderly. Brother Nan, where is the reward you promised? My Zhangnan chuckled and said, of course there will be a reward. How about if you dance for me again right now, I'll buy you a new car. Hearing this, Su Shuer was immediately filled with strength. She is planning to buy a better car recently because of my Zhangnan's generous praise in the live broadcast room. Of course it would be better if a man came to pay for her. Then, with her eyes shining, she said delicately, Brother Nan, are you really going to buy me a car? Ha, that depends on your performance. Hearing this, Su Shuer had nothing else to say, she just turned over and stood up. Half an hour later, Ma Zhangnan left the hotel with Su Shuer, a meaningful smile on his face. His total cash assets have now reached 320,000. It's not difficult to buy a nice car for a girl. At most, you just need to swipe your card twice. And Su Shuer was of course excited at this time. Based on her understanding of Ma Zhangnan, buying a car for herself would cost at least 200,000 yuan. In the excitement, I suddenly saw Ma Zhangnan walking straight towards his cherry QQ. I couldn't help but ask in surprise, Brother Nan, you don't want to ride in my cherry QQ, do you? Yeah, why, no. Well, it's not that I can't. I just think it's beneath your status, Brother Nan, to ride in this car. It's okay, I'm not an adult. Besides, I've never ridden in such a small and exquisite car before, so I'll just treat it as an experience. Hearing my Zhangnan say this, Su Shuer couldn't help but pout. What good is there in having this junky little car worth tens of thousands of yuan? If she had the conditions, she would have wanted to buy a better car a long time ago. But Su Shuer had no idea that my Zhangnan didn't even have a small broken car worth tens of thousands of yuan. I have had my driver's license for more than 10 years, but so far I have only had a small two-wheeled donkey. After getting in the girl's car, with the help of the navigation, we soon arrived at a nearby 4S car dealership. After finding a place to park the car, my Zhangnan couldn't help but ask with a smile. Shuer, have you decided what kind of car you want to buy? Su Shuer had obviously already thought of the answer in her mind, and blurted out. Brother Nan, if possible, I hope you can buy me a BMW. The price doesn't have to be too expensive, more than 200,000 will be enough. Su Shuer didn't dare to be too arrogant and asked for top luxury cars like Porsche and Lamborghini right away. She is also quite clear about her own positioning. She knows that men don't like women who are too greedy. Only by taking things slow and steady can one get more. Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan was quite happy. Not having to swipe the card twice saved him a lot of trouble. He nodded and smiled, okay, any car under 300,000 is yours, pick it up today. Hearing this, Su Shuer kissed Ma Zhangnan excitedly on the face. Brother Nan, thank you. Holding the girl's hand, the two of them had just walked into the car dealership when a surprised voice rang out. Ma Zhangnan. Ma Zhangnan looked over when he heard the sound, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, his brows frowned slightly. She said to a man calmly, Su Muyang. Chapter 40 New and old grudges are settled together. While greeting the man, the system also sounded a prompt. Ding. Qualified cashback recipients detected. Do you want to check? There was obviously a very beautiful girl standing next to the man named Su Muyang. While Ma Zhangnan was looking at the beautiful girl, Su Muyang was also looking at Su Shuer. His eyes were full of surprise. Then, with a forced smile on his face, he said, TSK, Ma Zhangnan, it really is you. You look so good, you must be doing pretty well. As he spoke, his eyes looked at Amelia Su intentionally or unintentionally, and it was obvious that his words were meaningful. Hearing the other party's unfriendly words, Ma Zhangnan smiled coldly. This Su Muyang in front of him was his college classmate. Because his family had a little money. At that time, I was a big shot in the class. There were even several good-looking female classmates who had unclear relationships with him. Originally, a marginal figure like Ma Zhangnan would have no intersection with a prominent figure like Su Muyang. However, at a class reunion in his junior year, Ma Zhangnan, under the influence of alcohol, expressed his love for a female classmate. The girl hadn't said anything yet, and Su Muyang, for some unknown reason, was mad and started to mock Ma Zhangnan crazily. Ma Zhangnan was also young and hot-tempered at the time, and he was so angry that he started fighting with Su Muyang on the spot. As a result, some classmates took sides and Ma Zhangnan suffered a small loss. From then on, Su Muyang would always find trouble with Ma Zhangnan no matter what. Of course, the hatred between the two grew deeper and deeper, and naturally they had no contact after graduation. I didn't expect that we would meet again in a 4S car dealership many years later. I took another look at the pretty girl, and as my mind raced, I silently said, check. Name, Dong Qingqing. Age, 24. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 centimeters. Overall appearance, 86 points. Purity, 96%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 0. Amidst new and old grudges, Ma Zhengnan suddenly came up with a bold idea. He said with the same forced smile, Su Muyang, I haven't seen you for so many years. Are you still living off your family's wealth? Hearing this, Su Muyang's expression changed instantly, and he said coldly, Ma Zhengnan, stop talking nonsense here. Then he said to Amelia Su, Beauty, I advise you, he is just a poor loser, you'd better open your eyes and don't be deceived. After a few short words between the two, Amelia Su instantly understood what was going on. In front of Su Muyang, he very intimately took Ma Jingnan's arm. And he replied rudely, You are a sick person, right? I just like my brother Nan, what the hell is it to you? Ma Zhengnan was delighted to hear Su Shuer's blunt words. I wanted to praise her on the spot, what a domineering girl. But Su Muyang was immediately confused, and when he realized what was happening, he was furious. Just wanted to lose my temper. The 4S shop staff who found something wrong rushed over. Excuse me, are you buying a car here? Su Muyang snorted coldly. Of course I came to your 4S store to buy a car, but I don't know if they bought a car or not. As he spoke, he glanced at Ma Zhengnan provocatively. Su Shuer just rolled her eyes and glared back. You're really crazy. If we don't buy a car here, do we buy cabbages? You. Seeing Su Muyang being scolded by Su Shuer and unable to speak clearly, Ma Zhengnan felt so happy. He laughed and said, Shuer, you performed very well today. You can choose any car in this 4S store. As long as you like it, I will pay for it. Hearing this, Su Shuer couldn't help but feel happy, but she still replied delicately. Brother Nan, there's no need to spend too much money. I'll just pick a BMW Mini. Looking at the two people's expressions, Su Muyang smiled coldly. Humph, stop pretending to be so high and mighty. I'd like to see how you buy a BMW. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan glanced at him coldly. Su Muyang, please don't underestimate me. How about we play a game? You should be buying a car for the girl next to you today. Otherwise, whatever car I bought for Shuer, you should buy this girl the same car. If you can't do it, then stop bragging here and get out of here as far as you can. After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Su Muyang couldn't help but be stunned. Actually, his family only runs a small company, so he can't really be considered a rich second generation. I came to the car dealership today just to buy a new car. As for Dong Qingqing, who was beside him, the two had just met and hadn't had any actual sex yet. Of course, Su Muyang would not spend a lot of money to buy a car for the other party. Ma Zhengnan's words immediately made him feel like he was in a difficult situation. Dong Qingqing also didn't expect that she would be inexplicably involved in today's incident. However, she still wanted to see what Su Muyang thought, so she didn't say anything. Under the indescribable gaze of the 4S shop staff, Su Muyang gritted his teeth and said, Humph, buy it first. With the cheap clothes you're wearing, I don't believe you can afford to buy her a BMW. He is completely gambling now, betting that his vision is not wrong. In Su Muyang's eyes, Ma Zhengnan didn't look well developed at all. A poor loser will never be able to turn his life around. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan didn't care at all about Su Muyang's words. He smiled at the staff and said, What kind of cars do you have in your store that are suitable for girls to drive? Price is not a problem. This car salesman in the car dealership has a much better eye than Su Muyang. From the extremely confident tone in Ma Zhengnan's words, he knew that this was definitely a potential wealthy customer. What's wrong with street stall goods? Maybe this is a special hobby of rich people. He turned around and introduced Su Shuer enthusiastically. Miss, do you have any favorite vehicles yourself? Although Su Shuer wanted to say that she liked Porsche, she still resisted the urge. I still like BMWs. A few days ago, I saw a BMW Mini for 270,000 yuan online. I thought it was pretty good. Does your dealership have it? Hearing this, the salesperson's eyes flickered a few times and he replied with a smile. Of course there are, but I don't think the BMW Mini is right for you. How about I introduce you to a BMW 4 Series convertible sports car? Its appearance might be more suitable for a pretty girl like you, and the price is not expensive either, the landing price is only 580,000. Chapter 41 Hooking up with Dong Qingqing in person. After listening to the shopping guide's introduction, Su Shuer's heart was pounding. Although both are BMWs, there are essential differences between the convertible sports car and the Mini. What woman doesn't like a convertible sports car? Resisting the urge to nod directly, he looked at Ma Zhangnan. Brother Nan, look. Don't look at me, Shuer, as long as you like it, it's fine. If you like it, just pay for it. When the car dealer heard these domineering words, he immediately knew that this deal was definitely a great opportunity. A BMW convertible sports car worth 580,000 yuan can be considered a high-end car, and the commission he can get is also quite considerable. Then, he smiled warmly at Amelia Su and said, Miss, your boyfriend has said he has no objection, how about I take you to see the current car now? Ah, okay. Su Shuer didn't expect that a small quarrel at the car dealership would double her car buying budget. The surprise came so quickly that she even wanted to thank the idiot man. Of course, it's just a thought in my mind. She took Ma Zhengnan's arm intimately and said, Brother Nan, let's go look at the car. While speaking, he glanced at Su Muyan with contempt. Judging from the feminine and uncertain expression on the other person's face. You clearly have no ability, yet you still dare to provoke my brother Nan. You are simply asking for death. At this time, Su Muyan was already in a difficult situation. He also realized that Ma Zhangnan was definitely not pretending. I really can't understand what kind of luck the other party has had in the past few years. The loser actually turned things around. What made him even more angry was that he was so powerful, but he was wearing cheap clothes. Isn't this just dragging yourself into the fire? Ignoring Ma Zhengnan's provocative gaze, he snorted coldly. With a blushing face, he said to the girl next to him, Qingqing, today is such a bummer. Let's not buy a car here. After saying that, he wanted to pull the girl away from here. Seeing this, Ma Zhangnan certainly wouldn't grant his wish. He laughed coldly and said, Su Muyang, I haven't even paid the money yet, and you can't afford to play this game. With a scum like you, this beautiful girl would be unlucky for 8 lifetimes if she follows you. Listening to Ma Zhengnan's mocking words, Su Muyang wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Looking at the obviously strange look of the girl next to me, I felt angry and furious. For a moment, he said angrily, Ma Zhangnan, don't go too far. Humph, that's too much. Weren't you the one who started this mess today? Ignoring Su Muyang's ugly expression, Ma Zhangnan turned his gaze to Dong Qingqing again. An indescribable smile appeared on his face. Girl, let me give you a piece of advice. This idiot man is not worthy of you at all. If you break up with him right now, I'll give you a BMW convertible sports car. Hearing Ma Zhangnan poaching people right in front of him, Su Muyang was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Veins bulged on his face. Ma Zhangnan, what do you mean? Su Muyang was furious, and Dong Qingqing's heart was pounding. She is also a gold digger in essence. I had only known Su Muyang for less than a month through an acquaintance. To say there is any deep affection is absolute bullshit. She was also very clear about Su Muyang's family situation. Adding all the fixed assets, it was probably only about 10 or 20 million. If this hadn't happened today, she wouldn't have had any thoughts. It would be nice to fall in love and then marry someone. However, after listening to Ma Zhengnan's suggestions, I was immediately attracted. Ignoring Su Muyang's anger, he blurted out, Are you serious? Of course, as long as you agree to break up with this loser, you can pick up the car right away. Ah, Ma Zhangnan, you're looking for death. Furious, Su Muyang couldn't hold it in any longer and swung his fist at Ma Zhengnan's head. Amelia Su and others just exclaimed. After hearing a bang, Su Muyang was kicked to the ground by Ma Zhangnan, who was behind him. After the system has transformed my body, this garbage in front of me. Ma Zhangnan even had a strong confidence. I can beat at least 10 of them. The scene here quickly alarmed the car dealership's security personnel. What's going on? Don't make trouble here. The car salesman obviously sided with Ma Zhangnan, pointing at the embarrassed Su Muyang on the ground and saying, He was the one who started the trouble and seriously disturbed my customers. Get him out of here right away. Upon hearing this, the uniformed security guards of course didn't bother to ask the reason. They are paid by the car dealership, so of course they have to do their job conscientiously. Walking up to Su Muyang, he said with a very unhappy expression, Do you want to go out by yourself, or do you want us to ask you to leave? Hearing this, Su Muyang's face turned pale and blue as he slowly climbed up. Although he was extremely angry, he did not dare to do anything irrational. His face flushed as he looked at Dong Qingqing and asked, Dong Qingqing, you really won't come with me? I'm sorry, Mu Yang, we may not be suitable for each other, so let's break up. Dong Qingqing replied without even thinking about it. Just one simple sentence instantly devastated Su Muyang. He said angrily, okay, you two dogs, will definitely die a miserable death in the future. After saying this, he left the 4S store in a state of embarrassment. Ma Zhengnan didn't take Su Muyang's curse to heart at all. Only a weak person would say such words. After avenging the incident at the class reunion, Ma Zhengnan felt extremely relieved. Smiling, he said, Miss Dong, come with us to choose a car. Regarding Ma Zhengnan's incomprehensible behavior. If Su Shuer said that she didn't mind at all, she would be lying. However, she had already figured out her position, and she didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on her face. He glanced at Dong Qingqing, whose figure and appearance were no less than his own. His eyes flickered, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Then, under the guidance of the salesperson, everyone came to the BMW showroom. Su Shuer and Dong Qingqing excitedly chose a red and blue convertible sports car respectively. After test driving them separately, Dong Qingqing couldn't help but excitedly ask, Mr. Ma, are you really going to give me this sports car? Facing Dong Qingqing's question, Ma Zhengnan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled faintly. Ms. Dong, you made a wise choice just now, this is what you deserve. Besides, it's only a few $100,000, which is nothing to me. Just after I finished saying this arrogant thing, a series of system prompts came to my mind. Ding! Dong Qingqing's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Dong Qingqing's favorability towards the master plus 10. Ding! Dong Qingqing's favorability towards the host plus 10. Chapter 42 Teasing Li Tingting in person. Dong Qingqing's sudden surge in favorability made Ma Zhengnan happy. Although this beautiful girl in front of me is very realistic, she is really kind-hearted. Seeing the satisfied expressions of the few people, the car dealership salesperson also seemed very excited. Not only will you get a considerable commission immediately. He has been in the car sales business for over a decade. People like Ma Zhengnan who just gave away luxury cars. The scene of someone breaking up with someone in front of you is not only something I have never seen, but it is also something I have never heard of. After adjusting his mentality, he walked up to Ma Zhengnan and asked, Mr. Ma, how about we sign the car purchase contract first? Of course, Ma Zhengnan had no problem with that. After having the two girls sign the car purchase contract with the car dealership. Without making any excuses, he said calmly, just swipe the card, but is it okay if I pay in 4 installments? Upon hearing this, the car dealership didn't understand what this magical operation was. But I agreed very readily. Half an hour later, 2 brand new convertible BMW sports cars, one red and one blue, slowly drove out of the 4S dealership. Until this moment, Dong Qingqing couldn't believe it, as if she was dreaming. When they said goodbye in the parking lot, she added Ma Zhengnan's WeChat without any hesitation. With a man who is so generous, even if you become just an ordinary friend with him, it will definitely be beneficial with no harm. Mr. Ma, I won't say thank you, I will treat you to a meal if I have the chance. Faced with the girl's obvious olive branch, Ma Zhengnan certainly would not refuse. If Dong Qingqing can be completely taken down, not only will he himself gain huge benefits. The blow to Su Muyan will definitely increase exponentially. Ma Zhengnan never thinks of himself as a good guy. If he can make his enemies suffer more, he will definitely do his best. Watching Dong Qingqing driving away in a blue sports car, Su Shuer's eyes flickered a few times. Still couldn't help but say, Brother Nan, you are the most generous man I have ever met. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan gently pinched Su Shuer's little face. He laughed and said, Little girl, are you praising me or insulting me? Brother Nan, of course I'm praising you. By the way, what should I do with my QQ car? Of course we'll stop here first. Come on, let me try out the feel of this BMW convertible. Ma Zhengnan couldn't remember how long it had been since he last touched the steering wheel. For the sake of his life. After driving carefully for a while, he gave the steering wheel to Su Shuer. Although Su Shuer felt quite strange about Ma Zhengnan's unfamiliar touch, she was still very well behaved and chose not to ask more questions. As soon as I returned to the hotel lobby, Li Tingting came straight over. Mr. Ma. While greeting, Li Tingting's eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. The speed at which Ma Zhengnan replaced beauties around him made Li Tingting feel a little unbelievable. But when I think about the other party's extremely powerful abilities and methods, it makes sense. If he can give himself tips of tens of thousands at will, then what about the women around him? While sighing in his heart, Ma Zhengnan also replied with a smile, managerly, "What's the matter?" Nothing much. I just wanted to thank Mr. Ma in person." Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan certainly understood what the other party was referring to. He laughed and said, managerly, "Verbal thanks are so boring. If you are really sincere, how about I treat you to a meal sometime?" Tian Ma Zhengnan said this, and Li Tingting was speechless. "Please eat by yourself." So who is thanking whom? But this man has a really big appetite. He dares to seduce me in front of my woman. Aren't you afraid of capsizing? Although I thought so in my heart, I didn't show it on my face. He replied with the same smile, "Mr. Ma, you're joking. I'll treat you to a meal another day." "That's great. I'll be waiting for Manager Li's call." Ma Zhengnan flirted with Li Tingting in front of Su Shuer without any pressure in his heart. "I bought her a convertible sports car today, but I don't know if it's because of Dong Qingqing, but her favorability towards her didn't increase at all." Ma Zhengnan was somewhat annoyed, so he could use Li Tingting to spur her on. At this time, Su Shuer also bit her lips tightly, feeling a little aggrieved. "First, I met Dong Qingqing at a car dealership. Before she could get over her depression, Li Tingting showed up. Ma Zhengnan's passion and excitement in buying her a sports car has basically been offset. She couldn't help but pull Ma Zhengnan's arm and said in a coquettish tone, 'Brother Nan, let's go up quickly.' In the presidential suite, Ma Zhengnan leaned comfortably on the sofa and opened Su Shuer's panel. Name, Su Shuer. Age, 23. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance, 84 points. Purity, 97%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 53 points. Ma Zhengnan sighed slightly in his heart, with a faint smile on his face. He waved to the girl and said, "Come here." Hearing this, Su Shuer came over very obediently. "Brother Nan." "Shuer, I bought you a car today, but why do you seem so unhappy?" No. "No, Brother Nan, I'm just too excited and haven't expressed it yet." Ma Zhengnan didn't believe her nonsense at all. He smiled faintly and said, "Shuer, you have to think it through. I really don't like women who say one thing and mean another." Seeing Ma Zhengnan so serious, Su Shuer couldn't help but panic. She said with a delicate and pitiful expression, "Brother Nan, I did get a little jealous of that woman at the car dealership today, but I care about you. I will never do that again. How about I dance for Brother Nan now to thank you for buying Shuer a sports car?" I have to say, regardless of whether Su Shuer's expression at this moment was acting or not, but that pitiful little appearance really embodies the words "beauty on earth" to the fullest. Chapter 43 Gold-worshipping girl. In the mountain city under the night sky, in the presidential suite of the Will Hotel. Ding. Su Shuer's favorability towards the host +5. Ding. A small gift package dropped from the second heroine of the strategy guide, Su Shuer, and received a cashback of 30,000 yuan. Ding. A small gift package dropped from the second heroine of the strategy guide, Su Shuer, and received a cashback of 10,000 yuan. Ding. A small gift package dropped from the second heroine of the strategy guide, Su Shuer, and received a cashback of 10,000 yuan. Another string of cash rewards. Ma Zhengnan finally understood everything and wanted to get more of the little gift packs that fell from the sky. The inexplicable increase in this girl's favorability is also very crucial. The next day, after Ma Zhengnan sent Su Shuer away, he immediately set his sights on Dong Qingqing. I opened WeChat and sent a message, "Do you have time to meet up?" Inside a skyscraper office building, Dong Qingqing, who was working, received this message from Ma Zhengnan. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he replied with a message in the blink of an eye. "So direct? Did you send this message in front of your girlfriend?" "You mean Shuer? She's not with me right now." "Is she free?" "Mr. Ma, you really know how to joke. Do you want to turn me into someone like her? This girl is indeed a sensible person. I also like dealing with sensible people the most. I wonder if my sincerity yesterday was enough?" "Mr. Ma, if I'm not mistaken, you gave me that sports car yesterday to strike a blow against Su Muyang, right? What do you mean by that now?" "Then you must have misunderstood me. The sincerity I'm talking about isn't the sports car, but my sincere feelings. Mr. Ma, for a man as philandering as you to say this, don't you think it's hypocritical? Ha, then let us not talk about hypocrisy. When we go shopping, just buy whatever you like. After receiving this message, Dong Qingqing's eyes flickered and she was silent for a long time before replying. Since you are so honest, I will give you a favor and tell you a location. An hour later, Wanda Plaza. Dong Qingqing looked at Ma Zhengnan, who arrived later than her. Mr. Ma, I took a special leave just to see you. I've been waiting for you for more than 10 minutes. Sorry, the taxi was stuck in traffic. Hearing this, Dong Qingqing bit her lip and said coquettishly, then you have to make it up to me today. That's no big deal. You can buy whatever you like in the whole mall. Oh, and don't call me Mr. Ma. Just call me Brother Nan. If you want me to call you Brother Nan, that depends on your performance. Hearing Dong Qingqing say this, Ma Zhengnan immediately felt happy. In terms of the performance of the girls, Dong Qingqing in front of me is obviously more materialistic. Although the purity is a little low, the overall appearance is there, so Ma Zhengnan doesn't mind too much. The more materialistic a girl is, the easier it is for her to become your dish. After entering the mall, Dong Qingqing naturally took Ma Zhengnan's arm. Just as I felt the soft touch on my arm, I heard the girl speak. I've always wanted to buy a VL bag, but it's too expensive. I've never been able to afford it. There happens to be a VL store here. Why don't you take me there first? Okay, one bag is boring, if you want to choose, pick a few. Dong Qingqing's heart almost melted when she heard Ma Zhengnan's extremely arrogant words. She and Su Muyang have known each other for almost a month. She wanted him to buy her a bag worth several thousand yuan, but he always made excuses. Compared with Ma Zhengnan in front of him, he is probably not even as good as a toe. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. I kissed Ma Zhengnan on the face. Ding! Dong Qingqing's favorability towards the host plus 10. The sudden surprise made Ma Zhengnan feel very relieved. Although the girl is materialistic, she has good character. At least she won't do anything bad to me. I haven't even started to work yet, but my favorability has already reached 40 points. As one of the most luxurious bags in the world, the price of VL brand is really amazing. Although there are entry-level models that cost several thousand yuan, if you want something a little more unique, the price can even make ordinary people feel astonished. After Dong Qingqing entered, she couldn't take her eyes off the various bags. After choosing left and right, I finally stopped in front of a blue and black bag. She pulled Ma Zhengnan's arm and asked delicately, Brother Nan, do you think this one looks good? Ma Zhengnan casually glanced at the price, and it was as high as 196,880 yuan. That's right, one bag costs a staggering 190,000 yuan. Seeing this, the pretty salesgirl beside her also hurriedly introduced. You have really good taste, beautiful lady. The one you have is the latest VL limited edition. There are no more than 30 of the same model in the country. It matches your temperament very well. Although this price was not a problem for Ma Zhengnan, he still couldn't help but ask. What material are your bags made of? They're more expensive than gold. After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, the salesgirl felt that there was basically no possibility of closing the deal. But I still answered politely. Sir, our VL brand is all about luxury culture, and it can't be measured solely by price. If you think it's too expensive, we have many more in our store that cost tens of thousands or even thousands of yuan. Why don't you go and choose something else? When Dong Qingqing heard the conversation between the two, her heart suddenly tightened. She likes this bag so much. If I really carry this bag on my back and go out for a walk, I will feel so happy just thinking about it. Pulling Ma Zhengnan's arm, rubbing it hard on the soft part of her body. She said delicately, Brother Nan, I really like this bag, but it's really too expensive. How about I take a look at something else? Ma Zhengnan just asked casually, he doesn't care how expensive it is. Plus, I want to take down Dong Qingqing as soon as possible, so what else can I say? If you like it, just carry it. I'll buy this bag. When the beautiful salesgirl heard this, she was of course happy, because this was related to her direct income. He sincerely praised Dong Qingqing, Beauty, your boyfriend is so good to you. Ding! Dong Qingqing's favorability towards the host plus 10. Chapter 44 Take down Dong Qingqing. Ding! Dong Qingqing's favorability towards the host has reached 50 points. The system automatically binds her to the fourth female lead. From this moment on, the host will have a chance to receive a small gift package from the fourth female lead. The surprise that suddenly came to his mind made Ma Zhengnan a little bit unimaginable. Although Dong Qingqing is very realistic and materialistic, this kind of simple-minded girl is indeed more to his taste. Since he could just use money to gain favorability, Ma Zhengnan certainly didn't want to put in any effort. 10 minutes later, Dong Qingqing had a satisfied and excited expression on her face. Holding the shopping bag in one hand, she put the other hand into Ma Zhengnan's arm. "Brother Nan, I'm so happy today, let me treat you to a meal." Ding! A small gift package dropped from the heroine of the number 4 strategy, Dong Qingqing, has been sent. Receive 10,000 yuan in cashback. Ma Zhengnan was very happy to earn 10,000 yuan just by holding hands with a girl. After hearing Dong Qingqing's invitation, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Just buy 2 bags, don't you plan to buy anything else?" "Well, Brother Nan, don't think I'm too greedy. I bought these 2 bags just to test whether you are really that generous." "Ha, what are your thoughts now?" "Brother Nan, if you can always be this nice to me in the future, I can promise you anything." Hearing Dong Qingqing's naive answer, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but say happily, "Really? Then why bother eating? I'll take you to a nice place." 10 minutes later, Ma Zhengnan chose a nearby luxury business hotel. With the warm hospitality of the girl at the front desk, we booked the most luxurious suite in the hotel. As soon as the two entered the room, the girl came up to them. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the heroine of the number 4 strategy, Dong Qingqing, has been sent. Receive 10,000 yuan in cashback. I have to say that women who meet the system's comprehensive appearance score standards have impeccable figures. Dong Qingqing's charming figure is the ultimate dream of many otakus. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the heroine of the number 4 strategy, Dong Qingqing, has been sent. Receive 10,000 yuan in cashback. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the heroine of the number 4 strategy, Dong Qingqing, has been sent. Receive 30,000 yuan in cashback. Half an hour later, Dong Qingqing murmured softly, "Brother Nan, you don't think I'm a very casual woman, do you?" Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan was also stunned. Then I also wanted to test whether Dong Qingqing was really that naive. He smiled and said, "Of course I don't think so, but I really want to know which one of your relationships I am." "Brother Nan, I don't want to lie to you. I had 2 relationships in college. Later, after I started working, I had 2 more boyfriends. How should I put it? I didn't feel any sense of security with them, so I decisively chose to break up with them. But don't worry, Brother Nan, I have no contact with them anymore." Ma Zhengnan didn't expect Dong Qingqing to be so honest and didn't even hide anything from him. What a naive girl. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "The sense of security you're talking about is probably the money." "Well, so Brother Nan, as long as you give me enough sense of security in the future, I will always be your little woman." Hearing the girl's honest answer, Ma Zhengnan felt happy again. A beauty with Dong Qingqing's beauty and no ulterior motives is probably even rarer than the national treasure giant panda. His eyes moved, as if he suddenly thought of something. He asked, "Su Muyang shouldn't be one of the exes you mentioned?" Hearing Ma Zhengnan's question, Dong Qingqing quickly explained. "Su Muyang and I haven't known each other for long. He wanted to take advantage of me, but I didn't agree." Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but say happily, "Then I've known you even shorter, so why are you willing so quickly?" "Brother Nan, you're annoying. How can he compare to you? He's been asking me to buy him a bag worth thousands of dollars, but he's still reluctant to do it for me. Anyway, compared to you, Brother Nan, he is not even as good as you. This stingy guy, after coming back yesterday, he was still begging me on WeChat not to break up, but I ignored him completely." "Ha, sister, you are so realistic, but what I like is. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a strong sense of security here." "Well, I know you are the best, Brother Nan." Listening to the girl's obedient answer, Ma Zhengnan suddenly had an idea and asked with a smile. "By the way, Qingqing, do you still have Su Muyan's WeChat on your phone?" Dong Qingqing was startled by Ma Zhengnan's sudden question. I quickly said, "I'm sorry, Brother Nan, I'll delete his WeChat right away." As he spoke, he picked up the phone beside the bed and opened WeChat. Just as he was about to block and delete Su Muyan's WeChat, Ma Zhengnan quickly snatched the phone away. With an indescribable smile on his face, he said, "Don't be in a hurry, let's take a few photos and send them to him before blocking him." Hearing this, Dong Qingqing couldn't help but look embarrassed. "Ah, Brother Nan, this is not good. Be good, it's okay. I'll block you after I send the photo. I just want to vent my anger. Hearing what my Zhangnan said, Dong Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. In a high-end residential complex somewhere in the mountain city, Su Muyang was lying on his sofa. The occasional twitching on his face showed that he was in an extremely unhappy mood. He really regretted it. Not only did he lose face in front of my Zhangnan, but more importantly, Dong Qingqing broke up with him. Although he comes from a wealthy family, among all the girlfriends he has dated, no one can compare to Dong Qingqing in terms of appearance or figure. Such a lovely girlfriend is gone inexplicably. I'm afraid it would be hard for anyone to accept it. Just when I was feeling upset, the WeChat notification tone suddenly rang on my phone. I opened it absent-mindedly and was immediately refreshed. Dong Qingqing finally replied to me. I opened it quickly and was stunned. Picture 1, Picture 2, Picture 3. There weren't any disgusting scenes in it. But the shy look of Dong Qingqing in the picture with my Zhangnan obviously speaks for itself. Su Moyang was stunned for a long time before he let out a terrifying roar. No, Dong Qingqing, my Zhangnan, you two bastards. Chapter 45 Dong Qingqing's Temptation. Furious Su Moyang wanted to fight back, but found that all his WeChat and phone calls were blocked. He was so furious that he couldn't help but throw his phone to the ground. He cursed bitterly, you two dogs, I curse you to die a miserable death. Of course, my Zhangnan didn't care how Su Muyang cursed him. He feels good at being able to make his enemies unhappy. I was in a good mood and wanted to reward people based on their merits. He pinched the girl's cheek and said with a smile, you did a good job. Give me your bank card number and I'll transfer some pocket money to you. When Dong Qingqing heard this, her face lit up with joy. After happily reporting his bank card number to my Zhangnan, he received a transfer of 200,000 yuan shortly after. The sudden surprise made Dong Qingqing so happy that she couldn't even speak clearly. Nan, brother Nan, it would have been great if I had met you earlier. After hearing what the girl said, my Zhangnan couldn't help but laugh. If she had known me earlier, considering Dong Qingqing's materialistic nature, I probably wouldn't even be a backup. Ding. Dong Qingqing's favorability towards the host +5. Ding. Dong Qingqing's favorability towards the host +5. Dong Qingqing's sudden surge in favorability immediately made my Zhangnan happy. Isn't it too easy to improve this girl's favorability? Then he took out his phone and without saying anything, he transferred another 200,000 yuan to her in front of Dong Qingqing. Such a domineering scene shocked the girls. Nan, brother Nan, why are you giving me so much money again? Don't you like it? Ah, I like it. Thank you, brother Nan. Ding. Dong Qingqing's favorability towards the host +2. Seeing that his favorability had only increased by 2 points, my Zhangnan felt a little depressed. It seems that even the most materialistic girl can't spend too much money. Dong Qingqing had no idea what my Zhangnan was thinking. She didn't know how to describe the excitement in her heart. Compared with her previous bootlickers, Ma Zhengnan's generosity and arrogance completely turned her three views upside down. Buying myself a luxury car yesterday could be considered a showdown with Su Muyang. But today, whether it's the VL bag worth hundreds of thousands, or the 200,000 yuan transfers, those are all gifts I really want to give to myself. Dong Qingqing can even be sure. Apart from the man in front of me, there is no other man in this world who is willing to spend so much money on me. The more I think about it, the more excited I become. Ding. A small gift package dropped from the heroine of the number 4 strategy, Dong Qingqing, has been sent. Receive a cashback of 50,000 yuan. Half an hour later, Ma Zhangnan opened his motherboard. Host, Ma Zhangnan. Strategy heroines, strategy heroine number 1 Zhang Menjing, strategy heroine number 2 Su Shuer, strategy heroine number 3 Lu Yusen, strategy heroine number 4 Dong Qingqing. Total cash assets 480,000. Before he knew it, Ma Zhengnan's assets had exceeded 480,000. The two did not go out for dinner in the evening. I ordered a luxury package worth thousands of yuan directly on Meituan on my mobile phone. It didn't take long for the food to be delivered to the room on time by the takeaway guy. The moment the door opened, the delivery guy said in his heart, "Oh shit." Dong Qingqing, who had just finished washing herself, put on a white bath towel. The already very attractive face and figure, coupled with the wet hair, almost made the takeaway boy stare straight. If he could get such a goddess, he would even be willing to shorten his life by 10 years. As for Ma Zhangnan in the room, he was so envious that his heart was turning purple. Damn, others are enjoying themselves to the fullest, while I am still delivering food to others in the wind and rain. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Looking at the delivery boy's dazed look, Ma Zhangnan probably guessed what he was thinking. Once upon a time, I was the same as them. It's understandable how you feel when you see someone hugging a beautiful girl. Lightly reminded, do you have anything else to do? After Ma Zhengnan's reminder, the delivery boy finally came to his senses. His eyes reluctantly moved away from Dong Qingqing, and he smiled awkwardly and left. After closing the door, the two of them sat in the living room and started eating casually. Although scoring 2 goals just now had consumed some of his energy, Ma Zhengnan still didn't feel hungry. After eating a little casually, I opened my phone and started watching TikTok. Brother Nan, the stir-fried crab with green onions is really delicious, why don't you try it? Dong Qingqing was quite sensible. She grabbed a piece of crab with green onions and fed it to Ma Zhengnan. While enjoying the thoughtful service provided by the girl, Ma Zhengnan clicked on his follow button. Seeing that Kuxiuyan was live streaming at the moment, he clicked in without hesitation. After not receiving any tips from Ma Zhengnan these days, Kuxiuyan's income and popularity in her live streaming have plummeted. It's basically back to its original state. The ups and downs made Kuxiuyan feel like she was being scratched by a cat. She sent Ma Zhengnan a few WeChat messages every day to say hello, but most of the responses fell on deaf ears. Even if there is an occasional reply, it is always the simplest polite words. This made Kuxiuyan even more puzzled. Logically speaking, even in the Douyin live broadcast room full of beautiful women, I am still considered a very durable and beautiful woman. If the other party had no feelings towards him, how could he have given hundreds of thousands of dollars in rewards in the live broadcast room? Is it possible that there is so much money that I have no place to spend it? During the past 2 days, she was forcing herself to smile during live broadcasts, and even when she danced, she looked listless. At this moment, I was dancing to a passionate song with my heart full of thoughts. The sight of a level 50 Big Brother instantly made Kuxiuyan excited. Thank you, my brother Nan, for visiting my livestream. Little bunny gives you a heart. While speaking, Kuxiuyan also made a heart gesture. In the past few days, there have been a lot of top girls around me asking about my well-being. Ma Zhengnan's sense of satisfaction as the big brother in the live broadcast room has also decreased a lot. Seeing Kuxiuyan's flattering behavior at this time, he threw the 10 carnivals out without any ripples in his heart. Wow, thanks to my brother Nan for the 10 carnivals. Bunny is so happy. Brother Nan, do you want to see any dance? Bunny will perform for you. As Kuxiuyan was expressing her gratitude passionately, Ma Zhengnan left the live broadcast room without saying a word. Suddenly, the girl felt overwhelmed. Chapter 46 Taking the girl to visit. As more and more top-notch girls came around him, Ma Zhengnan was no longer as excited about the anchor dropping in as he was at the beginning. Throwing money at the carnival in the live broadcast room is not as good as transferring money directly to the girls. The 10 carnivals just now were just spontaneous and without any purpose. After browsing a few girls' live broadcast rooms, I exited Douyin with a dull expression. Seeing this, Dong Qingqing smiled sweetly and said, Brother Nan, why don't you watch the Douyin live broadcast? Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan laughed wickedly and said, those things on Douyin live broadcasts are all visible but intangible. How can they be as interesting as the beauty in front of me? Ha 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 ha. With Brother Renan's strength, it wouldn't be too easy for him to get the anchor to parachute in. Hearing Dong Qingqing say this, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel happy. Smiling, he asked, you are so beautiful, why don't you think about becoming a host? Dong Qingqing felt very happy when she heard Ma Zhengnan praise her beauty. She smiled charmingly and said, Brother Nan, I'm glad I didn't become a host, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you. Ah, you have a really sweet mouth, hurry up and eat, it won't taste good if it gets cold. The two were chatting casually when suddenly Ma Zhengnan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his Aunt Zhang Liyuan calling. Aunt. Zhengnan, I knocked on your door for a long time, but no one answered. Are you not home? Auntie, I have something to do outside and probably won't be back today. What can I do for you? What else could it be? Of course it's your lifelong event. I've contacted a girl for you these past 2 days. I've also met this girl. She's a very nice person. She's from the countryside and currently works as a nurse at Southwest Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Although her looks weren't as good as Zhang Xiaoqin's, she was still pretty attractive, and most importantly, she had never been married. After I introduced your situation, the other party was very satisfied and asked me to find a time for you two to meet. I think this girl is very nice. I brought her photo and was just about to show it to you. Who knew you weren't home yet? After hearing what his aunt said on the phone, my Zhangnan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aunt, I appreciate your kindness, but forget about introducing me to a girlfriend. Just as I said this, Fang Liyuan's very dissatisfied voice came from the other end of the phone. What? What did you say? My Zhangnan, if it weren't for your dead mother, do you think I would be willing to bother with your idleness? You just stay at home writing those crappy online articles every day and never go out for a walk. If I don't arrange things for you, do you want to be single for the rest of your life? Aunt, I haven't even finished what I was saying. I actually found a girlfriend and was planning to bring her home to show you. Hearing my Zhangnan say this, Fang Liyuan on the other end of the phone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he asked, when did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Aunt, I haven't had time to tell you about what happened a few days ago. What does she do for a living? Where is she from? Does her family agree? Fang Liyuan was faced with another series of questions. My Zhangnan didn't feel the slightest bit impatient, and patiently replied, Auntie, how about this? I'll bring her home tomorrow or the day after tomorrow so you can see her for yourself. I'll explain everything to you when we meet. Okay, once you've made up your mind, give me a call and I'll make you something delicious. Well, Auntie, I really can't go back now. I've made you come here for nothing today. We're all family, there's no need to say anymore. Just ask the girl if she's willing to come to my house. Just hang up. After hanging up the phone, my Zhangnan couldn't help but look at Dong Qingqing. But it was immediately denied. Dong Qingqing is definitely good looking, but she is too naive and not very qualified for this job. Among the remaining 3 women, my Zhangnan chose Lu Yusin without hesitation. No matter from which aspect, Lu Yusin is the best candidate. Brother Nan, who are you talking to on the phone just now? I seem to hear you say you wanted to bring your girlfriend over? Dong Qingqing, who was eating delicious food on the side, suddenly looked up and asked. My Zhangnan did not hide it and replied with a smile, she is my aunt. Because my parents passed away early, she is the person closest to me. She's trying to introduce me to someone, but to dispel her good intentions, I'm going to find a girl to come over and put on a show. Hearing this, Dong Qingqing immediately showed a panic expression. Nan brother, I'm a little nervous. I can't act. What if my aunt doesn't like me? After hearing what Dong Qingqing said, my Zhangnan immediately laughed. Why are you so nervous? I didn't ask you to go. Don't worry, I have someone else in mind. Hearing this, Dong Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a sense of loss inexplicably. It seems that I will have to work harder in the future to gain a more important position in Brother Nan's heart. My Zhangnan didn't think that Dong Qingqing was already having wild thoughts. He found Lu Yusin's number and called her. The phone didn't ring twice before Lu Yusin's voice came over. Brother Nan. Yusin, what are you doing? What else can I do? I'm just watching Douyin and dramas. Oh, Brother Nan, I still want to open a milk tea shop with Lin Saixia. I've already negotiated for a store today. Hearing Lu Yusin suddenly mention this, Ma Zhangnan was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, it's okay to find something to kill time, but you don't have to take it too seriously. Just enjoy life as you please. Well, Brother Nan, you are so nice. After a few brief chats, my Zhangnan got straight to the point. Are you free tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Yes, Brother Nan, do you miss me? Of course I do. Well, I want to take you to my aunt's house tomorrow. Otherwise, she always likes to introduce me to other people, which is really troublesome. After a few seconds of silence on the phone, Lu Yusin's voice came. Okay, then what should I prepare, Brother Nan? I really don't know what to buy. Well, I'll transfer 100,000 to you later, and you can help me prepare some supplements for the elderly, and they must be of the best quality. As for my uncle, just prepare 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of good wine. Brother Nan, buying a gift won't cost 100,000, right? You can do whatever you want, and the rest is just your pocket money. Hearing my Zhangnan say this, Lu Yusin on the phone immediately smiled happily. Well, thank you, Brother Nan. Chapter 47. Are all pretty girls so easy to fool? Dong Qingqing heard the conversation between Ma Zhangnan and Lu Yusin clearly. Especially when I heard that I had to transfer 100,000 yuan to help buy a gift. I became even more determined to work hard and improve my status in men's hearts. When night falls. Ding! A small gift package dropped from the fourth female protagonist, Dong Qingqing, with a cashback of 20,000 yuan. The next day, after sending Dong Qingqing away, Ma Zhangnan arrived at the place he had agreed to meet with Lu Yusin. Today, Lu Yusin dressed up carefully to meet Ma Zhangnan's aunt. Wearing a light blue long dress, which sets off her graceful figure, she looks like a fairy who is not of this world. Even though she only had light makeup on her face, it made her look more gentle and virtuous. After seeing Ma Zhangnan, he quickly stepped forward and asked cheerfully, "Brother Nan, is it okay for me to dress like this to meet Auntie today?" Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan couldn't help but look at it carefully. Smiling, she praised, "That's great. My aunt will definitely like you very much." Hearing Ma Zhangnan say this, Lu Yusin couldn't help but smile. "Then I'm relieved, Brother Nan. I've already prepared the gifts, and I haven't even spent 20,000 yuan yet. Can you see if I need to buy anything else?" After hearing what Lu Yusin said, Ma Zhangnan opened the gift box and took a casual look. The market price of 2 bottles of Maodai Feitian Mitai is more than 10,000 yuan, and there are also 2 bottles of Greater China, plus 3 boxes of high-end supplements for middle-aged and elderly people. I couldn't help but nodded secretly in my heart, and said with a faint smile, "This gift is fine, let's go now." It's not that Ma Zhangnan is reluctant to buy it, his aunt Fong Liyuan knows everything about his situation. To put it bluntly, he is a poor loser, and it is shocking enough that he suddenly finds a girlfriend who is as beautiful as a fairy and brings so many expensive gifts to his home. In the taxi, Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask, "Brother Nan, why don't you drive yourself?" "Driving myself is tiring and stressful, and taking a taxi isn't very convenient either." Okay, Brother Nan, your idea is really unique." Hearing the girl say this, Ma Zhangnan couldn't help but smile and asked, "Yusin, do you have a driver's license?" Hearing this, Lu Yusin's eyes lit up, and she nodded and whispered, yes, I got the certificate when I was in college. After we get to my aunt's house, I'll take you to the car dealership. You can pick any car you like and I'll buy you one." After hearing Ma Zhangnan's words, the surprise on Lu Yusin's face was self-evident. Brother Nan, is that true?" "Of course it's true. After buying the car, I'll pick out a house for you. Why not do it all today?" After Ma Zhangnan's cash assets reached 500,000, it felt like buying a car and a house for his girlfriend wouldn't be a big deal. In order to make the beauty happy and for your own convenience in the future, the worst that can happen is that you just swipe the card a few more times. The sudden surprise made Lu Yusin's heart beat like a deer, thump thump non-stop. She didn't think Ma Zhangnan would use this matter to make fun of her. Not to mention the price of the car, even the most ordinary house in the mountain city is worth 1 or 2 million. I have avoided taking so many detours in recent years. It feels like I haven't put in much effort yet, but a huge surprise hits me. Excited, she rested her little head gently on Ma Zhangnan's shoulder and said delicately, "Brother Nan, you were so nice." The taxi driver in front listened to the conversation between the two and glanced at them through the rearview mirror. I was also muttering in my heart, "This man doesn't look like a rich man. He brags without thinking. Damn, how could such a beautiful girl be so easily deceived?" Ma Zhangnan's aunt Fong Liyuan used to work in the Women's Federation and retired 2 years ago. The environment of the community is quite nice. The two registered with the security guard at the door and entered. Although it was an acting part, Lu Yusin was still a little nervous. To put it bluntly, her relationship with Ma Zhangnan is that he is her mistress. Feeling uneasy, he slowed down his pace a bit. Seeing this, Ma Zhangnan, I couldn't help but stop and said with a smile, "What's wrong? You're still nervous at the door." "It's just a meal, let's go." Hearing this, Lu Yusin nodded embarrassedly, "Brother Nan, I understand." After knocking on the door and opening it, the moment Fong Liyuan saw Lu Yusin, shock instantly appeared in her eyes. "Auntie, this is my new girlfriend, Lu Yusin. I brought her to meet you today. She's pretty, isn't she?" Seeing Fong Liyuan's shocked expression, Ma Zhangnan hurriedly introduced her. Lu Yusin also greeted with a very obedient smile. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Lu Yusin, and I'm Zhangnan's girlfriend. Sorry to bother you today. This is a little gift that Zhangnan and I prepared for you and your uncle." As he spoke, he handed over the gift box in his hand. After hearing Lu Yusun's words, Fong Liyuan finally came back to her senses. While extending his hand to take the gift box, he smiled and said, "You are so polite, you should come in and sit down, it's enough for people to come, why buy so many gifts?" Yusun, right? She looks like a fairy. I still can't believe that my nephew Mai Zhengnan can find such a beautiful girlfriend. Hearing this, Lu Yusun behaved quite well. Smiling, she replied, "Auntie, please don't say that. It's my blessing to be the girlfriend of a man as capable as Zhengnan." The more Fong Liyuan listened to Lu Yusun's words, the more confused she became. What abilities does my nephew have? Apart from staying at home and writing some online articles every day, he is pretty good for nothing. Why does it sound completely different when it comes out of this girl's mouth? Mai Zhengnan watched the conversation between the two people, and they were completely on different channels. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he quickly interrupted and asked, "Aunt, where is uncle? Isn't he at home?" Hearing this, Fong Liyuan glanced at Mai Zhengnan meaningfully. Then he replied, "Oh, your uncle must have gone to the community chess and card room to play cards." Then he said seriously, "Mai Zhengnan, come inside, I want to ask you something." Chapter 48 Beauty with Luxury Cars. Inside the room, Fong Liyuan looked at Mai Zhengnan with a serious face. He whispered, "Tell me the truth, did you lie to that girl? She said you had great abilities, but how come I didn't know what your abilities were?" Before coming here, Mai Zhengnan had already found an excuse in his mind. Smiling, he replied, "Auntie, don't worry, I wouldn't lie to a girl like that. Besides, a girl as beautiful as Yusun is not that easy to deceive. A while ago, an online novel I wrote suddenly became a huge hit and has been adapted into a hit short drama. Maybe it will be made into a movie in the future. My income has increased significantly because of this incident. Yusun really appreciates my talent and is willing to spend time with me." After hearing Ma Zhengnan's words, Fong Liyuan's serious expression gradually relaxed. He whispered in surprise, "If that's the case, then I'm relieved. I didn't expect that you could be so successful in writing online articles. But Lu Yusun is so beautiful, I'm still worried about whether you can keep an eye on her. If you two really get together, you can't just hand over all your wealth to her." Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly and said, "Aunt, don't worry. Yusun is absolutely devoted to me. I know it. It's good that you know what's going on. Go out and keep me company." In the living room, when Fong Liyuan went to the kitchen to busy herself, Lu Yusun couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Brother Nan, what did you say in the room just now? My aunt praised you for being beautiful and asked me to keep you under guard." After hearing Ma Zhengnan's answer, Lu Yusun knew that this statement was unreliable, but she still couldn't help but feel happy. While the two were chatting and laughing, not long after, Ma Zhengnan's uncle Wang Demon also came back. After entering the room, I was also shocked by Lu Yusun's appearance. "Uncle, this is my girlfriend Lu Yusun." Ma Zhengnan introduced first. "Hello, uncle." Okay. After a simple greeting, Wang Demon went to his study with a look of surprise on his face. Ma Zhengnan didn't have any special feelings for his uncle. Wang Deming is a retired civil servant from a government agency. He still had some disdain for his nephew Mai Zhengnan. "You have no skills at all. You are already 30 years old, but you are still picky about finding a girlfriend." He reminded Fong Liyuan more than once or twice to stop interfering in Mai Zhengnan's affairs. "I suddenly heard about this from my wife yesterday, but I didn't take it seriously." He thought that if Mai Zhengnan could really find a girlfriend on his own, it would save his own man a lot of trouble. But he never expected that his girlfriend would be such a fairy-like and beautiful. After a while, Fong Liyuan put out a large table of delicious dishes. At the dinner table, she kept picking up food for Lu Yusun, making her feel embarrassed. "Auntie, I can do it myself." "Okay, don't be polite, just treat it like you're at home." Wang Deming didn't say much, but just glanced at Lu Yusun occasionally, and no one knew what he was thinking. After dinner, Ma Zhengnan chatted with Fong Liyuan on the sofa for a while, then he and Lu Yusun got up and said goodbye. As soon as the two of them left the complex, they received another call from Fong Liyuan. "Ma Zhengnan, how come you bought so many expensive gifts? I just opened the gift box and found out." I was shocked. "Aunt, it's okay. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I've troubled you with my affairs over the past few years. Just consider it as my filial piety to you and uncle." "Hey, I really don't know what to say to you. It seems that you really made money. But next time you come to my house, you are not allowed to buy such expensive gifts. New. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask. Brother Nan, why do I feel like your aunt doesn't seem to know much about your situation? Hearing Lu Yusin's question, Ma Zhangnan just smiled faintly and didn't answer anything. For some questions, no answer is the best answer. Lu Yusin didn't dare to ask any more questions, and could only speculate secretly in her heart. How much wealth has Ma Zhangnan earned over the years to be able to behave so arrogantly? Half an hour later, the two arrived at a large 4S car dealership nearby. As soon as I walked in, a pretty salesgirl greeted me warmly. Hello, do you want to see the car? Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan didn't hesitate and pointed directly at Lu Yusin next to him. Introduce her a beautiful car that matches her temperament. Price is not an issue. If we are satisfied, we will pay in full and take delivery of the car immediately. After hearing Ma Zhengnan's arrogant words, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Ma Zhengnan doesn't look like a rich man in his attire, but to have a beautiful woman like Lu Yusin by his side. Obviously, he is definitely not an ordinary person. The enthusiasm on his face increased even more, and after personally pouring 2 cups of fine coffee. Then he smiled at Lu Yusin and said, Sis, you are so beautiful. Do you have any favorite brands? Although Lu Yusin's face was calm at this moment, her heart was already turbulent. She originally thought that the price of the car Ma Zhangnan would buy her would be around 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. But after hearing what Ma Zhangnan said just now, it was obvious that he had underestimated. Faced with the salesgirl's inquiry, I was hesitant for a moment. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Porsche? I'm still a little worried that if I open my mouth too wide and cause Ma Zhangnan to be dissatisfied, then the loss will outweigh the gain. Seeing Lu Yusin's hesitation, Ma Zhangnan simply spoke directly. Yusin, what do you think of Porsche? Upon hearing this, the salesgirl and Lu Yusin both looked excited. The former quickly stood up and said with great enthusiasm, We happen to have a Porsche showroom here. How about I take you there to have a look? What else could Lu Yusin say? She stood up in surprise and joy. She put her hands on Ma Zhengnan's arm and asked tenderly, Brother Nan, are you really going to buy me a Porsche? Of course it's true. A beautiful car with a beautiful woman is worthy of such a pretty face of yours. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host increases by +5, currently 62 points. The favorability rating soared by 5 points, proving the true reflection of Lu Yusin's heart at this moment. She gently stood on tiptoe and kissed Ma Zhengnan on the face. Brother Nan, you are so nice. Since Ma Zhengnan can spend money on girls at will, buying a luxury car is as easy as buying a cabbage. Everything went very smoothly. An hour later, a brand new, dazzling red Porsche Cayenne sports car with a temporary license plate slowly drove out of the 4S dealership. At this moment, Lu Yusin, who was holding the steering wheel, was eager to merge into Ma Zhengnan's body immediately. This man's arrogance was beyond her imagination. A luxury car worth 1.2 million, bought for myself without blinking an eye. Chapter 49 Crazy Lu Yusin. Brother Nan, let's find a place to rest first. Ma Zhengnan was also stunned when he suddenly heard Lu Yusin's request. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he agreed lightly. Okay. I randomly found a hotel. Ding. A small gift package dropped from number 2 goddess Lu Yusin, with a cashback of 20,000 yuan. Ding. A small gift package dropped from number 2 goddess Lu Yusin, with a cashback of 20,000 yuan. Ding. A small gift package dropped from the second goddess Lu Yusin, and you will receive a cashback of 100,000 yuan. An hour later, Lu Yusin happily left the hotel holding Ma Zhengnan's arm. While enjoying the benefits brought by the system, my cash is skyrocketing. Ma Zhengnan's current cash assets have reached 640,000, so of course he will not treat the girl in front of him badly. After finding a large real estate agency nearby. Smiling, he said, let's go in and take a look. Lu Yusin was of course delighted. With a soft she took Ma Zhengnan's arm and walked in. With the current generally low housing prices in the country, business at real estate agencies is not doing very well. After Ma Zhengnan and Lu Yusin entered, the young lady asked about their purpose and was quite enthusiastic. While arranging for someone to pour coffee, he enthusiastically asked, Do you have any specific requirements for the house? Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan replied directly and proudly. There are definitely some requirements. The neighborhood environment must be good, the location can't be too remote, and the rooms must be as large as possible. It also needs to be luxuriously furnished and ideally ready for move-in today. Just a few words made Lu Yusin's heart pound again. According to the standard configuration described by my Zhangnan, this is definitely a luxury house. The lady at the real estate agency was also very excited. The more expensive the house prices they trade here, the higher the commission they can get. In today's bad environment, if we can negotiate it, it will be a big deal. Following Ma Zhengnan's request, he quickly selected 7 or 8 luxury homes, all of which were over 200 square meters in size and well decorated, and placed them on the table. These should all meet your requirements. Take your pick. If you like any of them, we'll go house hunting now. Ma Zhengnan didn't care. He just glanced through it and handed the task to Lu Yusin. After comparing again and again, Lu Yusin chose a riverside garden apartment with a river view. 16th floor, 210 square meters, with its own small sky garden. But the price at the end still made the girl couldn't help but ask. Brother Nan, this apartment costs 5.2 million. Isn't it too expensive? Before my Zhengnan could answer, the lady from the real estate agency quickly said, My dear lady, this is a genuine Riverview apartment. Over 5 million is not expensive at all. You can imagine that every morning when you open the window, you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Yangtze River. It is definitely a very comfortable thing. If this apartment were bought a few years ago, even 7 million yuan would probably not be available, but there is still room for appreciation in the future. Listening to the young lady's dreamy introduction, Lu Yusin was of course moved. Brother Nan, look. Then what else is there to think about? Let's go and look at the house now. As long as you like it, your name will be written on the property right away, and you can move in tonight. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's bold words, Lu Yusin's watery eyes almost melted. The man's generosity and willingness to spend money on her once again broke through Lu Yusin's psychological defenses. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host +5. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the young lady, Ma Zhengnan and Lu Yusin had already walked into Riverview Garden. Wow, Brother Nan, this neighborhood is so beautiful. As long as you like it. After taking the elevator to the 16th floor and entering the room, Lu Yusin became even more excited. Standing on the balcony of the Sky Garden, looking out at the beautiful view of the Yangtze River, I can't help but feel how beautiful it is. Once upon a time, the girl could never have imagined that her happy life was brought to her by Ma Zhengnan. After a casual tour, Ma Zhengnan was very satisfied. Not only are all the furnitures needed, but there are even brand new silk quilts on the beds. This takes the phrase check in with just your luggage to the extreme. Seeing the satisfied expressions of Ma Zhengnan and Lu Yusin, the young lady from the real estate agency also felt relieved. He smiled and asked, What do you two think of this apartment? Hearing this, Lu Yusin's face was full of anticipation, and she looked directly at Ma Zhengnan. Of course, Ma Zhengnan had no objection. He smiled and said, That's great. Let's go back and sign the contract and pay. I hope we can move in tonight. When the young lady heard this, she immediately smiled and said, Of course, no problem. Once the payment arrives, we will take care of the rest. Back to when the real estate agency was drafting the contract. Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask, Brother Nan, where is your name on the property certificate? Hearing the girl ask this, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel moved. I don't know if adding my name is considered cheating. If it is really possible, then I have found a shortcut to make a lot of money. Just as I had this thought, a ding sound came from my mind. Ding! Serious warning, please do not dream of illegal gains. In serious cases, the system will automatically disconnect the host. Chapter 50 A Night of Passion. The system's sudden warning instantly made Ma Zhengnan no longer dare to think of cheating. After experiencing this period of heavenly days, he never wants to go back to the poor life of the past. Wouldn't it be nice to just pick up girls and make money? Looking at Lu Yusin's questioning expression, I couldn't help but smile faintly. This apartment is a gift from me to you. It's also a guarantee for you. You don't need to add my name to it. Ah, Brother Nan, this is not good. There's nothing wrong with that. It's decided. You just have to behave yourself from now on. Well. Brother Nan, thank you. After listening to the conversation between the two, the lady from the real estate agency was also shocked. Millions of luxury homes are available for free. She has been in this business for so long, but this is the first time she has seen a man voluntarily give up adding his name to the property title. The look he gave Lu Yusin was filled with undisguised envy. Why can't I meet such a good man? That afternoon, a brand new Porsche drove into Riverview Garden. Although this apartment is entirely under Lu Yusin's name, it can be regarded as Ma Jingnan's first warm home. In their own territory, the two of them can be more casual. Ding. Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host +3. Ding. A small gift package dropped from the second heroine of the strategy guide, Lu Yusin, and received a cashback of 30,000 yuan. Ding. A small gift package dropped from the second heroine of the strategy guide, Lu Yusin, and received a cashback of 50,000 yuan. When Ma Zhengnan woke up the next day, he found that Lu Yusin had already gotten up. I just put on my clothes and saw the girl walk in with a smile on her face. Brother Nan, I made you some breakfast, shrimp wontons. Do you want me to bring a bowl to your room? Hearing Lu Yusin say this, Ma Zhengnan also showed a happy smile on his face. Although I know that the breakfast the girl is talking about should be frozen food, it is still a thoughtful gesture from a beautiful woman. He said with a smile, "No, I'll wash up first, let's go to the living room to eat." After eating a little loving breakfast made by the girl, the two of them hugged each other and went to the garden balcony. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the Yangtze River in front of me, it really feels different. Lu Yusin had an intoxicated expression and whispered softly, "Brother Nan, I couldn't even dream of living this kind of life now. Thank you for everything you've brought me." Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan gently hugged Lu Yusin's slender waist, a faint smile on his face, and said. He laughed and said, "I can't imagine that at this moment I can still hug the goddess of my youthful fantasies." After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Lu Yusin blushed slightly. I pinched Ma Zhengnan's arm lightly. She said coquettishly, "Brother Nan, you are so annoying. I have decided to be with you in this life. You are not allowed to laugh at me anymore." Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan's heart was instantly filled with a deep sense of satisfaction. With such a delicate beauty like Lu Yusin by his side, Ma Zhengnan no longer has the heart to go out hunting for beauties. The sun rises and sets, and it's another sleepless night. Ding. A small gift package dropped from number 2 goddess Lu Yusin, receiving a 50,000 yuan cashback. The next day, Ma Zhengnan was still sleeping soundly when a phone call woke him up. I picked it up dazedly and saw that it was Li Tingting calling. After stretching, I finally answered the phone. Li Tingting's pleasant voice came over immediately. "Mr. Ma, aren't you in our hotel? I've been out doing something these days and haven't been back to the hotel. What's going on?" After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Li Tingting on the other end of the phone was also deeply moved. The presidential suite that costs more than 40,000 yuan a night is actually left empty. How much money does one have to make such a crazy move? Of course, even though I sighed in my heart, I definitely wouldn't show it on the phone. Smiling, she said, "No wonder I haven't seen Mr. Ma these past few days. I'm calling to ask, your room's lease expires today, do you want me to check you out directly?" Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan hesitated for a moment, then replied with a smile. "No need to check out. I'll transfer the money to you later. Managerly, please extend my stay for another 10 days. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Li Tingting on the other end of the phone couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Mr. Ma, are you saying you want to renew the presidential suite for another 10 days? Of course, I'll transfer the money to your card right away, is that okay? Of course, no problem." After Li Tingting hung up the phone, her heart was still pounding. Subconsciously, I thought of the tip a few days ago. Mr. Ma 1T reward me again this time, right? Just as I had this thought, my phone dinged and 500,000 yuan was deposited into my bank account. Looking at this large amount of money, Li Tingting suddenly felt dry in the mouth. As she expected, Ma Zhengnan transferred another 32,200 yuan to her, which was almost equivalent to his 3-month salary. Suppressing her excitement, Li Tingting immediately called Ma Zhengnan again. Mr. Ma, you gave me an extra 30,000. Hee, consider it a tip for your service, it's just a small amount of money. Well, thank you, Mr. Ma. After hanging up the phone, Li Tingting's expression was somewhat complicated. This more than 30,000 is not a small amount of money for her. Li Tingting really couldn't refuse with a clear conscience. In Riverview Garden, Ma Zhengnan's first call had already woken up Lu Yusin from her deep sleep. She was smart and didn't ask anything. She gently leaned her pretty little face on Ma Zhengnan's shoulder and whispered softly. Brother Nan, can I bring my parents here to stay for 2 days? Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan caressed the girl's little face. Smiling, he replied, "Of course there is no problem, you have absolute say in this house. But you know my situation, so you can just avoid me at the right time." "Well, brother Nan, I understand, thank you." Chapter 51 Preparation for the attack on Li Tingting. After having a delicious breakfast, Lu Yusin received a call from Lin Saixia. After hanging up the phone, he said softly, "Brother Nan, Lin Saixia asked me to go and see the milk tea shop. Do you want to go?" Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan didn't even think about it and just shook his head and refused. "Go on your own. Just treat the milk tea shop as a place for fun. It doesn't matter if you lose money. Don't overwork yourself." "Okay, brother Nan, I understand. I'll just change my clothes and leave." "Okay, let's go down together." Lu Yusin has left, so Ma Zhangnan will definitely not stay here alone. Planning to go to the Will Hotel to find Li Tingting. The girl's pretty face, curvy figure, and the temptation of her uniform are all very attractive to Ma Zhangnan. Lu Yusin personally drove Ma Zhangnan to the Will Hotel before turning the car around and leaving. As soon as I stepped into the hotel lobby, Li Tingting came over with a look of surprise. Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, you're back. I've already arranged a 10-day renewal for you and was just about to call you." With an idea in mind, Ma Zhangnan looked at the girl more and more favorably. There is no doubt that Li Tingting, who has an overall appearance score of 85, also has a very sexy figure. The magnificent twin peaks, set against the light blue hotel uniform, are almost too much to bear. It really makes people want to know more. Ma Zhangnan looked at him discreetly, then smiled faintly. "Didn't Manager Li say he would treat me to a meal the other day? How about now?" Ma Zhengnan's sudden invitation made Li Tingting stunned for a moment. Then he smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ma, it's working hours now, so it's not very convenient for me. How about I contact you after get off work?" "Well, that's fine too. I'll wait for your call then." "Okay." Ma Zhangnan didn't need much time. After making an appointment with Li Tingting, he returned to his presidential suite. I fell asleep unknowingly lying on the soft big bed. At the same time, Lu Yusin came to the place agreed by Lin Saixia. Looking at Lu Yusin getting out of the Porsche sports car, Lin Saixia suddenly felt like she was dreaming and it was unreal. After being stunned for a moment, he asked in disbelief and surprise, "Oh my god, Yusin, where did you get the Porsche?" Seeing Lin Saixia's shocked expression, Lu Yusin could understand. Without any intention of hiding anything, she smiled and replied, "Zhangnan bought it for me 2 days ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Saixia immediately revealed an exaggerated expression and said in shock, "What? My Zhangnan bought you a car, and such a beautiful Porsche. How much did it cost?" "It's not too much, just over 1.2 million. Hearing Lu Yusin's indifferent tone, Lin Saixia's heart suddenly felt a little bit overwhelmed. Rubbing his own little heart, he said with a complicated expression, "Lin Yusin, I envy you so much, but I can't stand your tone right now. This is 1.2 million. I don't know if I'll ever be able to save that much money in my lifetime. How much fortune has my Zhangnan made in recent years to be willing to invest so much money?" Seeing Lin Saixia trembling with envy, Lu Yusin opened her mouth slightly. Finally, I held back and didn't tell anyone about buying a luxury house. She was really worried that her good friend couldn't bear that kind of blow. Later, when the two of them were discussing the milk tea shop, Lin Saixia seemed a little listless. "Yusin, now that you found such a great man, you must have no worries about money, right? Then, do you still need to cooperate with me to open a milk tea shop?" "Of course I'll open it. If it really makes money, you'll take the lion's share of the income. Is that okay? You have a conscience." After the two women discussed the milk tea shop, Lu Yusin said goodbye to Lin Saixia and drove back to her parents' neighborhood. There were some things she still wanted to confess to her parents to avoid more trouble in the future. Of course, Lu Yusin now has considerable confidence. Let us not talk about anything else, just based on the luxury house in Riverview Garden, her parents will definitely have nothing to say. After seeing her daughter come back, Lu Yusin's mother couldn't help but nag. "Yusin, I'm not saying this as your mother, but you're such a grown-up, and you haven't come home for 2 days and didn't even call. Are you going to see that man of yours again?" The last time Lu Yusin brought back so many valuables, she admitted the existence of my Zhangnan under her parents' questioning. Of course, Lu Yusin's parents are not old-fashioned. In addition, my daughter is getting divorced, so I feel very happy when I know that there is such a generous man. This is also the reason why they didn't call Lu Yusin when she didn't go home for 2 days. Hearing her mother's nagging, Lu Yusin couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, stop cleaning, come here and I'll tell you something." Seeing her daughter's smiling face, Xiong Being's heart moved and she walked forward to ask, "What's going on? Is it related to that man you're looking for? Are you planning to get married?" "Mom, please sit down. It's like this. I've been with Zhengnan for the past 2 days. But you're talking about marriage, I don't even know if that day will ever come." Seeing her mother's look of disbelief, Lu Yusin quickly continued. "Mom, don't be anxious and listen to me. You all know my situation. In my first relationship, because I didn't listen to you, I married a loser man, which made me live a very unhappy life for several years. Now I understand that marriage is not the ultimate destination of happiness for women. As long as there is a man who treats me well, it doesn't matter if we don't get married. This Ma Zhengnan I'm talking about, Mom, do you know what he gave me these 2 days? A luxury car worth over 1.2 million yuan, and a mansion worth over 5 million yuan, with my name alone on the property deed. He said he wanted to provide me with a guarantee for my future life. I believe that in this world, apart from this man, there will probably be no other man who can treat me like this. So I am willing to be his woman and I am very satisfied. As for whether we will get married in the future, I don't care at all." After hearing what Lu Yusin said, Xiong Being didn't react for a while. But she got the point. You said he gave you a mansion worth over 5 million yuan, and your name is the only one on the title deed?" After seeing Lu Yusin nod firmly, Xiong Being suddenly didn't know what to say. Chapter 52 Every family has its own problems. That day, Lu Yusin took her parents to Riverview Garden. After seeing clearly that only Lu Yusin's name was on the property deed, her parents were speechless. Even though they knew their daughter was beautiful, they couldn't understand. How could there be such a generous man, giving away luxury cars and mansions worth millions so easily? At the same time, Ma Zhengnan, who was sleeping, was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. As soon as the call was connected, Li Tingting's voice came over. "Mr. Ma, I'm off work now. Didn't you want me to treat you to a meal? I've already reserved a table at the restaurant. Let's meet there." After hanging up the phone, Ma Zhengnan walked out of the room with a faint smile on his face. At the restaurant entrance, after the two met, Li Tingting was the first to say with a smile, "Mr. Ma, I have booked a small private room, please come in." "Ha, then I have to thank Manager Li for his hospitality." "Mr. Ma, you're joking. Compared to the huge amount of tips you gave me, this meal is nothing." After the two entered the private room, the dishes and red wine that had been prepared long ago were brought in one after another. Li Tingting stood up first and poured Ma Zhengnan half a glass of red wine. He smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, I took the initiative to order a few signature dishes. Do you want to take a look and see if you need anything else?" Of course, Ma Zhengnan's real intention is not to drink. Looking at Li Tingting, he laughed and said, "I'm not picky about food, especially when I'm dining with a beauty like Manager Li. Even simple meals are delicious to me." This simple, seemingly joking remark made Li Tingting blush a little. With a shy look on her face, she whispered, "Mr. Ma, you are really a joker." Looking at the rosy-faced Li Tingting, Ma Zhengnan was in a very good mood. He smiled and said, "I'm not kidding, Miss Li, I'll offer you a toast." As he spoke, he raised the red wine glass in front of him. It's true, after drinking red wine a few times, Ma Zhengnan gradually got used to the taste of this high-end red wine. It's actually more enjoyable than orange juice. After the two of them sipped their drinks, they started chatting while eating. "Mr. Ma, where have you been these past few days? Don't you feel bad that the presidential suite, which costs tens of thousands of dollars a night, is empty?" Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan's mouth corners curled up slightly. Of course, he couldn't tell the truth that he was out picking up girls these days, so he smiled faintly. "I'll take care of other things in the next few days. Besides, I don't really care about this small amount of money, let alone whether I feel bad about it or not. Well, the world of you rich people is really hard for us poor people to understand." Hearing Li Tingting's sigh, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but laugh. "You're the lobby manager of a famous hotel, earning tens of thousands of yuan a month. You shouldn't be considered poor, right? Mr. Ma, every family has its own problems. I won't complain to you. Let me toast you another glass." As she spoke, Li Tingting raised her glass again. After the two of them clinked their glasses, Ma Zhengnan continued, "Since there's nothing else to do, why don't you tell me about your difficult sutra?" Hearing this, Li Tingting lowered her head and pondered for a moment before speaking. Since Mr. Ma is interested, I'll just complain to you here. My hometown is Linshui County, Sichuan Province. My parents are ordinary workers, and our family conditions can be said to be very ordinary. As for me, I came here to work directly after graduating from Hotel Management College. My current position as lobby manager might seem like a small accomplishment to others, but I should be content. But you don't know, there are 4 siblings in my family. I have 2 younger sisters who are in their freshman and junior years respectively, and my younger brother is in high school in my hometown. My parents' salaries aren't high, and after they leave, there's very little left for household expenses. My younger siblings are now in the stage where they spend the most money, and as the eldest in the family, I naturally have to shoulder the responsibility. Now I earn just over 10,000 yuan a month, and I have to cover the living expenses of my 2 younger sisters, which is at least 4,000 yuan. Sometimes I have to send some money back home, and I don't dare spend all the remaining money. I must save some just in case. So I am usually quite frugal, and I am not afraid of being laughed at by Mr. Ma. The cosmetics I use are all low-end products worth a few hundred yuan. Speaking of this, I really have to thank Mr. Ma for giving me so many tips, which will make my life a little easier in the future. After hearing what Li Tingting said, Ma Zhengnan was deeply moved. Who would have thought that such a beautiful woman with a glamorous appearance would have such a heavy burden on her shoulders? Mr. Ma, I'm sorry to have made you laugh, but I feel really good about saying these words. Let me toast you again. What's so funny about this? I really admire you. At least you are a responsible girl. Let me respect you. Thanks. After the 2 clinked glasses again, Ma Zhengnan suddenly asked, You are so beautiful, have you ever thought about finding a rich man to bear the ups and downs for you? Hearing this, Li Tingting took a sip of red wine. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Mr. Ma. I'm not young anymore, and I've definitely had boyfriends before, but they all ended up breaking up because of my family situation. After that, I did meet a rich man who had his eye on me, but they all had families. As for me, although my life is tight, I am not so poor as to become a mistress, so I am still in the situation of being neither too high nor too low. After hearing what Li Tingting said, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but laugh jokingly. So what do you think of me? Hearing this, Li Tingting was stunned for a moment. Then she said in a shy voice, Mr. Ma, are you kidding me? I've also seen the women around you, and I don't think I'm prettier than them. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan also took a sip of red wine. Then he smiled faintly and said, You can't say that. You have your own unique charm. Anyway, I like you very much. However, you should also be very clear that I am definitely not a suitable marriage partner. I like all the girls you met, and I hope to bring a beautiful and happy life to each of them. Li Tingting couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Ma Zhengnan describe her philandering in such a high and noble way. Mr. Ma, why do you men always like to eat from the bowl and look at the pot? Aren't you afraid of capsizing? Chapter 53 Car Model Lucini. After hearing what Li Tingting said, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but laugh. He said with great confidence, What you said about a boat capsizing in the ditch doesn't exist at all with me. I believe that as long as they are given enough sense of security, and as long as they are not too stupid, they should know how to make choices. Even if we take a step back and say that things between men and women are consensual, I won't force them to have a future. Hearing this, Li Tingting's eyes flickered and no one knew what she was thinking. Of course she knew what Ma Zhengnan meant by a sense of security. She bit her beautiful lips lightly before whispering. Mr. Ma, your words are quite insightful, but what you said was too sudden. I need to think about it carefully. Hearing Li Tingting say this, Ma Zhengnan's eyes lit up. The girl is obviously showing signs of being moved. Then, with an indescribable smile on his face, he said, Okay, I won't force love between men and women. But it's really time to replace those cosmetics that cost you hundreds of dollars. As a beautiful woman like you, never treat yourself badly under any circumstances. I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan as a thank you for treating me to dinner tonight. As Ma Zhengnan spoke, he picked up his phone and started operating it. Li Tingting was not given the opportunity to refuse. The transfer amount of 100,000 yuan had already been deposited into her account. Ma Zhengnan's sudden big move immediately shocked Li Tingting. What is going on? Does the man in front of me want to use money to force me to compromise? But it feels really good to be hit by money. Coupled with Ma Zhengnan's thoughtful words, Li Tingting felt a warmth she had never felt before. Ding! Li Tingting's favorability towards the host +10. Name, Li Tingting. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance, 86 points. Purity, 97%. Physical condition, any gynecological disease, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, plus 30. The girl couldn't help but improve her favorability. She stood up and said excitedly, "Mr. Ma, how can this be? I invited you to dinner because you gave me a tip, and now you're giving me so much. I don't know how to thank you." Seeing Li Tingting's excitement, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel happy. At least the girl's favorability has been significantly improved. It feels really good to spend money on a beautiful woman. Then he smiled and said, "Don't feel any burden, it's just a small amount of money for me. If you really want to thank me, then please consider my suggestion carefully." Hearing this, Li Tingting slowly sat down again, biting her lip and murmured softly, "Mr. Ma, I will think about it carefully, thank you." During the rest of the meal, Li Tingting was noticeably more restrained than before. The little face is red and has never returned to normal. After a very pleasant dinner, Ma Zhengnan did not dare to push the girl too hard. After sending Li Tingting away, he didn't rush back to the presidential suite. It is just getting dark now and the nightlife of the whole city has just begun. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to go to the indoor swimming pool operated by the Will Hotel. While relaxing, you can also see if you can meet a suitable target. A few minutes later, Ma Zhengnan had already changed into his equipment and walked into the swimming pool with great confidence. Even if he hadn't received any special training under the system's transformation, the abdominal muscles on the body are much more obvious than before. Even without using the ability to seduce, it is still a little bit attractive to the opposite sex. As soon as I walked in, I heard a ding sound in my mind. Ding! Qualified cashback recipients detected. Do you want to check? There were probably dozens of people in the swimming pool at this time. Ma Zhengnan casually glanced at them. My eyes suddenly lit up. On the lounge chairs by the pool, there were obviously several beautiful women with very good figures, chatting leisurely there. After checking silently in my heart. Name, Lu Cini. Age, 25. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall appearance, 89 points. Purity, 92%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability towards the host, 0. After reading the profile of this girl named Lu Cini, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but complain in his heart. 92% purity, doesn't that mean 8? Although the appearance is quite high, the purity is indeed a little low. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the girls. Anyway, he doesn't want to have any emotional relationship with the other party. As long as he can win her over, it will be beneficial to him in every way. Lu Cini is a car show model. She recently received an invitation from the organizer of a large car show in Shanchang. She and several good sisters from the company were temporarily arranged to stay at the Will Hotel. Of course, we stayed in standard rooms. I had nothing to do in the evening, so I decided to relax at the swimming pool inside the Will Hotel. They had just come in and immediately attracted the attention of many men. Especially Lu Cini, even though there was no exposed part of her body. But against the backdrop of the tight swimsuit, her very proud double peaks appear even more attractive. Lu Cini didn't care about the opinions of these men at all, instead she enjoyed it very much. Of course, most men can only satisfy their eyes. Most beauties of her level are self-aware. After being here for so long, no one dared to come up and chat with me. After swimming 2 laps, the beauties just sat down on the lounge chairs nearby when Ma Zhengnan came straight over from the doorway. Does that man look like he's here to chat up? I bet, judging by that expression, it's definitely directed at us. While the beauties were whispering, Lu Cini couldn't help but look at Ma Zhengnan. As the most beautiful woman among them, she is of course a little arrogant. He just glanced at it and then started thinking about other things. When Ma Zhengnan took a few steps closer, he could almost tell at a glance that Lu Cini had an exceptional figure. The other 3 beauties are also very attractive in their swimsuits. But he didn't even reach the system's required score, so there was definitely still a huge gap between him and Lu Cini. Not to mention anything else, just Lu Cini's very proud double peaks. To the other 3 beauties, she is a complete crushing presence. Even Ma Zhengnan, who has been surrounded by beauties these days, couldn't help but burst into praise in his heart. It's so big. Of the 89 points for appearance, a certain proportion is probably due to these two giant peaks. Chapter 54 Invite all the beauties to the bar. After approaching, Mai Zhengnan stopped immediately. With a very natural expression, he smiled and said, Lu Xini, are you swimming here too? After being greeted by Mai Zhengnan like this, Lu Xini was a little confused. I couldn't help but look at Mai Zhengnan carefully again, but I still had no impression of him. Do you know me? Looking at the girl's confused expression, Mai Zhengnan couldn't help but feel happy. Although I don't know it, the system knows it. He smiled faintly and said, It seems that you really don't remember me, Mai Zhengnan. We used to have dinner together. After hearing what Mai Zhengnan said, Lu Xini recalled again in the depths of her mind, but she still knew nothing about the man in front of her. I didn't care too much about it. In her opinion, someone who left no impression on her was definitely not a rich person. In Lu Xini's mind, men are divided into two types, the rich and useful, and the poor and useless. And the man in front of you is most likely the latter. Then he said calmly, That's quite a coincidence, what's the matter? These cold words, coupled with the indifferent expression on Lu Xini's face. It's obvious that I want Mai Zhengnan to stop making trouble for himself. You are not my type, so stay where you want. Mai Zhengnan just smiled faintly and said, It's rare to meet you here. How about I treat you to a drink at the bar later? No. Lu Xini didn't even raise her eyelids to Mai Zhengnan's invitation and directly rejected it. But a little beauty next to him quickly said, Xini, we're going to the bar soon anyway, and since this handsome guy has invited us, let's go together. After saying this, she smiled at Mai Zhengnan and said, My name is Zhou Jing, and I work in the same company as Xini. Is my suggestion okay? Hearing this, Mai Zhengnan nodded and said with a smile, Of course, no problem, your bar expenses will be on me later. Anyway, as long as the system thinks that you are going there for Lu Xini, all your consumption should be fully refunded. After hearing what Mai Zhengnan said, Lu Xini just glanced at him and didn't say anything to refuse. The beautiful girl named Zhou Jing seemed very happy. Sitting up, he asked, Are you staying at the Will Hotel, or do you work here? Stay here. I'll go swim a couple of laps. Call me when you want to go to the bar. Seeing that Lu Xini didn't want to pay attention to him, Mai Zhengnan was too lazy to get close to her. Although this beautiful girl named Zhou Jing is not bad, she is still a little short of the required score, and is obviously not Mai Zhengnan's type. He doesn't want to waste his time on these insignificant women. When Mai Zhengnan went swimming, the other two beauties couldn't help but joked, Zhou Jing, it looks like this handsome guy doesn't really want to pay attention to you. TSK, I just want to find a man to pay for our drinks. Besides, apart from his abs, I really don't like the rest of his appearance. Zhou Jing pouted and said. Then he turned to Lu Xini and asked, Xini, do you really not know this man? I don't have any impression of me at all. I think he saw me at a dinner party somewhere. Ha, I saw the way he looked at you just now, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Is he planning to take advantage of you? Humph, there are so many men who want to hit on me, so let him go, right? What if he's a rich man? Hearing this, Lu Xini couldn't help but glance at Zhou Jing. He smiled faintly and said, Perhaps he must be a bit wealthy, otherwise he wouldn't be staying at the Will Hotel. But if a truly wealthy person were to come to the swimming pool at this time, do you think he would do so without a female companion? With her outstanding figure and appearance, Lu Xini has come into contact with relatively few wealthy people, and she has more or less learned some truths. But even though he said that, he would occasionally glance at Mai Zhengnan in the water. Well, the figure is still good. If this man's strength is still decent enough, he could become a bootlicker who comes when called and leaves when dismissed. Mai Zhengnan probably never thought that just by chatting with him briefly, Lu Xini would join her team of bootlickers. After swimming a few laps, I found a lounge chair next to Lu Xini and the others and sat down comfortably. It's true, after the body has undergone systematic transformation, there has been a significant improvement in physical strength. After swimming for such a long time, I didn't feel tired at all. Handsome guy, aren't you going to treat us to a drink? Why don't we go to the bar now? Zhou Jing suddenly walked up to Mai Zhengnan and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Mai Zhengnan couldn't help but glance at Lu Xini and saw that she also had a smiling expression. Then he stood up and said with a smile, Okay, then I'll go change clothes first, and we'll meet at the door later. Although Lu Xini's purity is a bit low, her proud breasts are still very attractive to Mai Zhengnan. Among the several women he already had, Even compared with Lu Yusin and Lu Cini, who have the most outstanding figures, she is probably a little bit worse. It's all free anyway. If he could use money to gain the other party's favor and then climb onto the other party's double peaks, Ma Zhengnan would still be very willing to do so. After changing clothes, I went to the door and waited for a while. Lu Cini and the others came out wearing cool summer clothes. Lu Cini walked in front and couldn't help but take a look at Ma Zhengnan's clothes. His brows suddenly frowned slightly. With her sharp eyes, Ma Zhengnan probably has no more than 1,000 yuan on him. In her eyes, this level of clothing is not even qualified to be a dog licker. I really don't know what courage this man has to come up and snore with me. Do you really think you are so hungry that you will eat anything? Ding! Lu Cini's favorability towards the host 10. The sudden drop in Lu Cini's favorability came to Ma Zhengnan's mind, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, MMP. He also saw the other party's subtle look at him just now. Isn't it just that you don't wear luxury clothes or wear a famous watch? I didn't take advantage of you. Just standing there without saying a word, my favorability score, which was originally 0, suddenly turned into negative points. Although I was very unhappy, I certainly didn't show it on my face. It was the same with Zhang Menjing at the beginning. In the end, she became the dish in his bowl. He smiled faintly at the women and said, "The bar at the Will Hotel is on the 36th floor. Let's take the elevator up." Chapter 55 Playing Games with Lu Cini. In the elevator, the women were obviously not so enthusiastic about Ma Zhengnan. Although the other three people's appearance is not as outstanding as Lu Cini. But they are all close to reaching the 80-point mark, and they are all beauties, big or small. After seeing Ma Zhengnan dressed like this, I felt the same as Lu Cini. In this society where people respect clothes before people, the attitudes of these women are quite normal. Ma Zhengnan was also thinking in his heart, now that he is not too short of money, should he go get some good equipment first? After a while, everyone arrived at the bar on the 36th floor. Ma Zhengnan took a look around and found that there were obviously fewer people in the bar than the last time he came. Then he smiled faintly and said, "There's a VLP booth upstairs, let's sit there." Upon hearing this, Lu Cini and the other three all showed a slightly surprised look. In their hearts, Ma Zhengnan had long been labeled a poor loser. I originally thought that after arriving at the bar, the other party would probably just buy some cheap beer or something low cost. I never expected that Ma Zhengnan would start playing in the VLP booth. You know, in bars like the Will Hotel, the VLP booths all have a minimum consumption guarantee. Even if you sit there and drink cheap beer, you still have to pay the minimum standard of 3,000 yuan. Of course, since this man was paying, Lu Cini and the others had no objection. But in my heart, I still looked up to Ma Zhengnan a little. After everyone sat down at the VLP booth, a bartender came forward immediately. Ma Zhengnan directly handed the wine list handed over by the waiter to Lu Cini. "Miss Lu, take a look and order whatever you want to drink." Hearing this, Lu Cini glanced at the prices on the wine list and couldn't help but reveal a half smile. "If you really want me to order whatever I want, how about I order a set of Supreme Dragon?" Lu Cini actually just wanted to make a little joke. A Supreme Dragon worth 66,800. Even she was reluctant to spend money, let alone the unattractive man in front of her. But this time, Lu Cini was destined to be wrong. Ma Zhengnan didn't even hesitate, and said with a faint smile, "Okay, then let's go with the Supreme Dragon. The last time I came here, I couldn't figure out what the Ace of Spades tasted like. This time, I can try it again with some beautiful ladies." After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, the four beauties, including Lu Cini, were stunned for a moment. There was a deep surprise in his eyes. They were much more shocked than when Ma Zhengnan was going to the VLP booth just now. After a long while, Lu Cini murmured softly, "Mr. Ma, that really cost you a lot of money." "Ha, Miss Lu, you're joking. It's just a few bottles of foreign liquor." Until the waiter came over with the POS machine, Ma Zhengnan swiped the card quickly. When Lu Cini looked at Ma Zhengnan again, her eyes had changed a lot. Ding! Lu Cini's favorability towards the host plus 10. Spending money so generously, even if this man is just pretending to be rich, he is qualified to be your bootlicker. The movement coming from his mind made Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but say MMP in his heart. Spending so much money on a Supreme Dragon will only offset the negative points you just gained. Compared to the other women, Lu Cini is a little bit unkind. Ma Zhengnan had no idea that in the girl's heart, he was just qualified to be a bootlicker. But after spending the money, the effect was immediately visible, and the attitudes of several women immediately changed back to normal. A beautiful girl in black silk stockings was the first to laugh. This ace of spades is truly the king of champagne. It tastes just different. Thank you, Mr. Ma, for your generous treat tonight. Zhou Jing also laughed and said, this is the first time I've drunk such expensive wine. Mr. Ma, let me toast you a glass. After chatting with a few beauties, we all became familiar with each other. Of course, Ma Zhengnan's focus is definitely on Lu Cini. Suddenly he said jokingly, Miss Lu, how about we play a game, is there anyone interested? Hearing this, Lu Cini stroked her hair and said softly, what game is it? Tell me about it. I'll ask the questions, you'll answer them, and as long as the answers aren't too far off, I'll give you a reward. After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Lu Cini couldn't help but be stunned. What game is this? Even though she was knowledgeable and experienced, she still had no idea what Ma Zhengnan was up to. But I still couldn't help asking, what kind of reward are you talking about? Of course, it's no joke. I'll give you cash prizes, at least 1,000 yuan per question. If your answer satisfies me, I could even get 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, Lu Cini was stunned for a moment, then a look of surprise appeared on her face. Are you serious? Sure, wanna play? I'm not stupid, why shouldn't I play? Just ask whatever you want. Under the temptation of money from Ma Zhengnan, Lu Cini nodded and agreed without thinking. You know, Lu Cini is already considered the top model in their car model agency. For example, the daily salary for participating in auto shows is only 8,000 yuan. Not to mention Zhou Jing and the other two, they can only get 2,000 yuan a day for standing. More importantly, car models like them don't have activities every day. 10 days a month is already very good. Just by answering a few questions casually, you could potentially earn more than participating in a car show. How could Lu Cini possibly refuse? Do you have a boyfriend now? When Lu Cini heard the first question Ma Zhengnan asked, she immediately laughed. We just broke up, so I don't think so for now. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled and said, I'm quite satisfied with this answer. I'll give you double the reward. Add me on WeChat and I'll transfer it to you. With such benefits, Lu Cini would certainly not refuse. I added Ma Zhengnan as my WeChat friend very quickly. After receiving a transfer of 2,000 yuan, his face was even more smiling. Keep asking. Under the envious gazes of Zhou Jing and the other three, Ma Zhengnan continued to ask. I want to hear your evaluation of me. Well, he's quite generous with his money, a little handsome, and quite manly anyway. This answer is very good, I'll give you a 5,000 yuan reward this time. After receiving another transfer of 5,000 yuan, Lu Cini became even more excited. Keep asking. It's the same question again. I want to hear your evaluation of me again. Hearing this, Lu Cini thought seriously about it this time in order to get a bigger reward. Well, he's even more handsome and manly than before. He even makes me feel a little excited. After hearing Lu Cini's answer this time, Ma Zhengnan said MMP in his heart. This girl is obviously lying with her eyes open. Chapter 56 Lu Cini's favorability soars. If there hadn't been any indication in the system that Lu Cini's favorability had increased, Ma Zhengnan might have actually believed what she said. Of course, my face didn't show what I was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, this answer is not bad, this time the reward is 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, Lu Cini's eyes almost sparkled. I couldn't help but think, this guy is so generous, could it be that I really misjudged him? After happily receiving the 10,000 yuan transfer, Zhan Yan smiled and said, thank you, Mr. Ma. Do you want to play this quiz game again? Ding. Lu Cini's favorability towards the host increases by +5. Finally feeling a little bit of the girl's heartfelt return, Ma Zhengnan also breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, of course I want to play, but I have to change the way I address you. I don't like people calling me Mr. Ma. Call me Brother Nan. Lu Cini certainly has no problem making money by drinking fine wine and moving her lips. He said with a smile, okay, Brother Nan, right? Keep asking. Lu Cini easily earned 16,000, which made Zhou Jing and the other two very envious. The sexy beauty in black silk suspenders couldn't help but said delicately, Brother Nan, I want to play this game too. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan just glanced at her casually. It's an international joke. If the other person's appearance score was just barely up to par, he wouldn't mind. But wanting to play this kind of game with her is obviously like throwing meat buns at a dog. He smiled faintly and said, "Just play the dice game, I won't bother you guys." Hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, the beauties were all smart people. They knew that the man in front of them was only interested in Lu Xini. She pouted and could only feel envious. Lu Xini was quite happy and said with a smile, "Brother Nan, why don't you ask quickly?" Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan thought for a moment before asking, "Then I want to know if you were telling the truth when you said you were a little attracted to me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xini blurted out in a delicate voice, "Brother Nan is so generous, I feel a little moved. This is not normal. It's the absolute truth." Although he knew that the girl was lying with her eyes open, Ma Zhengnan didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, this answer is not bad. I'll give you another 10,000 yuan. Ah, thank you, Brother Nan. This easy money-making game is much more comfortable than being watched by perverts at a car show." Lu Xini wanted to play this game with Ma Zhengnan until dawn. The strong desire for money in his eyes is not concealed at all. "Brother Nan, are you going to continue asking?" Looking at the girl's eager eyes, Ma Zhengnan's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "If I invite you to my room to play this game now, will you agree?" Hearing this, Lu Xini couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he looked at Ma Zhengnan with a half smile and said, "Brother Nan, the answer may disappoint you." "I won't agree." "Ha, there's nothing to be disappointed about. As long as you answer, you'll get a prize. It's still a 10,000 yuan reward." After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Lu Xini was quite surprised. But I felt even more excited. Although the man in front of her was acting very generous, she would definitely not give him away easily before she found out his true intentions. After receiving another transfer of 10,000 yuan, Zhou Jing and the other three sisters looked at him with envy. Then she said delicately, "Thank you, Brother Nan, for your understanding. Do you have any more questions?" Seeing the girl's delicate appearance, Ma Zhengnan smiled coldly in his heart. He collected so much money from me, but only increased my favorability by 5 points. It seems that the person I met this time was really a scheming bitch. If it weren't for her pair of huge breasts being so attractive, Ma Zhengnan would have gotten up and left long ago. After a moment of hesitation, he revealed an indescribable smile and said, "Ha, it's the same question as before. I'm inviting you to my room again to play this quiz game. The prize money will be at least 10 times the 10,000 yuan. Do you want to go?" Under Ma Zhengnan's repeated temptation of money, the girl suddenly fell silent. "My heart is in turmoil, waves are surging. A tenfold reward, wouldn't that mean at least 100,000 yuan? Lu Xini is only 92% pure, so she's obviously not a chaste woman. After struggling in my heart, I bit my lips. She said coquettishly, "Then let me make it clear first, we are just playing a question and answer game." This statement is obviously insincere. How can a man and a woman go to the same room alone at night just to play games? Lu Xini said this simply because she didn't want the man in front of her to look down on her. After hearing the girl's answer, Ma Zhengnan was delighted. Although Lu Xini's purity isn't ideal, her favorability rating is only a pitiful 5 points. However, considering the attraction of that pair of breasts that looked to be at least F-cup, Ma Zhengnan didn't care too much. As a man, who doesn't have a giant cup complex? He stood up and said with a smile, "Of course we're just playing games. How about we go now?" Seeing this, Lu Xini whispered a few words to Zhou Jing and the others, then followed Ma Zhengnan out of the bar. "Brother Nan, which floor is your room on?" After leaving the bar, Lu Xini couldn't help but ask. Ma Zhengnan pointed upwards and said with a faint smile, "Top floor, presidential suite." Hearing this, Lu Xini's heart couldn't help but beat fast. The legendary presidential suite? I really misjudged you tonight. Could the man in front of me be some top-notch young master who is pretending to be a pig but actually wants to be a tiger? The last name is Ma. The more Lu Xini thought about it, the more excited she became. In the elevator, her snow-white arms naturally wrapped around Ma Zhengnan's arms. She said in a coquettish tone, "Brother Nan, the presidential suite, I have never experienced it in my life." As the girl's intimate movements continued, Ma Zhengnan's mind continued to hear responses from the system. Ding! Lu Xini's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Lu Xini's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Lu Xini's favorability towards the host plus 10. The sudden surge in favorability made Ma Zhengnan a little confused. He couldn't understand why his sister's favorability didn't improve at all after spending tens of thousands of dollars. Are these few words presidential suite so attractive? I'm afraid my Zhangnan would never have thought that in Lu Xinyi's heart. I've already imagined his last name. Of course, the sudden and huge increase in favorability was also an unexpected surprise for my Zhangnan. Maybe if you spend some more money, you can get a double surprise tonight. I felt the girl's softness between my arms, and I was instantly a little overwhelmed. Chapter 57 Heartbeat Game. After following my Zhangnan into the presidential suite, Lu Xinyi looked around excitedly. Brother Nan, this room is so luxurious. Compared to our standard room that costs a few hundred yuan a night, this place is like heaven. Hearing this, my Zhangnan just smiled faintly, sat on the sofa and waved to the girl. What's so interesting about the room? Come here, let's play games. Brother Nan, is this still a quiz game? After hearing Lu Xinyi's question, my Zhangnan showed an indescribable smile. The quiz game isn't very fun. How about we try rock, paper, scissors? Ah, rock, paper, scissors. So if I win, will there be a reward? Of course, but this time, for the sake of fairness, there will be penalties for both winning and losing. If you win me once, I will immediately reward you with 100,000 yuan, but if you lose once, you have to take off an item from your body. Do you want to play? Faced with my Zhengnan's extremely tempting proposal, Lu Xinyi didn't even think about it for more than 3 seconds. Her face flushed slightly, and she said coquettishly, let's play, who's afraid of who? Haha, let's get started. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. Sorry, you lose, start taking off your clothes. My Zhengnan was more skilled and won the first game, and said to the girl with a smile. Brother Nan, don't you know how to let me go? I hate you. After Lu Xinyi said this delicately, a sly look flashed in her eyes. After gently taking off one of my earrings? Then he smiled and said, these earrings can be considered as my clothes, so they should be fine. Seeing this, my Zhengnan once again thought to himself MMP. This girl is a bit dishonest. It is no exaggeration to say that with the game rules set by my Zhengnan, there are countless beauties who want to play it crazily. Damn, this girl is still thinking about cheating. But the night was long, so he wasn't in a hurry. She smiled faintly and said, okay, no problem, but we have to make it clear that you are not wearing anything else except earrings and necklaces. After hearing what Ma Zhenan said, Lu Xinyi certainly didn't dare to go too far. She smiled delicately and said, well, these are the only 2 things I have on me. Come on. Rock, paper, scissors. Although Lu Xinyi was clever for once, her luck was indeed a bit bad. We lost the first round of the second game. When she thought about the 100,000 yuan flying away in front of her eyes again, she was so depressed. After taking off the other earring with a pursed mouth. Then she said in a coquettish tone, no, Brother Nan, you were so good at playing rock, paper, scissors, can't you let me have one chance? As she spoke, her body swayed a few times in a coquettish tone. The surging waves looked spectacular. Although Ma Zhengnan was a little bit overwhelmed by it, he did not give in. He smiled faintly and said, how can we let the opponent win in this game? How about this? Let's just pretend we've won the next round. I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you right away, and you can't just take the necklace away. As he spoke, he pointed at the off-white lace t-shirt Lu Xinyi was wearing. As a price, you have to take off this coat. Hearing this, Lu Xinyi blushed slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. 100,000 yuan for a shirt, even for a top car model like her, it is definitely a great deal. Some time ago, I attended a swimming party for a super rich person at the introduction of a friend. For a 5-figure appearance fee, Lu Xinyi and several other top beauties. She took off her outer clothes and showed off her perfect figure. Compared with the conditions offered by my Zhengnan now, there is nothing to hesitate about. What's more, Lu Xinyi knew exactly what was going to happen between the 2 of them. Then there is no need to hesitate. After seeing the girl nod, Ma Zhengnan suddenly looked like a complete scumbag. With a devilish smile, he said, show me your bank card and I'll transfer the money to you. Hearing this, Lu Xinyi no longer cared about being shy. With a flushed face, she reported her bank card number. After a while, a transfer of 100,000 yuan was received on the phone. Under Ma Zhengnan's evil smile, the girl was about to take off her coat when her cell phone rang. After an awkward smile, he finally answered the phone. Well, I'm not going back. You don't have to wait for me today. After saying this incoherent sentence, Lu Xinyi hung up the phone directly. Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan already understood what was going on. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you are quite cunning. Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Hearing this, Lucini didn't want to hide it, and said in a coquettish tone, "Brother Nan, it's always right for us girls to be careful when we go out." "Ha, so you're not worried now?" Then start your performance." As the girl moved lightly, Lucini's off-white lace jacket also fell to the ground. Then she showed an extremely charming smile. "Brother Nan, let's continue playing rock, paper, scissors." Inside the bar, three sisters looked at each other. The sexy beauty in the suspender couldn't help but speak first. "Let's finish this bottle of good wine and go back to take a shower and go to bed." According to Lucini's vision, anyone whose net worth is less than tens of millions is not even within her consideration. This Nangu is definitely a rich young man who is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Another beauty pouted and said, "Of course, ordinary people would never be willing to treat us to such a supreme dragon drink. We were all wrong this time, oops. It's true that comparison makes one feel dreadful. You said I'm not bad looking and have a good figure, so why don't any rich young men like me?" Zhou Jing couldn't help but sigh and said, "With the beautiful Lu here, there's no place for us. Stop complaining and let's drink. Not to mention the few beauties complaining here, in the presidential suite." After playing a few more rounds of rock, paper, scissors, both of them won and lost. After Lucini won 500,000, everything that followed naturally fell into place. Chapter 58 I don't know how to break. The next day, Ma Zhengnan was the first to wake up. He glanced at Lucini beside him and felt a strong sense of satisfaction in his heart. "I checked the news on my phone." Perhaps it was because of a slight noise, the girl's eyebrows moved and she slowly opened her eyes. She asked coquettishly, "Brother Nan, aren't you sleepy? Why are you awake so early?" "Ha, it's already past 10 o'clock, is this considered early?" Hearing this, Lucini gently moved a little closer. Zhao Chincher said, "Brother Nan, it's all your fault. How can I go to the auto show tomorrow?" Although Ma Zhengnan knew that the girl was acting a lot, the meaning behind the words still made him feel happy. An hour later, Lucini staggered out of the presidential suite. "I felt a bit resentful in my heart." After the stinky man vented his anger. He actually said directly that he had to go out for something and didn't even try to keep me. But thinking about the extra 500,000 yuan on the card, it seems that I haven't suffered much loss. In the elevator, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Humph, you're still trying to play hard to get with me. You stinky man, why don't you just contact me first?" Lucini is still very confident about her body. A devilish figure with an F-cup breast and a pretty face like an innocent girl. She really didn't believe that there would be no further action after a man got her. After adjusting his walking posture a little, he got off the elevator and returned to his hotel room. The company arranged a standard room for 2 people for them, and Zhou Jing shared the room with Lucini. After seeing Lucini come in, he couldn't help but laugh and said jokingly, "Cini, you two are developing too fast. We just met last night, and you've already given yourself away." Hearing this, Lucini couldn't help but think of Ma Zhengnan's attitude just now. "I also feel that I was a little too careless. But in the situation last night, even if she wasn't careless, she probably wouldn't know how to break." After hearing Zhou Jing's joke, I fell exhausted on the bed. He murmured softly, "Zhou Jing, who can tell what's going on between men and women? It's just a small matter, so it's good to enjoy life while you can." After hearing Lucini's words, Zhou Jing couldn't help but laugh. "Cini, don't give me that. I don't know your character yet. This Mr. Ma must be someone important, otherwise you wouldn't have let him get away with it so quickly." After being exposed by Zhou Jing, Lucini stopped pretending. Sitting up, he kept the secret and asked, "Zhou Jing, do you know where I was last night? Did he take you somewhere else, not to the Will Hotel?" Zhou Jing asked with a puzzled expression. Lucini pointed upwards with her little finger and said, "You wouldn't have thought, he took me to the presidential suite on the top floor. I just checked on my phone, and it costs 46,880 yuan for one night. You have no idea how luxurious that room is. Especially the jacuzzi in the bathroom, which is almost as big as the bed. It is really comfortable to take a bath in it." After hearing Lucini's words, Zhou Jing also showed a longing look. "No wonder you gave yourself up so quickly last night, but it's really strange. You, a man, live in a presidential suite that costs tens of thousands of dollars a night, but I don't see anything special about you. Do all the rich people nowadays like to play the pig and eat the tiger?" Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he continued to ask, "Why did you come down so soon? You have a presidential suite and you don't even enjoy it for a while?" Hearing this, Lu Xinyi's expression did not show any strangeness, and she said lightly. He said he had to go out for something, so I had to come down. Oh, so are you planning a one-night stand, or do you have any other plans? A wealthy young man like him, the number of beauties around him could probably form a reinforced company. After hearing Zhou Jing's words, Lu Xinyi wanted to refute, but she really couldn't find any words. Not to mention anything else, a top beauty like me can become his woman in just one night. Then, pretending to be nonchalant, he said calmly, "Who cares? I didn't suffer any loss anyway. You don't know that he directly transferred 500,000 yuan to me last night. Otherwise, even if he was staying in the presidential suite, I wouldn't have let him get away with it so quickly." Hearing this, Zhou Jing was stunned with shock. After a long while, he asked, He really gave you 500,000 yuan? Seeing Zhou Jing's exaggerated expression, Lu Xinyi's vanity was greatly satisfied for a moment. "No, including the 36,000 yuan I spent at the bar, that's 536,000 yuan to be exact." Wow, this man is so generous. If any man treated me like this, as long as he wasn't so ugly that I could vomit, I would be willing to let him play with me for free for a year. After hearing Zhou Jing's envious words, Lu Xinyi, who was feeling a little depressed just now, felt much better instantly. And I couldn't help but think that my Jiangnan was really good. At the same time, my Jiangnan, who was still in the presidential suite, suddenly had a buzz in his head. Ding! Lu Xinyi's favorability towards the host increases by +5. Hey, what's wrong with this girl? Faced with Lu Xinyi's sudden increase in favorability, my Jiangnan also felt a little puzzled. But I don't care too much. In his heart, he didn't consider Lu Xinyi as a heroine to be conquered. If there is a chance, it is not impossible to give the girl a little sweetness and let the two of you go on another date. Thinking of the scene last night, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. After taking a short break, I took out my phone and called Li Tingting. "Mr. Ma, what can I do for you? I'm going out to buy 2 pieces of clothes. Can you accompany me?" Chapter 59 Taking Li Tingting shopping. After receiving Ma Zhengnan's invitation via phone, Li Tingting's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. After Ma Zhengnan made things clear to her in the restaurant yesterday, she couldn't sleep all night. In fact, after receiving the transfer of 100,000 yuan, Li Tingting already had the answer in her mind. On one hand, you can obtain wealth and glory, and on the other hand, you can let your family enjoy the happiness as well. It's nothing more than giving up the traditional way of getting along between men and women, giving up marriage. On the other hand, Kohaha continues to live her ordinary life. Maybe you will meet a man who shares your feelings, get married, and have children, and continue to struggle for daily necessities. Faced with this choice, I'm afraid more than 999% of people would choose the former. In this money-making age where poverty is despised but prostitution is not, this choice is not shameful. He took a deep breath and then said, "Mr. Ma, I'm still at work and can't leave. Ask your boss for leave. I don't believe this hotel can't do without you. This is not good. What's wrong with that? Just tell me it's my request. If your boss doesn't agree, I won't stay in your hotel anymore. I'll go talk to them first and contact you later." After hanging up the phone, a smile naturally appeared on Ma Zhengnan's face. The answer is basically clear from the girl's tone and attitude on the phone. Then, in a flash of thought, he called up his personal dashboard. Host, Ma Zhengnan. Strategy for heroines, heroine number 1 Zhang Menjing, heroine number 2 Su Shuer, heroine number 3 Lu Yusin, heroine number 4 Dong Qingqing. Total personal cash assets 770,000. Among these 4 women who have been conquered, no matter from which aspect, Ma Zhengnan definitely favors the young fantasy goddess Lu Yusin more. As for the other 3 women, there was no order of preference in his heart. Anyway, whoever is more obedient in the future will get more benefits from Ma Zhengnan. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Tingting will soon become the 5th heroine of the strategy. Just when I thought of this, Li Tingting called. The boss has agreed. Where should we meet? Wait for me at the hotel entrance. I'll be down soon. After hanging up the phone, Ma Zhengnan got off the elevator feeling happy. When I arrived at the hotel entrance, I saw Li Tingting already standing there. He had changed out of his hotel uniform into his usual casual attire. He wore a dark green shirt and blue jeans. Although there is nothing too outstanding about her, a beauty like her. She is a natural-born clothes hanger, and her graceful figure makes her look attractive in anything she wears. Seeing Ma Zhengnan's undisguised gaze, Li Tingting was somewhat shy. Her face flushed slightly as she softly greeted him, Mr. Ma. It's beautiful. Don't call me Mr. Ma anymore, call me Brother Nan. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Li Tingting couldn't help but feel even more shy. The little mouth still uttered two words, Brother Nan. Seeing the girl's shy look, Ma Zhengnan felt extremely happy. He laughed and said, let's go to the mall. The Will Hotel is less than 10 minutes away from Wanda Plaza, and the two did not ask the hotel to arrange a car. Just like that, we walked along the street to Wanda Plaza. After walking a few steps, Ma Zhengnan asked directly, have you thought about what I said yesterday? Brother Nan, I can promise you, but you have to be nice to me in the future. Li Tingting, who already had the answer in her heart, did not seem too pretentious. She looked at Ma Zhengnan directly with her big watery eyes and answered. Hearing this, although he had already guessed the answer, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. He gently pulled the girl into his arms with one hand and said softly, Tingting, don't worry, you will never regret this choice. The scene of the two of them hugging each other and showing off their love on the street made all the men passing by envious. There is no doubt that Li Tingting is a top-notch beauty in both figure and face. The ultimate goddess in otaku's fantasies. I couldn't even imagine how sweet Ma Zhengnan looked with the girl in his arms at this moment. Ding! Li Tingting's favorability towards the host +5. The sudden favorability from the girl surprised Ma Zhengnan and made him even happier. This kind of favorability that is not bought with money obviously reflects Li Tingting's character. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at the entrance of Wanda Plaza hand in hand. Li Tingting asked, Brother Nan, where should we go first? How about I buy you 2 sets of good cosmetics first? Women must know how to take care of themselves, especially a beauty like you. I won't allow you to use any low-end products in the future. After hearing what Ma Zhengnan said, Li Tingting felt happy, but she still said, Brother Nan, didn't you just give me 100,000 yuan to buy cosmetics yesterday? Why don't I just pay for it myself? Ha, you're still being polite to me. Let's go straight to the Chanel counter. After saying that, he took Li Tingting's hand and walked towards the Chanel counter on the 3rd floor. Since he had bought something here for Su Shuer last time, Ma Zhengnan was very familiar with the place. While Zhang Xiaoqin was sorting the goods on the counter, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice reached her ears. Ms. Zhang, I'm here to take care of your business again. Please give her 2 sets of the best cosmetics. Price is not a problem. Zhang Xiaoqin looked up and saw that it was Ma Zhengnan who had confused her so much. Glancing at Li Tingting beside him, he felt mixed emotions. Did this man win the grand prize after going on a blind date with me? Otherwise, why would he be so generous with his money? How come there are girls prettier than me appearing around me one after another? Of course, no matter how much Zhang Xiaoqin fantasizes. Given her relationship with Ma Zhengnan, it was impossible for her to ask directly. After trying hard to adjust my mentality, I finally showed my signature smile. Thank you so much, Mr. Ma, for taking care of me. Do you want to choose 2 sets? Yes, just follow the best standards of your store. The more arrogant Ma Zhengnan's tone became, the more pain Zhang Xiaoqin felt in her heart. She even began to imagine that if she had agreed to the blind date, will my life change because of this? With extremely complicated feelings, I matched 2 sets of the best cosmetics. Chapter 60 The sweetness in Li Tingting's heart. While Zhang Xiaoqin was choosing cosmetics, Li Tingting tugged at Ma Zhengnan's sleeve. She whispered softly, Brother Nan, the cosmetics here are so expensive, just buy a set. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly. It's okay, it's only a few tens of thousands of dollars, just 2 sets to match. I think a beauty like you deserves the best. Thank you, Brother Nan. Ding! Li Tingting's favorability towards the host +5. Feeling the girl's affection, Ma Zhengnan was also happy. Unconsciously, Li Tingting's favorability has exceeded 40 points. I'm afraid it won't be long before she becomes the 5th heroine of the strategy. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhang Xiaoqin, who was matching her cosmetics. For some reason, I felt a sour feeling in my heart again. Then, watching the man swipe his card for 40,000 yuan without even a frown, she felt even more choked up. Looking at Zhang Xiaoqin's expression, Ma Zhengnan felt a little refreshed. After leaving the cosmetics store, I pointed to the Chanel bag store next to it. He smiled and said, go in and have a look. Are there any bags you like? What woman doesn't like bags, let alone a beautiful woman like Li Tingting? Although she has never bought a Chanel bag, she knows what kind of status this kind of bag has. With a smug look on his face, he hummed softly. Then he said happily, "Brother Nan, you are so good to me." Hearing this, Ma Zhangnan couldn't help but gently pinch the girl's nose. "Silly girl, I will definitely treat you well." Ma Zhengnan's sudden intimate gesture made Li Tingting inexplicably feel a sweetness. This feeling of being pampered by a man is something she has never felt in her previous relationships. "My feelings towards Ma Zhengnan are rising." Ding. Li Tingting's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding. Li Tingting's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding. Li Tingting's favorability towards the host has reached 50 points. The system automatically binds her to the fifth female lead. From this moment on, the host will have a chance to receive a small gift package from the fifth female lead, Li Tingting. Ma Zhengnan himself didn't expect that just a small intimate gesture would not only make Li Tingting the number 5 heroine of the strategy. The favorability towards me has reached 60 points in one fell swoop. While feeling so happy, I also fell in love with Li Tingting more and more. I was in a good mood and was about to walk into the bag store holding the girl's hand. Ding. A small gift package dropped from the heroine of the number 5 strategy, Li Tingting, has been sent, and you've received a 20,000 yuan cashback. Listening to the system's response in his mind, Ma Zhengnan unconsciously curled up the corners of his mouth. The salesgirl at the door had already noticed the Chanel cosmetics Li Tingting was carrying. Knowing that the two people in front of him were definitely potential big clients, he immediately showed his full enthusiasm. "Welcome to Chanel Bags." Li Tingting, who has always been serving others with a smile in the hotel, is still a little uncomfortable when she suddenly sees others treating her like this. Ma Zhengnan looked at the girl who seemed a little restrained. I couldn't help but smile and said, "You can choose it yourself. Don't look at the price. Just pick what you like." Seeing Ma Zhengnan speak so arrogantly, the salesgirl beside him felt envious and excited. She quickly smiled at Li Tingting and said, "Beautiful girl, your boyfriend is really generous. How about I introduce 2 new bags to you and you can take a look at them yourself?" Okay, please. Beautiful lady, you are so kind. It is my honor to serve you." Looking at the humble look of the shopping guide, Li Tingting never thought that one day she would enjoy such high-standard treatment. While I was secretly happy, I became even more determined in my choice. The salesgirl knew that this was a wealthy customer, so she wanted to recommend some new and more expensive bags. Pointing to a sky blue bag, he introduced it. "This is a Nordic-style bag that our head office just launched this year. The color matches the beautiful lady perfectly. Would you like to try it?" With Ma Zhengnan by her side, Li Tingting wasn't too nervous anymore. I took 2 steps carrying this expensive sky blue bag. He smiled at Ma Zhengnan and said, "Brother Nan, does it look good?" "Yeah, it looks good. It's mainly because you're good looking. Any bag will suit you well." After hearing Ma Zhengnan's praise, Li Tingting felt as if she had eaten honey. The shopping guide's eyes lit up. The one she introduced was worth 138,800, which was quite expensive. If the deal is really completed in my hands, the commission will be quite considerable. He quickly followed with a smile and said, "I also think the beauty has a very good temperament. How about I pack it up for you?" Hearing this, Li Tingting couldn't help but glance at Ma Zhengnan. She just glanced at the price on the tag and was shocked. The main reason was that the price of this bag was beyond Li Tingting's imagination. He whispered, "Brother Nan, this bag is too expensive, why don't you change it?" Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan laughed out loud, "Don't worry about the price, as long as you like it. Do you want to choose another bag?" Li Tingting was delighted when Ma Zhengnan said this, and she quickly said, "No need, Brother Nan, I don't spend much time carrying bags normally." Ma Zhengnan was very happy to see that the girl was so well behaved. Although he can spend his money unlimitedly, a woman who is not greedy can still make a man love her more. Then, he smiled faintly at the shopping guide and said, "Swipe the card." "Yes, sir, please come to the counter here." A few minutes later, the two of them walked out of the store, and Li Tingting suddenly asked, "Brother Nan, didn't you say you wanted to buy clothes? Why don't you go to the men's clothing store first?" "That's fine, I'll go shopping at the women's clothing store and buy you too." Hearing that Ma Zhengnan always thought of her, Li Tingting felt sweet in her heart. It feels so good to be spoiled by a man. Ding. Li Tingting's favorability towards the host plus 5. After feeling the girl's sincerity, Ma Zhengnan was even more delighted. A few minutes later, in a Hermes brand store, Ma Zhangnan also felt the impact of luxury goods for the first time. The price on the label is really expensive. An ordinary t-shirt costs more than 10,000, 20,000, or even more than 30,000. The same goes for pants. Compared to how generous he was with spending money on women, just seeing the price on the tag, it made my Zhangnan feel like he couldn't let go. Even if you spend money on yourself, the system will not give you any cash back.